Volume 7. Chapter 601, Return to Twilight Zone. Return to Twilight Zone. A tremendous volcano thundered and bellowed, as if a giant from the legends launching a flaming iron fist into the skies. Lava fell like rain, forming rivulets that flowed together to become a network of rivers. The black volcano towered high into the sky, looming over the region just like the clouds and causing the skies and the ground to turn dark. The lava glowed red, flickering between dark and bright. The scene was magnificent, a rose amidst the thorns. Mount Azura. It's been such a long time. I've never come back since I arrived at the central continent. Leyland's eyes were filled with a certain profoundness. The events that brought him to the central continent and the people in his history with Twilight Zone became incomparably vivid once more. Indeed, Leyland was preparing to leave the central continent for a while and return to Twilight Zone. Even though that place was barren and inadequate compared to the central continent, it held a treasure trove that only he knew of. The body of the Scorpion Man, as well as the blood of the protector of the icy world. Leyland's thoughts drifted to the contents of the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's memories that he had acquired from its bloodline when he explored the icy cave. That terrifying ancient battle still brought shivers to his spine to this day. Even Morningstars barely met the requirements to participate in it. The remains of a Morningstar-level bloodline creature were only a small treasure to Leyland, and didn't mean much, but the bloodline of that bronze female giant wasn't so simple. That was a bloodline that crossed rank 7, one that had already begun to touch upon laws. In front of that, the current Leyland was like a moth drawn to the flame. Whether it be refining the ancient bloodline into an imprint or trying to assimilate it, either one of these actions would be extremely helpful to him. Parts of his hopes for advancing to the Radiant Moon Realm were placed on this. Furthermore, the protector of such a world would definitely have information about the world's coordinates in its bloodline and genetics. That was the powerful ancient icy world that even the Snake Dowager coveted and yet was unable to occupy. It was an unknown number of levels more important than the lava world, and Leyland would be the sole benefactor of it. It was because he had this that he was confident enough to give away the coordinates to the lava world as a gift. Leyland had other plans for the icy world and the female giant's bloodline. When she had been killed by the Snake Dowager, would her body retain any scent or aura from the purgatory world, which would allow him to deduce the coordinates of that world? Even if it wasn't on her body, the icy world had been invaded by the Snake Dowager who had come from the purgatory world, so how could there not be any traces left behind? With the icy world as a springboard, the difficulty in locating the purgatory world would be reduced by a large amount. Once at the purgatory world, finding the bloodline primogenitor, the Snake Dowager, would make breaking through the bloodline shackles a simple task. Of course, the whole process wouldn't be that simple, but the general idea wasn't bad, and it was the best way to break through the bloodline shackles. Of course, Leyland did not dare confront the Snake Dowager just like that. That was basically sending a lamb into a tiger's den. He didn't believe that he had any way of resisting strength that had surpassed that of breaking dawn and controlled laws. Therefore, ample preparation was necessary, and this method could only be used as a last resort. Unless all his other options were exhausted, Leyland didn't even want to consider this option. He would lie low in the Twilight Zone, and find a way to break through to Radiant Moon. That was Leyland's basic plan. Mount Azura will be dormant for a period of time every 100 years, which makes it the best time to go underground right now. Leyland recalled the time he had come up from the subterranean world. While he had grasped the right timing and prepared well, it had still been very dangerous. He could not help but smile slightly at that. He came to the crater of the volcano, and observed the terrifying lava channel. The volcano is filled with boiling hot lava all year round, and only when it's dormant will a channel show itself. It's still not time yet. Even if a crystallized phase Magus were to charge down there, they would be burnt to smithereens. Of course, that was for rank 3 Magi. After he reached the Morningstar realm, what should have been horrifying and dangerous was as safe and stable as the garden in his backyard. Rumble, a layer of black flames appeared on the surface of Leyland's body, forming an oval layer that wrapped him within. A black bubble parted the lava, quickly disappearing into the depths. The terrifying heat from the lava was absorbed by the black flames, blocking all from Leyland who was contained within. As time passed, the black bubble endured the spurts of lava to head straight down. He was withstanding a natural disaster on his own and going through the lava against the current. Even Mount Azura erupting could do little against him. This was the power of a Morningstar. Boom! In the subterranean world, large amounts of magma flew out of a pool, accompanied by tremors. A bubble of black flame burst through the thick, durable rocks at the top and fell to the ground. Leyland's figure appeared once more as he withdrew the flames. Compared to before when he had to rack his brains and look for opportunities, the current Leyland could travel anywhere as and when he wished. It was extremely convenient. Seeing the dark sky and the stifling rock ceiling, Leyland sighed, "Twilight Zone, I'm back." Feeling the large difference in the concentration between the central continent and this place, Leyland shook his head. It's no wonder that morningstars pay no attention to this, the elemental particle concentration is so low here. Compared to the central continent, this place was like the barren countryside, if even that. The restriction of a low particle concentration would reduce the might of any spells used here by a large amount. Morningstars cared little for this place, and regular magi had no way to pass through the lava channel. Hence, Twilight Zone still retained its own path, and the influence from the external world was minimal up to Leyland's arrival. One sweep of his soul force and the surroundings were displayed in his mind. He had been the master of Twilight Zone in the past, and was somewhat familiar with the general area. He knew where he was instantly. When I left, there wasn't even a rank 3 Magus in Twilight Zone, right? Leyland touched his chin. Here, even rank 2 Magi could be considered the rulers, while rank 3 were the emperors. Morning Star? There hadn't been one in years. Am I like a high-leveled player in a newbie village, crushing everyone here? Leyland touched his chin, a grin on his face, but I like it. It was a fool's behavior to still try to fight even when the enemy was powerful. Even if one could win for a while, a single failure would leave him with no hope of reprieve. Leyland did not like these methods. Often, he would act only when he was very confident, and all he hoped for was for the Magi in the world to all be at rank 1 and 2, which made it easy for him to manipulate them. It was because he had this stable mindset that he could leave till today. I wonder how Nature's Alliance Academy is doing. Has Celine been able to take care of it? And then there's the dark elves, gnomes and other races. After he determined the direction, Leyland's body turned into a streak of light as it hurried towards the headquarters of the Northern Nature's Alliance Academy. The Northern Region, Nature's Alliance Academy. Eternal light spells brightened up the room, reflecting a black desk with innumerable documents on the surface, as well as ink, quill pens and other stationery. A female magus with a delicate face wearing luxurious upper-class clothing kneaded at her brows with slender fingers, seeming very tired. Director! The door was pushed open, and a female magus hugging a file ran in hastily. Urgent news from the front lines. Pi City has been attacked again. All of our subordinates were killed, and 2 professors were even. All right. The beautiful director nodded her head from behind the desk, giving a drawn-out sigh. Almost 100 years ago, the fall of the northern region also started from Pi City. I just don't know if anyone will come and turn the situation around this time. She stood up and pulled the curtains open. There was a gigantic square of the academy outside the windows. At the middle, the statue of a young magus stood proudly, still having a slight radiance. Leyland, where are you? With your strength, I'm sure you must be doing well wherever you are, right? This beautiful director was naturally Celine. When Leyland had left Twilight Zone, he had left behind a series of tricks, allowing Celine to take control of Nature's Alliance Academy for almost a century. She had also advanced to rank 2. However, the Academy was now facing the largest crisis since its establishment. The tide of darkness creatures had come forth once more. And in this wave, there were countless beast emperors that had mutated and reached rank 3. That was not all. The gnomes and elves had now joined hands in rebellion and distanced themselves from the humans. They were now attacking in the north as well. The defensive stronghold of the north, Pi City, had fallen under the cooperation of the 3 races, and 2 rank 2 professors from Nature's Alliance had fallen as well. Director, we need to react to this, or Lord Banker will use this opportunity to create issues. The exchange between academies is about to begin as well, and I'm afraid, concern was evident on this female magus face. After hearing this, the look of helplessness on Celine's face grew more obvious. The immense pressure came not only from the outer world, but also the inner departments. Banker had initially been an ordinary professor of Nature's Alliance, but he'd had a miraculous encounter and gained the inheritance of some ancient magus. His strength had shot up, and had now entered rank 3. With power, he obviously desired the corresponding status. In Banker's eyes, that would be Celine's position. Though he was fearful of Leyland, which meant Banker did not dare go too far, there were still countless magi who sided with him. After all, Leyland had already disappeared for almost a century. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 602, Changes in the North. Changes in the North. The passing of time could erase everything. More than 100 years passed, and the number of magi who could still remember the mighty Leyland were few and far between. If not for the longevity of magi, the situation now would definitely be much more severe. Celine might even have been stripped of her position as director long ago. But even now, things were far from good. Among the magi in the entire Twilight Zone, Banker was the only rank 3, and thus he had a good reputation. He even tried to imitate Leyland, and wanted to crown himself as the Radiant Guardian, and even the Emperor of all of mankind. His attempts, however, were futile. Celine could distinctly see the ambition in Banker's eyes, but could not stop him. Most of the academies in the other regions were already relying on Banker's help. There was no doubt that he would exert pressure on Celine during the exchange between the academies, as well as the establishment of the Allied armies. How will I get through this one? Celine was at a loss. The tricks that Leyland had left her could only deal with rank 2 magi at most. There were clearly limitations if used against a rank 3 magus. The mere proof of Leyland's existence would not be enough to obstruct this magus' insatiable greed and ambition. Celine was very clear about this. Bang! At this moment, the door of the office suddenly swung open, and a youthful magus entered. He had wine-red eyes, and his long blue hair was not tied up, but instead cascaded down to his shoulders. There was a frightening power surrounding him. Lord Banker! Another female magus from before hurriedly rushed to salute him. Director! I bring good news. Dorothy Snail Academy and Ray College have acceded to my request, and have agreed to rely mainly on us, Nature's Alliance. They will elect the Allied armies as the ruling party. Banker eyed Celine's silhouette greedily. Celine furrowed her brows. Banker! Don't you know that you have to knock before entering my office? Or do you no longer have the most basic of manners? This place will soon undergo a change of hands anyway. Banker seemed absolutely unrestrained. Have you considered my previous suggestion? Impossible. Don't you forget that I am Leyland's wife. Celine's face flushed red. Indeed. A woman who has been abandoned in the Twilight Zone for more than 100 years, Banker shrugged his shoulders. He looked at the obsidian statue in the plaza, especially the radiance above it. A trace of restraining fear flashed distinctly in his eyes. When I become the leader of the Allied armies, this statue will be destroyed. Only a statue of me, Banker, is qualified to stand tall here. The next few days will be your last chance, think about it carefully. Banker walked out, but his voice still resounded in the room. Not only was Celine regarded with tremendous prestige, the magus that Leyland left in her hands was controlled by the spirit. What was more crucial was that Leyland himself was still around. Although no one knew where he was still alive, somewhere. Banker was still rather afraid of his senior. If not for these apprehensions, he would have forcefully seized the position long ago. Even so, Banker's patience was rapidly wearing thin. What now, Director? There was a hint of a sob in the female magus' voice. Let me think about it. Worry was written across Celine's face as she gazed at the statue of Leyland in the plaza. It might have been an illusion, but when she turned around, she felt as though the radiance above the statue seemed to have turned brighter. As the days passed by, numerous magi rushed into the northern region unceasingly. Due to the underlying reason to deal with the other races, the exchange between the institutions was even more important. The turbulent undercurrents in the subterranean world never stopped flowing. Not only were the human magi plotting conspiracies of their own, the other races also played an extremely important role in the impending chaos. In the vast yet solemn venue, the directors of all the academies were sitting around a long round table. They couldn't help but turn their gaze towards the main seat in the center. The golden chair was adorned with many ornamental gems and appeared incomparably gorgeous. This seat was still vacant at present, but it could be inferred that only today's victor would be able to occupy that spot and cry out his commands. President of Nature's Alliance, Celine, and House Professor, Banker, have arrived. A voice sounded abruptly, making the numerous directors turn their gazes towards the entrance. Celine was there, dressed in a splendid ceremonial robe. She was accompanied by Banker. Banker was even walking in front of her. That's too much. He's not even the director yet. Will, who was seated amongst the spectators, secretly clenched his fist. He was brimming with rage at the thought of the director whom he had always admired being coerced into this. But as a mere official magus, he had no way to confront a rank 3. This was a lesson he had learnt the hard way, through tears and blood. Director Celine! Director Celine! Director Celine! A few well-acquainted magi profusely greeted her, but even more people gathered around Banker, just like stars revolving around the moon as they grouped around their revered leader. These fellows! Celine was secretly angry. When Leyland was still around, these magi who were now kissing up to Banker, were all itching to kneel at her feet to express their loyalty. Now, they were betraying her without the slightest hesitation. Even though she knew that the Society of Magi followed the law of the jungle, she couldn't help but feel a tinge of discouragement. Just as she was walking towards the seat in the center, another magus obstructed her. Wait a minute. What's the matter, Director Barca? Celine recognized him, of course. This Magus was the president of Ray College, and had already been completely subdued by Banker. This is the main seat, only the president of Nature's Alliance Institution is qualified to sit here. Don't tell me you're trying to disobey him? Celine raised her eyebrows. A greatly menacing air surrounded her. She was no longer the weak female Magus from before, but a formidable Magus who had undergone the trials of blood and fire, and had been promoted to rank 2. The appearance of such an aura immediately weakened Barca's imposing manner. Indeed. This conference should be hosted by the president of Nature's Alliance Institution. Banker walked out, and the first sentence he uttered surprised Celine. Therefore, before the conference begins, I propose to first conduct the election for the president of Nature's Alliance Institution. You! Celine was utterly enraged. The director of Nature's Alliance had always been her, and that had never changed. Based on the traditions of Nature's Alliance, only Celine's disciples were qualified to succeed the institution. How could they choose the president based on an election? However, Banker was now making use of this crucial moment, with the support of the other directors, to make Celine step down from office. That's right. I am completely in favor of Banker's suggestion. Besides, the strength of our Lord Banker surpasses everyone else, and all of the Magi presents unanimously approve of his moral character. Thus, I recommend our Lord Banker. President Barca raised his point immediately after some thought. That's right. We stand by President Barca. Well said. Many Magi started to cause a din, especially a great many of the rank 2 professors from Nature's Alliance Academy, who all stood behind Banker. Only a handful of students and Magi who used to be controlled by Leyland stayed by Celine's side. All of you, Celine looked at the hostile Magi, and suddenly felt as though she was among a pack of wolves. The green tint of greed glistened in the eyes of these Magi, seemingly waiting to tear her to shreds before devouring her. Look at that! The majority of the professors all support me. It seems that we don't even need an election. No matter how self-restrained Banker was, he couldn't help but be pleased with himself. He walked next to the main seat and looked at Celine. How about now? My suggestion from before still holds. I hope you won't make a choice that will anger me. Among Magi, trickery and these tactics can only assist you, but ultimately it is one's strength that is the deciding factor. Celine now understood why Leyland could abandon everything in the Twilight Zone, and resolutely go off in search of strength. But it seems that it was a little too late. All of you. Celine raised her head, her voice suddenly filled with pride. Have you forgotten the former Radiant Guardian? Once Leyland returns, he definitely will not let any of you get away with this. Celine's voice was sharp. Most of the Magi present knew how savage Leyland could be, and couldn't help but hesitate at this point. Humph. He's just a rank 3 Magus all the same. If he dares come here, I will let him know who the ruler of the Twilight Zone is. Banker snorted coldly. Powerful undulations of a rank 3 Magus shook the place, and the illusion of holy light appeared behind him. A force field with such energy intensity that is infinitely close to a domain? Perhaps it can even surpass Leyland. The other Magi were all in awe. That's right. Leyland still existed, but it was not known if he would return to Twilight Zone. Banker, however, was a true blue rank 3 Magus. Even more importantly, merely relying on one's reputation to make others cower in fear was not enough. Thus, many Magi started saluting profusely to Banker. Lord Banker, please assume the position of Director of Nature's Alliance, and lead the allied armies. The voices rose to a clamor, and Celine, who was sandwiched in between, seemed incomparably pale. Ha ha ha, Banker started laughing like a maniac. The dream he had had for years has finally been fulfilled, and his heart was brimming with ecstasy. He could already see himself unifying the entire Twilight Zone, and the moment where he would become the Supreme Emperor. Banker's eyes twinkled and was about to take his place on the main seat. Right at this moment, strange changes started to occur. Is that so? A black silhouette suddenly appeared, standing in Banker's way. The mere eye contact they shared was enough to fill Banker with dread, as though he was meeting his nemesis. Upon the sight of this figure, tears started to rush out of Celine's eyes involuntarily. Who is he? Why do I find his appearance so familiar? The many directors were dazed. It seemed that they knew all found him familiar, but couldn't seem to recall his name. It's the Radiant Guardian. The Radiant Guardian, Leyland Farlier. Will, who was standing next to Celine, clenched his fist and shouted, his eyes aglow. Lord Leyland! Following which, Iron, Gordius and the other elderly subordinates under Leyland's previous command immediately bowed respectfully. It really is him. The numerous Magi suddenly had a realization. Didn't this Magus look exactly the same as the obsidian statue in the Plaza of Nature's Alliance? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 603, Clown. Clown. Leyland Farlier. This name was a legend in Twilight Zone, a myth. His stories were passed down as legends, sang of and praised by numerous bards, and now, this legend had once more appeared before their eyes. Quite a few interesting things seem to have happened in my absence. Leyland looked around as he said this, and many directors took a few steps back in order, be they rank 1 Magi or rank 2. Finally, a rank 2 Magus could not take it anymore. He fell to his knees with a thud, and called out, "Master Leyland, please forgive me. I never wished to betray you, and was only forced by Banker." As someone from the same generation as Leyland, this Magus named Akazawa knew well about him and his ruthless ways. This was why Leyland's appearance frightened him, almost to the point of wetting his pants. And just like that, as if via a domino effect, more and more Magi knelt, all their knees banging into the ground. Regardless of the effort Banker had put into establishing ties with them and threatening them, it was all a joke in front of Leyland. "Didn't you want me to come before? Well, I'm here now, what do you have to say?" Leyland glanced at Banker, almost not bothering to even talk to small fry like him. Banker realized the sarcasm in his tone immediately. Loke's shadow. Banker's face turned green for a moment, then red before his fake domain spread out. Energy at rank 3 spread out, and a low-grade magic artifact twinkled in his hands. Banker unleashed his strongest attack with confidence, and dashed straight towards Leyland. He was very clear that Leyland's appearance had ruined all his plans. He only had one hope now, he had to smash apart the myth with his own hands, to defeat Leyland. And he was confident in doing that, in his inheritance. An enormous domain opened up, pushing even many rank 2 Magi to the side. The ferocious and berserk force caused a change in the expressions of many Magi. What a commendable courage! Leyland squinted his eyes slightly, and the piece of low-grade magic equipment in Banker's hands shattered apart inch by inch. Following that was the fake domain, the rank 3 radiance was snuffed out, and a layer of ash-gray stone appeared on the surface of Banker's body. Within moments, he had become nothing more than a stone statue. The surface of the statue captured the frantic look on Banker's face perfectly. It was like a clown trying to run away, highly comical. "Didn't you want to be honored, for your legacy to be passed down? Very well, this statue can be placed at the Plaza of Nature's Alliance, it'll be a good contrast." Leyland nodded, and the place fell into a dead silence. Many of the Magi present felt like they were dreaming. What had they just seen? The strong rank 3 Banker had attacked Leyland at full force, but his opponent simply blinked his eyes and he turned into a statue. Even his soul had been annihilated. This radiant guardian was evidently quite a bit more terrifying than in the legends. What? Anyone else wants to interfere in the internal affairs of my Nature's Alliance Academy? Leyland looked around. By this time, Barca and Banker's other loyal followers had already had a bad premonition, and began to retreat one after the other. The lights of teleportation burst forth as well. Unfortunately, it was already too late. Bang. Bang. Bang! Blood sprayed like fireworks as Barca and the rest combusted into bits and pieces, filling the whole sky. A scalding rain of morselized flesh fell onto the faces and shoulders of the Magi present on scene. However, not a single person dared to wipe anything off, forget stopping it. The Radiant Guardian didn't even move his hands, and there were no energy waves from spells at all. How did those rank 2 Magi? Shocked to the extreme, the hearts of the Magi at the scene were already growing sluggish. And no objections at all. Director Celine's achievements are obvious to everyone. They really did not dare to come forward again. As for these rank 1s and 2s, Leyland could indeed easily kill a whole bunch of them with just a slight puff of air. He simply could not be bothered with people of their power anymore. Leyland! Celine stepped forward, an excitement in her voice which surprised him. Originally, he'd thought that after he left the power-hungry Celine would not be eager at all for his return. But from what it seemed, the passage of time had instead made this woman think about his good points. Leyland could not help but break into laughter. He directly sat in the host's seat while Celine stood respectfully at one side. The eyes of the other Magi who had supported Celine previously, like Iron, Gordius, Will, and the others, were all brimming with ecstasy. They were mostly under Celine due to her having their spirit sources, and had no choice but to force themselves to support her. Although this was the case, with Leyland's reappearance, not only had things taken a new turn immediately, their efforts were even more than amply rewarded. Leyland did not care about Iron and the others. Instead, he directed his gaze onto a young Magus. This brightly handsome Magus was actually the one who was the most supportive of Celine just now. This is Magus Will, a second-generation student of Nature's Alliance Academy. He has already advanced to become an official Magus and is a professor in the institution. Celine rushed to introduce him to Leyland. Of course I know that, Leyland smiled. As he looked at Will, he found his face familiar. Your mother, is she well? Leyland suddenly asked. My mother? In his heart, Will was extremely shocked. He did not know why Leyland suddenly asked such a question, but he still answered, My mother was just an acolyte. It's been over 50 years since she passed away. I see, Leyland sighed with a rasp in his tone. Time is the great enemy of all living creatures. Lord Radiant Guardian, did you know my mother? Will became excited. Ever since he was born, he had never seen his father. He heard from his mother that his father had gone to do something very important and righteous but never returned. Could it be? Leyland's question and Will's answer had an extremely deep meaning. Not only the surrounding magi, even Celine made a bad association. She looked at Leyland and analyzed Will. Her eyes reflected a thoughtful expression, and nobody knew what she was thinking. If her conjecture was true, even if Will was a capable assistant, she would have to suppress him slightly in the future in secret. However, on the surface, they should appear to be more intimate. If Leyland knew about Celine's thoughts, he would definitely roll his eyes ruthlessly. Even though time had passed, Celine was still that power-hungry creature from before. We pay our respects to the Radiant Guardian. We hope the Lord will lead us to defeat the Allied armies once again. By this time, Banker and his followers had all been annihilated. With the support of Leyland, whose strength was unfathomable, what other choices did the attending magi have? They immediately knelt down respectfully. Although Banker and Celine had invited them as allies, in front of the fierce Leyland, how would these magi dare to act big? One after another, they began to label themselves as subordinates. Leyland's eyes scanned over them slightly, and, you all disappoint me. The very first sentence he spoke made the many kneeling magi break out in such a fierce cold sweat that it drenched their clothes. The other tribe's allied army has already reached the gate, and you're still fighting for power over such a trivial thing. Leyland shook his head, pity in his expression. Gate? Celine covered her mouth and gasped in surprise. What? The magi below also began to clamor. This news was really too shocking. Why? You thought that those other tribes would wait quietly at Pi City? A mocking smirk flashed across the corner of Leyland's lips as he thought of an idea. The magi who were present suddenly felt an enormous force locking up their entire bodies. They were unable to use any sort of spells, and soon after they felt very dizzy as if the whole world was spinning. When they came back to their senses, they had already left the venue as a group and were somewhere outdoors. Opposite them, a group of dark elves, gnomes in mechanical suits, and even beast emperors were staring with wide-open eyes, surprised by their sudden appearance. Celine's eyes were filled with confusion for a moment, but she responded immediately after that. This is the mountainous region outside Nature's Alliance. You all were indeed preparing a sneak attack. Her limbs could not help but feel ice-cold. In front of them were obviously the elites of the other races. Every one of them had strength at least equivalent to a rank 1 Magus, and there are also quite a few rank 3 powerhouses. If they had taken the opportunity to launch an ambush while she was fighting Banker, it would certainly spell a great defeat for the humans of Twilight Zone. Forget the rest, even Nature's Alliance Academy would not be able to protect itself. And after Banker died, the entirety of Twilight Zone. Celine didn't dare to think further. To be able to suppress all of us magi instantly, and bring us here without any resistance, that means that if the Radiant Guardian wanted to, he wouldn't need much effort to just eliminate us all. Contrary to Celine, the other magi were instead shocked at the terrifying strength that Leyland had displayed. Not only had he just killed Banker a few moments ago, but he had also transported this entire group. This had used just a small fraction of Leyland's strength, and it left them without the slightest thought of resistance. Human magi. You could actually see past our concealment? A laughing voice spread out as the dark elves separated to expose a queen dressed in a golden robe. This queen had an exquisite face, sharp ears, and the energy waves emitted from her body had impressively reached the rank 3 level. After she came out, a sturdy dwarf as well as a gnome steering a large machine walked out as well. Beside them, a few beast emperors that let loose terrifying howls. Rank 3. All rank 3 powerhouses. Numerous magi murmured despondently. Leave aside the legendary queen of the dark elves for now. It was unexpected for the tribes such as the dwarves and gnomes to produce rank 3s after a long period of suppression. Including the beast emperors, there were a total of 6 rank 3 powerhouses gathered here. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 604, Invincible. Invincible. Since when has the strength of other tribes and the darkness creatures grown to such a point? Celine bit her lips, blaming herself slightly and feeling a little remorseful. Leyland's rule had forced the other races in Twilight Zone to slavery, only to be exploited by human magi. It was unexpected that in just 100 years' time, they had actually gotten powerful again. If not for Leyland's appearance today, even if the opponent hadn't launched a sneak attack, they could have won just based on this army that infiltrated their borders. It could practically wipe out all the human magi. After all, before this the humans had only one rank 3 Magus, Banker. Luckily, there's still him. Celine looked at Leyland's silhouette, eyes filled with an unconcealable pride. As Leyland looked at the beautiful ruler of Dark Elves, he could not help but let out a chuckle. Alicia. I didn't expect to see another familiar face. Not only have you advanced to rank 3, you've also become the Queen of the Dark Elves. It's truly worth congratulating. However, as this laughter echoed in the opposing queen's ears, her entire body grew rigid. It was as if she had been struck by lightning. The many humiliations that the owner of this voice had brought to the Dark Elves immediately appeared in her mind, something that Alicia would never forget. Yes, this new ruler of the Dark Elves was impressively Leyland's old friend, the matriarch of Dark Elves, Alicia. Even that time, it was her who had surrendered to Leyland outside Pie City, personally offering the high-grade meditation technique of the Dark Elves and their piece of magic equipment. You're Leyland. Leyland Farlier. The opposing queen directed her gaze that was on Celine towards Leyland, gritting her teeth. When Leyland restrained himself, he seemed just like an ordinary person, and it made the other rank 3s overlook him. But with Leyland speaking, a sort of confidence that came from a control of the overall situation emerged from him, making him seem outstanding and superior. It's him. The human's radiant guardian. I've seen his portrait before, I'm definitely not wrong. One after another, the other races exploded with rage. The fear that Leyland instilled in them was etched deeply. Mass murderer. Butcher. Leyland Farlier, repay my father's and the other tribes' hatred with your blood. The sturdy dwarf ruler jumped out, a hammer in hand which seemed to be made of thunder. Oh. I remember now, you're that lucky survivor from the dwarf royal family, right? The little rascal who hid in the corner of the palace, not daring to move at that time, Leyland patted his head with an amiable sense of familiarity. Yet, this expression and his words had instead caused the dwarf to instantly fly into a rage. Leyland was not bothered by him. He turned his attention to the gnome steering the large robot, a mechanical colossus. You gnomes have managed to create another one? The craftsmanship has improved as well, and the problem of low battery has been solved as well. Sir Leyland's knowledge really leaves me in awe for life. Furthermore, if you hadn't seized our most precious gnome's book at that time, I believe we could still have sat down happily for a chat. The one controlling the frightening colossus was an old, senile gnome whose hands were covered with all sorts of scars and burns. Oh, there's also rank 3 beast emperors. Leyland looked at the 3 mountainous darkness creatures at the side. This is great. What's great? Is he mad? Even if he is the former Radiant Guardian, for a rank 3 to think of fighting us all together is too arrogant of him. Many of the tribes began to clamor. Alicia, on the other hand, was different. People like her had seen how terrifying Leyland could be, and they had a bad premonition instead. Even if she had advanced to rank 3, the fear she held towards Leyland had once more surfaced from deep in her memories after she saw him in person. On top of that, he had such a confident expression and there was an enigmatic aura on his body. Alicia's expression changed several times, and at last, she kneeled in front of Leyland before the widened eyes of the many Magian tribes. Alicia greets the Lord, the Radiant Guardian. Please forgive my tribe's mistake this time. Grand Matriarch. How can we just let them go like that? Is the humiliation that the humans have already brought us not enough? How can we simply grovel at their feet like that? Even before Alicia's allies spoke, the matriarch under her caused an uproar. Enough. I am the Grand Matriarch of the Dark Elves. I will take responsibility for this matter alone. Alicia responded coldly. Ha ha. Good. Alicia. I admire your ability to have a clear view of things. Leyland clapped and laughed heartily. Roar, seeing that something seemed amiss, a small black elephant, one of the beast emperors with large fleshy wings on its back, started howling in tandem with a 2-headed leopard. Both of them pounced towards Leyland. A terrifying power beyond the normal rank 3 level caused the earth to tremble. At the same time, a beast emperor in the form of a large blue ape secretly slipped away from behind. The movements of a few Emperor Darkness creatures seemed to trigger some sort of chain reaction. The tribes at the opposite side had joined forces to attack Leyland together. Ignoring the indecisive Dark Elves and Alicia, who was still kneeling, the dwarf ruler threw the large hammer in his hands with a howl. and terrifying blue thunderbolts swept across the area. The Colossus, too, created a roaring sound that caused many Rank 2 Magi to retreat with pale faces. These tribes were attacking with a common target in mind, Lyle. For Rank 3 attackers led the charge. On top of that were a whole group of fighters that were as strong as Rank 1 and 2 Magi, many of them using treasures. Such an attack would leave even Crystal Phase Magi seriously injured as they fled. In the face of this earth-shattering attack, Leyland's kept an unchanging expression, chuckling as he spoke. "Do you know why I said this is great just now? It's because, with all of you gathered together, I don't have to go through the effort of going to your lairs to finish you off one by one." Immediately, a terrifyingly strong energy wave burst forth from his body. A starry domain expanded, engulfing the entire area within it. Many energies were snuffed out in an instant, and all of the energy attacks within the Morningstar domain had completely dissipated, exposing the silhouettes of the foreign races, all of them at a loss. All Leyland had done was release the power of his domain, and the joint attack of the many tribes had been nulled completely. Surging waves. Surging waves of disbelief and fear rolled in their hearts. All the Magi who had been worried about Leyland just now were stunned. Seeing the tribe's combined attack, they'd thought nothing could surpass that amount of power. However, the moment Leyland made his move was the moment they realized that what they'd been looking at was like the glow of a firefly in the night. Although such a glow was visible in the dark, once the sun came up, they would disappear without a trace. The frightening aura being emitted from Leyland's body was so powerful that these Magi could not help but kneel down, not daring to harbor any other thoughts at all. Such strength. Walt stood behind Leyland, but he could not help but kneel either. He only felt that the Leyland now was entirely different from before. He was like the sun, moon and stars in the sky, up high and eternal. This is the domain that belongs to a morning star. Celine murmured, her tears spilling out helplessly. She finally understood the magnitude of the opportunity she had lost at that time, and that she could never get it back. Catch-off as if hitting emergency brakes, the elephant and the two-headed leopard suddenly stopped. They retreated with even greater speed, their bodies bursting forth with blood-red light. Their massive bodies rapidly grew emaciated, making it obvious that they had utilized some secret technique which exhausted a lot of energy. "Still want to escape?" Leyland shook his head. Two gigantic, yellowish-brown palms extended from the ground with a sudden boom, grasping the two beast emperors within. The sound of bones shattering could be heard, and be it physical attacks or magical attacks, the two could not leave a scratch on the palms. The two beast emperors looked at Leyland, an obvious plea in their eyes. "You're quite smart, even comparable to ordinary humans." Leyland gasped slightly in admiration, but the pair of gigantic hands suddenly exerted a bit of force. Kacha. Following two loud sounds, the two rank 3 beast emperors had been pinched so hard they exploded. Rank 4. You've already advanced to rank 4. You're a morning star magus. A voice like that of a dead man echoed from within the throat of the gnome inside the Colossus. Morning star. The crowd was sluggish for a moment, unable to react instantly. Only after a while did they suddenly realize what that meant. Indeed, only a Morningstar Magus would be able to withstand the attacks of the numerous tribes without changing his expression, and even slaughter two beast emperors with just a light touch. It was just that this happy news for the human Magi was a total tragedy for the tribes. What did a Morningstar represent? In Twilight Zone, such a person was invincible. And with Leyland's youth, these tribes would probably have to be enslaved for thousands of years. This was still fortunate. If Leyland wanted to hold them responsible for their rebellion, their entire race would probably go extinct. A Morningstar's anger was exactly that terrifying. The large hammer-shaped magic artifact in the dwarven ruler's hands fell to the ground with a bang, and two streaks of blood flowed down from his eyes. Although many of the tribes had been stripped of all their abilities in the Morningstar field and were lying limp on the ground like dead dogs, he was still barely able to stand. Oh, fate! Why are you so unjust, even allowing that murderer to become a Morningstar in the sky? And for us of the other tribes, there's only suffering? Pearls of blood flowed down his eyes with each word he spoke. And just as his resentful questions ended, the radiance in the dwarven ruler's eyes dimmed. He was dead. There's still one more. Leyland stretched out his hand and grabbed the air, and it was as if a huge hand appeared out of nowhere and a large blue ape was captured. Once the large blue ape fell onto the ground with a bang, it kowtowed to Leyland repeatedly, continuously begging for forgiveness. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 605, Entering the Caves Again. Entering the Caves Again. There were a total of 3 beast emperors who had snuck in to launch the surprise attack. This giant blue ape was obviously a lot more intelligent than its two companions, and from the very beginning, it had planned to escape, secretly heading to the edges of the battlefield. Seeing Leyland extending his Morningstar domain, it ran even harder without regard for its life. It was a pity that little ruses like these were akin to jokes in front of a Morningstar. Blood extraction. Crimson light flashed in Leyland's eyes, giving the giant ape a feeling that catastrophe was coming. However, under the suppression of the Morningstar domain, it could not resist. Blood dripped from its pores, quickly taking form in Leyland's hands. With the loss of such large amounts of blood, the ape's aura grew increasingly weak, and its howls of pain gradually turned into whines. Thud, a withered corpse fell to the ground, turning into multiple pieces of dried meat with no nutrition. Beep. The weak aura of an ancient bloodline has been discovered. The source has been determined to be the water monkey. The AI chip quickly prompted. Oh. Not bad. No wonder it's much smarter than the rest of the darkness creatures. Leyland glanced at the scarlet and crimson intertwined with a trace of blue, and stowed it away. The terrifying blood extraction was still kept up, but the bloodline crystals being formed weren't nearly worth Leyland taking them. He tossed them to Celine, Will, and the others, and they stowed them away like they were treasures. Asterisk boom. Boom. Boom, asterisk their blood having been drawn out, the beings of the other races fell to the ground, dried out. No matter how powerful they were but ants in the face of a Morningstar domain. In just a few breaths, most of them had disappeared, and all that was left was a bunch of fragmented corpses. The essence of their bodies had already been taken away with their blood, and their bodies now held less nutrition than even the soil. They would soon crumble apart. After Leyland withdrew his Morningstar domain, the human magi had realized that besides Alicia and a few other matriarchs who were kneeling, all members of the other races, as well as the indecisive dark elves, had been eliminated. In a single move, countless rank 3 rulers and 100 years of accumulated power had gone up in a wisp. Many magi almost fainted as if they were in a nightmare. In the snow-white passageway, Leyland had his hands behind his back, surveying the surroundings with interest. Celine followed behind him, constantly giving him reports. All the academies have sworn their allegiance to us once more and are willing to listen to the commands of Nature's Alliance. The allied armies of the other races have been completely exterminated. Congratulations, the whole of Twilight Zone is now under you once again. Oh. Leyland agreed with a sound, ice still sizing up the ice on the walls, as if all of Twilight Zone was not as important as this piece of ice. Seeing him act this way, Celine could not help but sigh inside. If this was in the past, she would have grown ecstatic due to the power she had been given. Now, however, her previous experiences had dulled her thirst for power. She simply tucked her hair behind her head and continued making the report. Our armies have already broken through the dwarves' palace and mechanical capital of the gnomes. All of them had enslaved. The terror of a Morningstar was immense. After Leyland was done showing off his power, the other races had learnt the meaning of overwhelming despair. Though conspiring together had raised their strength to a certain extent, nothing could be done about a disparity as wide as the distance between the heavens and the earth. Hence, the humans had quickly unified the area, and it was all under Leyland. The foreign races, who had lost many powerful commanders, could not resist the humans' attacks at all. Also, at the Dark Elf side, the Grand Matriarch has already retreated to their original territory, and is willing to sign a firm contract that the Dark Elves will be the humans' vassals and servants for all eternity. This kind of agreement that affected the whole elven race was very harsh. If violated, the backlash could cause the entire race to be killed. Hence, this was just secondary to being exterminated. The last time, Leyland had merely forced them to escape to the edges of Twilight Zone, and they had to offer tributes every once in a while. There had not been any pledges like this. Now, with the deaths of the dwarves and gnomes, even this was quite a good choice for them. Alicia is quite tactful. Leyland laughed, but that only caused Celine to grow jealous as she felt an impending crisis. Walking through the icy tunnels, Leyland and Celine came before a rift where large amounts of chilling winds surged out, even having attacks from icy blades and the like. Buzz, a green defensive layer appeared on Celine's body, but could not withstand the corrosion of the ice. Her expression changed. The cold winds of the cave were something even rank 2 magi could not resist. Just as Celine felt the chill about to enter her body, Leyland finally made his move. Black flames formed a wall of fire in front of them and kept the cold outside. When did this area become like this? Leyland sized up the cave, looking grim. This was the entrance to the icy cave, but its appearance had changed drastically. Terrifyingly chilly storms surged within, so cold that even rank 2 magi could not hold on for long. Things like having acolytes practicing inside was naturally not possible anymore. 87 years ago, the storms inside the icy cave grew increasingly violent. First, the acolytes could not take it anymore, and after that, even the guard magi had no choice to leave and abandon this area. Celine watched the icy cave, feeling as if she was seeing an ancient monster opening its mouth ferociously. She could not help but hide behind Lyle. Based on the scanning by our academy, the icy cave's icy radiation has already reached dragon grade. Even rank 3s cannot enter the place anymore. Lyle nodded. He had long since found that there was an even larger world of ice under the icy cave, a world stemming from the radiation caused by the blood of the female bronze giant from the icy world. This miniature version of the icy world was vast and full of dangers, a place even he would not have entered at rank 3. And by the looks of it, this world of ice was growing larger. The blood of a being that has grasped laws is this powerful even after death. Lyle sighed ruefully, his eyes emitting blue rays as he peered through the darkness of the caves and into its depths. Lyle, you want to go down? Celine asked from the side in concern. Yes, there's something I want to retrieve from there. Lyle nodded. There was no harm in admitting this. He feared nobody in Twilight Zone. Even if all the Magi here teamed up with all the members of the other races to oppose him, they could be taken care of with a single Morningstar arcane art. Be careful. Celine bit her lips. Lyle had not shown a whit of interest in anything in Twilight Zone after his return. The only thing he'd done was take care of the attack by the other races. She felt like Lyle had returned just for the icy cave, and would leave once more soon enough. Even so, what could she do? She watched as his figure disappeared into the icy cave with a complicated expression. She couldn't even handle the chilly gusts, so how was she to catch up to his footsteps? She could only sigh. Is the difference between me and Lyle already so huge? In that moment, Celine was disappointed and frustrated. With the howling of the winds from both sides, Lyle no longer bothered with Celine. He had only helped out with Twilight Zone because he'd encountered it on his way. If not, even if the entire Twilight Zone was placed in front of him, he probably wouldn't really care. Twilight Zone really was too barren for a Morningstar. It held nothing valuable other than its large lands. Lyle had only one goal in coming here, and that was the world of ice. At this moment, the AI chip's robotic voice sounded out. Beep. Ambient temperatures dropping rapidly. Activating real-time detection. Current temperature, 173 Kelvin. 123 Kelvin, the number in the field indicating temperature dropped continuously, eventually even dropping below absolute zero. Terrifying cold covered the area, and even spacetime seemed to freeze over. The place was bathed in blue light. As expected, one can't use common sense from my previous world here. Even the physical constants have changed. Lyle's body had been wrapped up in black flames, like being covered in an armor of flames. The ground he was walking on was blue, the rigid ice as glossy as a mirror and yet surpassing even many magic alloys in terms of hardness. The AI chip's prompt sounded again. Beep. Detected icy radiation. 69% similar to radiation in database from the icy jade scorpion. Strength multiplier is 178.6. The world of ice has already expanded to this point? Lyle was shocked. In the meanwhile, he looked at the topographic map that had been stored inside the AI chip's database. It was evident that the terrain of the icy cave was similar to before, but the surface now had a much firmer layer of blue ice on top, and many creatures had been affected. Chick, not far away, a being called out, and the AI chip immediately sent a reading. Lyle's expression changed as he walked over. In front of him now was a creature he was very familiar with, an icy jade scorpion. Compared with the elite icy jade scorpion he had seen before, what appeared in front of Lyle was several times larger, and the strength of its energy had reached rank 2. Even the female face on its back seemed more vivid. Has the radiation from the blood of a creature that comprehended laws begun to affect even physical growth? Lyle grew serious. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 606, Arctic Underground. Arctic Underground. Chick, the foraging icy jade scorpion saw Lyle, and immediately lifted its two giant claws. The stinger of the large beast swayed as it positioned itself, ready to attack. Good timing. Lyle laughed at the sight, and a fiery shadow appeared on the back of the icy jade scorpion. Chick, the scorpion tried to struggle, but a palm with a terrifying energy and intent covered its head. The intent in the palm immediately smashed apart all resistance, and the large icy jade scorpion crouched down. From this person's body, it seemed to feel a familiar and amiable energy that belonged to an emperor. Let's go. Lyle commanded, and the icy jade scorpion immediately stood up, carrying Lyle on its back and running ahead. In the frosty world of ice, a green figure carried a black dot on its back as it moved forward at an extreme speed. It had to be said that in this underground version of the icy world, icy jade scorpions were very useful tools for transportation. Not only did they have a high tolerance for icy radiation, their limbs were like hooks, every step digging holes in the steel-like icy ground. It did not slip at all. The large icy jade scorpion was intimidating and could avoid a lot of little inconveniences. At the very least, regular beings of the world of ice would not dare provoke it. Here. This is the limits of the map Celine gave me before. Thud, a large green figure jumped up and fell on the ground, its pincers sweeping across and opening a hole in the wall, revealing deep pathways inside that had obviously been altered with time. Watching them, Leyland's eyes filled with pity. At that time, he had brazenly captured a bunch of icy jade scorpions to treat the emotional instability stemming from his bloodline. The icy radiation has been strengthened, and the icy jade scorpions have mutated. I wonder if there's anything now that can heal the emotional instability at Morningstar? Leyland thought as he touched his skin. Then, he had only used a peak rank 1 icy jade scorpion emperor to suppress his emotional instability until he became a Morningstar. Now, even the regular icy jade scorpions had strength equivalent to a rank 2 magus, so the icy breath of a rank 3 elite or emperor would definitely be effective at dealing with the emotional instability of giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks at the Morningstar realm. This was especially true for Leyland. The AI chip managed to deduce that the icy breath of an icy jade scorpion was very suitable for his warlock physique, and therefore he would have no more issues in that aspect. After I extract the bloodline of the female bronze giant, the world of ice underground will probably collapse due to losing the icy radiation. I should capture an icy jade scorpion emperor. Of course, things don't need to be so complicated. The bloodline of the icy jade scorpion emperor comes from the Scorpion Man, and as long as I obtain his remains, the effects will definitely be better than from regular emperors. Perhaps it could solve the issue permanently. Let's go. The laboratory was completely empty. When Leyland left previously, he had brought everything inside with him. Now, he was only here to determine the coordinates. After a brief moment recalling it, Leyland patted the head of the icy jade scorpion under him. Chick chick, the large icy jade scorpion whined as it brought Leyland into the depths of the world of ice. This place was out of the bounds of the map he possessed and had many dead ends filled with unknown mysteries. Of course, there was also danger. Asterisk whoosh, asterisk the chilly gale howled as it accompanied the icy jade scorpion deeper in, the surrounding temperatures lowering continuously. The ferocious icy radiation became even more violent. A green luster began to form on the shell of the icy jade scorpion, even it was starting to find it difficult to withstand the temperature. The tremendous darkness completely shrouded the region, and only the green light from the icy jade scorpion's body could light up the path ahead. Pairs of large eyes were filled with bloodthirst and greed as they appeared around Leyland like flames hidden in the night. Chick chick, the large icy jade scorpion did not really want to move forward anymore. It was merely a rank 2 creature, and while it was considered powerful in Twilight Zone, it was nothing in the world of ice that was deep within. Any of the creatures shrouded in the darkness could capture and kill it easily. Normally, the icy jade scorpion would scurry away in retreat, but right now it was quite confident. It was not alone now, and its owner possessed a terrifying power. Rank 2 and 3 creatures? Leyland, who was sitting on the icy jade scorpion's back, suddenly laughed. Though these creatures didn't seem like much to him, they would definitely be a disaster for the Twilight Zone if they ever left the icy cave. Rank 2 magi were already considered powerful in Twilight Zone, while rank 3s were rulers. If they were to see the world of ice, this miniature version of the icy world, their eyes would probably fall out of their sockets. Even Celine probably doesn't know how dangerous the interior of the icy cave is. Leyland shook his head, the void behind him distorting and exerting a terrifying pressure. The phantom of a terrifying snake that was tens of thousands of meters long came into view, producing loud snarls. Winds surged, bringing with them the might of an ancient being at the top of the food chain as they spread in all directions. The spying eyes were immediately filled with fear, and the sounds of footsteps and bumping sounded. Large numbers of eyes quickly retreated, bloody battles occurring in the darkness just for the escape route. Explosions and shrieks of horror sounded everywhere. No matter how intense these battles were, none of the icy creatures dared take another glimpse in Leyland's direction. You useless thing. Leyland was annoyed at the incompetence of the icy jade scorpion under him. It had lain on the ground the moment the giant Kamoyan serpent figure appeared, and would not get up no matter how he shouted at it. HSS, the large Kamoyan serpent phantom lowered its head and looked at the little green thing that could pass between the gaps in its teeth. It opened its mouth threateningly, revealing a crimson tongue and fierce teeth that were like little hills. Asterisk chick chick. Chick chick, asterisk the icy jade scorpion that had been lying on the ground suddenly got up, and began to run like lightning. Strong winds constantly blew at Leyland's ears, and he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This scorpion is really. Explosions boomed as a large amount of icy rocks flew into the sky. A layer of ice broke from the top, and a large scorpion that was carrying a black figure jumped through the hole and landed firmly on the ground. Ha! Here! Leyland led the icy jade scorpion to higher ground, looking over the surroundings. This was a world of ice. Ice and snow covered the place, leading the ground to sparkle. Even the hills and rivers were made of ice. The vegetation that was spread around the area was covered with frost as well. Flowers bloomed and trees bore fruit, all with a terrifying chill. Things that looked like ribbons hung from large trees, with eyeballs that looked like longans on them, emitting a blue luster. This scene is so similar to the icy world in the Scorpion Man's memories. Leyland touched his chin, and a powerful soul force scanned over a large area. The beings within hundreds of kilometers seemed to have met their natural predator. Whether it was the mountainous icy monsters or the tiny snowflake bugs, everything fell to the ground, trembling. After a long moment, Leyland opened his eyes once more. Just from what I'm able to see, this place is already more than a tenth of the size of Twilight Zone. Could this be the second layer to the subterranean world? There was naturally more than just one layer underneath the Magus world. It was rumored that there were 7 layers that the ancient Magi had taken over, and the further one went the more dangerous it was. There were even existences like Matriarch of the Abyss. Of course, the resources there were more plentiful as well. They could be called places where risk met reward. Twilight Zone was merely in the first layer, and it was quite a normal place. It was only a region which was isolated from the external world. No, that's not right. The distance is far too small, it can't be the second layer. It should be in the empty space between the first 2 layers instead. Leyland stroked his chin. When the Scorpion Man fell through the spatial rifts that popped up during that ancient battle, he was transported here. The continuous radiation from the blood of the female bronze giant had transformed this area until it grew similar to the icy world. It even included the formation of a large number of creatures of the ice. Leyland's expression turned solemn. Existences like these that had stepped across the 2/3 of realms and entered rank 7 were the most troublesome, as they had grasped laws. Just a droplet of fresh blood from the original body had such a powerful effect. How powerful would the original body have been? With such a large area, I wouldn't find it strange even if I found icy beings of the Morningstar level. Leyland sighed. The Morningstar realm was a threshold, and if there were Morningstar icy beings here, the difficulty in exploring this place would increase several-fold. To be direct, if Leyland had come here when he was rank 3, he would definitely have died. Even after he'd advanced to Morningstar, he might not have been able to completely unravel the mysteries of the icy world. Of course, Leyland was no longer the same as before. He had improved through his excursions to both the Lava World and Sky City. His true strength now far surpassed the Morningstar realm, and he could even rival Radiant Moons. Hence, after entering the icy world, he could use his soul force and probe the area without fear of inadvertently alerting any enemy. Power was enough to pulverize all conspiracies. From the reaction to my soul force just now, the life undulations from here are the strongest. Leyland patted the icy jade scorpion that was now seated, and it immediately budged. Jade green limbs began to move with rhythm, each step carrying them a good distance as it crawled in the direction Leyland pointed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 607, Arctic Tribe. Arctic Tribe. When the formidable soul force of a peak Morningstar, which could even rival a radiant moon, swept across the area, the entire world of ice started to bubble with activity. The power of a rank 4 was something that a great many of the icy beasts could not resist. When Leyland's soul force swept over, they could only lower their heads to express their humility, hoping that they wouldn't anger the owner of this soul force. The energy of a Morningstar, however, also awakened other presences. In the depths of a castle constructed completely with ice, the frost radiation was so rich that it had hit its limit. Colorful streams of light could even be seen twinkling continuously in the air. Arwen. A cold voice resonated in thin air. Although there was no radiation of energy, it could make the surrounding space tremble faintly. Your Majesty, your most loyal servant Arwen is here. An elderly man dressed in the clothes of a butler walked out of thin air and kneeled towards the source of the voice. He looked incomparably respectful. This man's hair was combed so neatly that not a single strand was out of place, yet his eyes shone with a strange crimson radiance. His skin was eerily fair, exposing translucent green veins and red arteries. Did you sense it? The female voice asked. Yes. A foreign Morningstar has arrived in your territory. The old man spoke with respect. He was able to sense that Leyland's soul force was different, which had to be of Morning Star rank at the very least. A foreign Morning Star is very important to my evolution. Go! Capture him and bring him to me. The female voice said. Your wish is my command. The old man accepted his orders respectfully and retreated. It was when he got up that an abnormality appeared. While the top half of his body had the appearance of a human, the bottom half strangely took the form of a scorpion. When the butler left, the entire icy castle immediately started to rouse from its slumber like a lion and went into operations. All of you, go. Immediately send out a signal once you discover an unfamiliar strong intruder. The butler, Arwen, stood on top of the tall castle, his voice spreading to every corner below. As he overlooked everything, large amounts of icy giants in armor started to roar, circular icy shields and blue spears in hand. The huge door of the icy castle creaked open, and squadrons of icy giants headed out just like human patrol teams. They disappeared into a flurry of snow as far as the eye could see in minutes. Only Arwen was left standing alone at the highest point of the castle, his thoughts a mystery. Leyland, of course, had no idea about what was happening there. However, he had already mentally prepared himself after displaying his soul force. Thus, with the icy scorpion under his control, he hurried towards the place nearby where the life aura was the most concentrated. The icy cave that Nature's Alliance controlled previously was only a passageway. It was here that the real world of ice lay. The humongous icy scorpion galloped wildly across the ice plains with Leyland on its back. Leyland sat cross-legged, dispatching a few shadow servants in his tracks from time to time to pick a few fruits as well as botanical stems, leaves, and the such. He was now examining a fruit that looked like an apple, his eyes aglow. Beep. Unknown fruit detected, composition has been recorded. Please give it a name. The AI chip responded faithfully. Frozen apple. Classify under Icy World, Botany. Leyland ordered. Recorded. Graphic and composition have been recorded under Icy World data, subject, Botany. Leyland nodded. The apple in his hand was covered with a layer of blue ice. Using his fingernail, he swiftly sliced a piece and popped it in his mouth. It felt like a piece of ice, no, a sensation even colder than that of ice spread in his mouth. If it was any normal human, a mere touch would perhaps freeze them to death, forget consuming it. Yet, Leyland, who had a vitality of above 100, was already immune to most of the dangers in the world of ice. Hence, to him, it was as cold as ice cream was for an average person. Tastes pretty good, just that it's a little too sweet. Leyland had little interest and threw the frozen apple in his hand to the icy scorpion. Chick chick, the icy scorpion whined excitedly and swallowed the frozen apple in one bite. After arriving here, it seemed to have become more lively. Leyland watched this while lost in thought. Judging by the number of rank 3 spies and guardians at the passageway previously, the icy jade scorpion wouldn't have made it here if it came alone. Leyland raised his head and took a look at the world of ice. The icy radiation here is even more terrifyingly concentrated. Maybe if we stay for a while more, this icy jade scorpion will be able to evolve to a higher level. Since the world of ice was born from the blood of the female bronze giant, the icy radiation would grow more powerful the closer one was to the source. As long as he searched for the place on the basis of this rule, all conspiracies and methods of concealment would be rendered useless. Moreover, Leyland discovered that more icy creatures gathered at the places with more icy radiation. They seemed to serve as a form of all-around protection. The source of the radiation, there's a morning star there, but there's also an even stranger aura. Leyland furrowed his brows. Initially, though the aura was very weak, it felt exceptionally dangerous, hence he did not dare to act rashly. They should have discovered me already. I wonder how they will deal with me. The corners of Leyland's lips curled into a faint smile. At this moment, the huge icy scorpion had broken through an ice tornado, and it arrived opposite an ice canyon. Enormous icicles littered the place, layering on top of each other to form a fortified hill village. There were even a few icy creatures patrolling above. Intelligent icy beings? Leyland exclaimed, and then he urged the icy scorpion to head towards it. Stand still, intruder. If not, you will suffer from the combined attack of the Ofker Canyon. The guards on the fort had long discovered Leyland, and hence began to yell at him. With his astonishing vitality came powerful vision. It allowed Leyland to clearly spot the creatures in the canyon in a split second. They both belonged to entirely different species. One was a giant more than 3 meters tall with icy blue skin, patterned with ice elemental runes. It was covered in a layer of frost. These giants had boorish facial features, and the harsh lines across their faces emphasized their manliness, a distinctive feature of male creatures. The other type was an elegant snow fairy with translucent wings and a slim figure. Large amounts of ice energy particles condensed around them, much like a miniature tornado. Most of these fairies were very pretty, and they were likely all female. Wait, are these the two genders of the same race? The frost giant males being exceedingly strong in terms of physical strength and defensive capabilities, and the snow fairy females that specialize in ice element spells? Leyland noticed one other thing as he made his conjecture. He understood their language, and this was because it was some variant of the ancient Byron language. Seeing that their language was centered around the Byron language, it seemed like the influence that the Magus world had on the icy world was not small. I am a foreign Magus, and I wish to see your leader. Leyland made the icy scorpion stop in front of the village, and slowly started to speak. Although his voice was not very loud, it was somehow transmitted far away. There was some movement, and soon after, a few frost giants came running down. Leyland seemed to be waiting quietly, but he was actually using the AI chip to scan for information and statistics on these intelligent icy creatures. Frost giant, unnamed, strength, 50.9, agility, 10.1, vitality, 40.1, spiritual force, 80, innate skill, 1, frost skin. The skin of the frost giant has extremely high resistance towards frost radiation, which may even cause the natural formation of a spell rune. It is an important material in the manufacture of some frost magic weapons. 2. Freeze rebirth. Its astonishing vitality gives the frost giant terrifying recovering powers. In the icy world, if increased by 2 energy levels, such recovering powers may even achieve the effect of regrowth of broken limbs. Snow fairy, unnamed, strength, 10.3, agility, 37.6, vitality, 20.5, spirit, 157.3, magic power, 157, innate skill, 1, frost attraction. Snow fairies have a natural affinity for ice energy particles, and may produce innate ice spells following advancements in rank. 2. Ice tornado. The rich ice energy particles provide extremely strong defense for snow fairies. They automatically generate an ice tornado for protection, that has a similar effect to the Magi's defiant ring of flame. He randomly drew data from 2 of them, and the AI chip immediately displayed specific statistics on the targets. The current AI chip could get information about even those in the Morningstar realm without their knowledge. These members of this race were only at rank 1 or 2, and would not be able to detect it at all. Indeed, these 2 races, which have such glaring differences in body size, are in fact just 2 forms of the same race. Leyland gasped secretly. The work of nature, and the mysterious majesty of the other worlds, all contributed to his strong thirst for knowledge. They didn't make him wait for long. In practically a few minutes, the gigantic ice doors opened with a rumble. Squadrons of frost knights riding on huge icy monsters came forth. These riders were all frost giants, and they were seated on all kinds of monsters, all with strange, unique appearances. There were wolves, bears, cheetahs, and other forms, but they were all covered in blue frost. It was as though humongous ice sculptures were roaring at Leyland with deep voices. In the center of the riders' formation were many snow fairies who had rich concentrations of ice energy particles swirling around them. They stood guard around a double-headed creature. This creature examined Leyland, and although its eyes revealed a trace of bewilderment, it still spread open its arms. I am the leader here, Yamos Andre. Welcome, guest from a foreign place. Leyland sized up this leader. He was flabbergasted but instantly restrained himself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 608, Duchess Rose. Duchess Rose. The leader of the Arctic tribe who had appeared in front of Leyland was an impressive double-headed creature. Not only that, its body shared characteristics unique to both the frost giants and snow fairies. A blue radiance flashed in Leyland's eyes for a moment, unbeknownst to the leader opposite him. A 3-dimensional hologram formed in Leyland's mind, projecting information on this creature. It was almost 3 meters tall and had a sturdy yet well-proportioned body, a pair of beautiful translucent wings on its back. What was special was that above its shoulder were 2 heads, one of a frost giant and another of a snow fairy. They both looked somewhat aged. The AI chip displayed the rest of the statistics at lightning speed. Arctic tribe, fully grown, unnamed, strength, 55.7, agility, 41.9, vitality, 40.1, spiritual force, 261.2, magic power, 261. Innate skills. 1. Twins. A fully grown member of the Arctic tribe integrates the features of both the frost giant and the snow fairy. It has 2 hearts and 2 sets of body organs, and thus they 2 lives. They can recover from any attack that does not completely devastate the body, and also make up for a deficiency in vitality in their other halves. 2. Frost skin. The Arctic tribe's skin has extremely high resistance to icy radiation, and will even cause the natural formation of a spell rune, which is an important material in the manufacture of certain frost magic weapons. 3. Frost affinity. The Arctic tribe possesses an affinity for ice that surpasses that of the snow fairy, and has the ability to produce innate ice spells following advancements in rank. For ice tornado, the rich ice energy particles provide extremely strong defense for the Arctic tribe. They automatically generate an ice tornado for protection that has a similar effect to the Magi's defiant ring of flame. These stats show that the members of the Arctic tribe are an amalgamation of the snow fairy and frost giant, completely inheriting the advantages of both. It's quite strong for a rank 3. Leyland's pupils glowed. He. Does our guest find our tribe's form very astonishing? Yamos Andre discovered Leyland's amazement and started to explain to him, during infancy, a member of our tribe has 2 different forms. Only upon reaching adulthood and finding their other half will they conduct the Arctic blessing ceremony, after which they join together as one body and become a true member of the Arctic tribe. The one who explained was the head belonging to a snow fairy. Its voice was similar to a female's. Oh, my apologies. Leyland hurriedly waved his hands. Peeking into another party's private affairs was considered disrespectful no matter which world one was in. I was just curious for a moment. Ha ha. Our Arctic tribe members appear somewhat odd indeed. Even the other creatures in the icy world were surprised when they first saw us, so it's understandable for a guest to feel this way. The speaker this time was the frost giant head. His voice seemed to be filled with a bold, heroic air. Since you are a visitor from far away, we would like to invite you to rest in our village. The double-headed chief of the tribe, Yamos Andre, invited him in cordially. At this moment, the low-pitched sound of a bugle horn sounded from the lookout post, following the trembling voice of a frost giant. Chief. Ice troops have been discovered headed our way. What? Both of Yamos' heads cried out together involuntarily. The frost horsemen on the sides even started to fall back one after another, incessant dread written across their faces. Why would they come here? Is it because of you? Doubtful gazes instantly focused on Leyland. Oh. I didn't expect that the Morning Star here holds a decent amount of power. Leyland stroked his chin. He didn't say it directly, but he'd already admitted it with his words, and there was no more room for doubt. We do not welcome you here. Please leave immediately. Do not bring disaster to our tribe. Yamos immediately became hostile, and the frost horsemen lifted the spears in their hands, angling the points towards Leyland. It seemed like they were ready to attack him at a moment's command. May I know who's coming? Leyland seemed as if he did not care about the Arctic tribe's attacking stance, and instead asked a question while engrossed in thought. You've already provoked the Arctic Queen, and you still pretend to be unaware? The female head of Yamos seemed furious, already about to break down. The Arctic Queen is the dictator here, and the source of all fear. She is the root cause of all calamity and suffering, and everyone who is related to her will suffer from a curse. The female head muttered a few words. Leyland was not sure if it was a prophecy or an ancient expression, but it was eminent that its dread towards the Arctic Queen was present. The Arctic Queen? Leyland stroked his chin. I'm actually interested in meeting her. Foreigner, leave at once. Do not bring disaster to our village. The female head of Yamos screeched once more, an ice element storm already formed on her hand. Asterisk thump. Thump. Thump, asterisk the tightly packed sounds of many footsteps sounded, and another frost giant sighed. Yamos, it's too late. As their chief sighed, the guards from the castle had already surrounded the place under the lead of someone mounted on a huge horse. The cavalry riding the Arctic horse was covered in a set of heavy blue armor from head to toe, and in their hand was a large translucent sword that was burning with ice-cold flames. 2 balls of pale soul fires lit up from within their mask, first scanning coldly across Yamos and the rest of the Arctic tribe, then focusing all of the attention on Leyland. Noble Arctic Knight, Duchess Rose. You are the most dazzling star in the icy world, even the most beautiful snowflake is not comparable to your beauty. Leyland was rendered speechless as he saw the members of the Arctic tribe all crouch on the ground, loudly praising the Arctic Knight. This made him roll his eyes. They really speak without thinking. This is a creature who even revealed its soul fire. Perhaps under her mask is nothing but a human skeleton. You're seeking your own death, however, much to Leyland's surprise, the Arctic Knight appeared to enjoy their praise. All of you have committed a crime. You actually dared to interact with this criminal here. But seeing that you did not let him enter the hill village, I will spare you this time. The Arctic Knight brandished her huge sword, but did not take further action. Ah! Duchess Rose, our lord! Your benevolence is just as boundless as all the oceans in the universe. Sparkling teardrops flowed out of both of Yamos Andre's heads, forming something similar to a glass ball before falling to the ground. It made a crisp sound. Hearing their response, Leyland felt goosebumps rise all over his body. As for you, foreigner, return with me to the castle. The Arctic Queen wishes to see you. Swish, the many giant guards turned their spears towards Leyland. With their physique and their resistance towards the cold, an average rank 3 Magus would be unable to handle the all-round attack of this small team. But Leyland didn't seem to mind a single bit, and even asked with interest, "Was it that Empress order to capture me?" It was General Arwen's command. But his word is the same as that of the Empress. The Arctic Knight clearly did not wish to speak much to Leyland. She straddled her giant horse and was about to escort Leyland away. Then, "Did he tell you that you have to be careful and immediately send out a signal once you see me, particularly that you should not confront me alone?" Leyland laughed lightly, which gave Duchess Rose a bad feeling. Be careful. Almost the moment these words left her mouth, a few black sparks appeared on the bodies of the surrounding troops. Boom, more than 10 black columns of flames burst out in human form. The guards, who had an even stronger physique than frost giants, were burnt to ashes without a chance to resist. "You citizens are to blame!" Duchess Rose roared, and the huge ice horse that she was on suddenly leapt up. The Duchess on the horse's back brandished the gigantic translucent sword in her hand. The flames on the sword rose suddenly and ruthlessly came down upon Leyland. Ting, the huge sword with terrifying strength that had advanced without fear was stopped by a single finger, unable to budge an inch. If we were to use the Magus World's classification, you're at least a crystal phase Magus, and you even cultivate pure physical strength. It's quite a rare thing to see, but it's such a pity that all that's useless. Leyland seemed to sigh as his finger slashed out. A crescent of light hummed as it pierced through the Arctic Knight's armor, forming a humongous slit. Her body was flung backwards as fast as an incoming train, leaving a deep gutter trail in the solid ice, which extended far into the distance. Even the huge Arctic horse she'd ridden was smashed and shattered by the tremendous force, splintering apart into a heap of sparkling fragments. Silence. The entire scene had fallen into a deathly silence. Yamos Andre found it hard to even swallow his saliva. He looked at Leyland, unable to believe his eyes. Almighty Arctic Queen, what did I just see? The Duchess Rose, who had been renowned for her strength, the Arctic Knight who struck fear into the hearts of all the denizens of the world of ice, was defeated by this mysterious Magus with just a single finger? It was not just Yamos Andre. The other frost giants and snow fairies had lifeless looks on their faces as well. They felt like they were hallucinating. "So? Do you still welcome me now?" Leyland turned and smiled at Yamos Andre. Yet, to Yamos it seemed like the smile of a demon. A few timid snow fairies were so intimidated that they hid behind the frost giants, as though Leyland was some ancient fearsome creature. Of course. The frost giant head of Yamos nodded. "Please forgive my rude behavior earlier. Respected Lord, you are the savior of the world of ice, our new master." Leyland rolled his eyes, dumbfounded. The Arctic tribe was completely hopeless when it came to morals. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 609, Arwen. Found it. It's there. The moment Leyland defeated the Arctic Knight, a hint of happiness emerged on Arwen's face. He'd been waiting in the castle at the core of this world of ice the whole time. He pulled out a few pieces of black crystal from his arms, among which one had already cracked quite obviously. It's the canyon area that Rose is in charge of. After discovering the target, Arwen's entire person blurred into a phantom as he shot towards the canyon area. Of course, he'd never hoped that his subordinates would capture a morning star. That would just be a joke. Those he'd sent out this time would serve as nothing more than a warning. Once they came into contact with that morning star, Arwen, who was in control of their spirit sources, would know immediately. Hence, that Duchess Rose from before was just cannon fodder in his eyes. Arwen, who was far away, had an indifferent and emotionless expression. In a battle between morning stars, it was in fact very extraordinary that Duchess Rose ended up being cannon fodder. At the same time, in canyon area within the hill village of the Arctic tribe, Leyland looked at Yamos speechlessly as the creature crawled and knelt at his feet, both hands clinging to his boots. "My lord! The Arctic Queen is the most evil of demons. She greedily exploited our Arctic tribe's resources, and even asked our matured members to become blood sacrifices. She has brought us great suffering and tears of blood. We beg you, sire must help us with our vengeance. Defeat the Arctic Queen." Yamos was over 2 meters tall, veritably a small giant. For such a creature to kneel before him and cry so hard left Leyland at a loss for words. The chief of the Snow Elves, Amos, was also apologizing with tears in his eyes, complaining about the Arctic Queen's evil deeds simultaneously. "Actually, other than a regular tribute in having your matured members become blood sacrifices, it seems as if this Arctic Queen hasn't committed any evil?" Yamos was clearly just one person, but there were different thoughts from two different brains buzzing beside Leyland's ears continuously, making him feel a little fed up. However, he still endured it by force of will in order to obtain the information, all the while plotting something in his heart. The situation in the world of ice also grew clearer to him. From Yamo's introduction, he learned that the place was very vast, with many tribes scattered across it. They were all being ruled by someone called the Arctic Queen. This queen seldom appeared in public, and it could be said that she had almost never shown her face before. All the affairs were handled by her butler, Arwen. The man possessed a formidable strength. The tribes that had been exploited and oppressed had allied together in several crusades but had easily been defeated by him. After a few bloodbaths, there was no one else in this miniature icy world who dared to go against the Arctic Queen's regime. Leyland felt like the tribute this Arctic Queen demanded was still quite mild. It was only her demand for blood sacrifices that was terrifyingly huge. There were almost no adults other than the chief in the Arctic tribe. Based on Yamo's accusations, they had either fled or were sent to the castle to be used as blood sacrifices. It seems like the Scorpion Man's remains and the female bronze giant's bloodline are definitely related to the Arctic Queen. They may even be right in her castle. Leyland stroked his chin, thinking of something. All these blood sacrifices, could it be? His eyes sparkled, and soon after he suddenly lifted his head and looked into the distant sky. A small black dot grew larger and larger, pressing down like a small mountain. The approaching figure was that of an icy creature who was half human, half scorpion. His upper body was dressed in a butler's suit, the bloodshot eyes leaving a deep impression. It's Arwen! Oh God, Sir Arwen has come personally! Yamos burst out at a shocking speed, and with a whoosh it arrived at the platform where Yamos had arrived and knelt down. Emotional tears flowed down from all four eyes. Sir Arwen, you're finally here. This criminal has committed a grave mistake, we need you to judge him. Yamos is your loyal servant. Before Yamos could finish speaking, a faint blue light enveloped it in a moment, turning it into an ice sculpture. A web of cracks emerged on this sculpture, covering it up entirely before it shattered into pieces. It sounded like a glass cup had fallen to the ground. Yamos, along with the ice sculpture, had turned into dust. Faced with such strength, even the Arctic tribe's innate ability of symbiosis was rendered completely ineffective. Greetings, foreign morning star. After killing Yamos, Arwen pulled out a clean, white handkerchief and wiped his palms, greeting Leyland as if he was an unconcerned person. Hello, powerhouse of the world of ice. Leyland bowed. Arwen's form was slightly similar to the Scorpion Man he had previously seen. However, there were also major differences. His figure was smaller and did not carry the fierce aura that came with the bloodline of an ancient creature. Having the giant Komoyan serpent bloodline himself, Leyland could easily identify it. But seeing how he had shown up here, and also his appearance, he was related to the Scorpion Man. I represent my master, the Arctic Queen, in inviting you to her castle. I wonder if Sir is willing to accept her invitation. Arwen bowed humbly. I've admired the Arctic Queen for a long time. But what if I refuse? A mocking smile emerged at the corners of Leyland's lips. That would be a great pity. Arwen shook his head, as if he was feeling sorry for Leyland's irrationality. A blood-red light shot out of his eyes in a flash. As if the entire earth was shaken, thunder roared and his entire body jumped into motion from his stationary state, coming before Leyland as if he had broken through the boundaries of time and space. Swoosh, a long and translucent dark green needle rushed towards Leyland, a bright, dazzling radiance at its tip. A tail was attached to the long needle. It was the tail section of a scorpion. However, Leyland already knew about the Scorpion Man's strong body from the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's memories. How would he let Arwen get his way? A small round shield emerged to block the stinger almost the same moment it rushed forth, blocking the unavoidable strike. Giant Komoyan serpents moved around on the shield's surface, hissing on occasion. The dark green needle broke through the center of the bloodline shield with a snip, arriving in front of Leyland. Komoyan scales. Instantaneously, the innate defense emerged on the surface of Leyland's body. After his vitality surpassed 100, this rank 1 innate spell seemed to have undergone an intriguing change. Not only was there an additional layer of blazing stripes on the scales, they had even grown dazzling. Kacha, a small white dot emerged on the black scales and Leyland's figure retreated. At the same time, the red crescent of light from his earring swept across Arwen's chest. Dazzling sparks flew out as it collided with a translucent icy armor that suddenly appeared. High-grade magic artifact? Arwen looked at the huge crack on his chestplate as a trace of apprehension appeared on his face. Large amounts of white, icy fog solidified, mending the damage to the armor. There are no weaknesses to exploit in a morning star. The confrontation just now had occurred very quickly, and was very dangerous. Although the spells that Morning Star Magi took most pride in were not used, the mere confrontation in strength and vitality created a lingering fear in Leyland. Arwen's previous attack was very strange. If not for his vitality breaking past 100 and the addition of his bloodline, an attack at such close quarters would have probably injured him severely. Morning stars from a foreign place may not excel in magical abilities. Hence there's a need to pay attention to all aspects. After opening up some distance between them, Leyland directed a cold gaze at Arwen. "You're the first person who was able to escape my breath of doom." Arwen looked at his own stinger, his face seeming a little regretful yet gratified. "Damn you. In this world of ice, is there another morning star apart from you and your queen?" Leyland secretly rolled his eyes. Because the outside world did not have any icy radiation, it was very rare for Arwen to go out even after he advanced to Morningstar. In face, because he had to protect the Arctic Queen, he probably even rarely left the castle. He used Morningstar strength to bully the aboriginals of the world of ice, yet he still had the nerve to act like an expert. Although he felt a little speechless, Leyland still looked at his opponent carefully. Arwen would rank as a 4-star Morningstar according to Sky City's rankings. If his body's special abilities were included, his strength would probably even reach 5 stars. A certain amount of effort would be needed to take down such an enemy. A splendid starry sky suddenly emerged behind Leyland, illuminating a sea of blood. Facing Arwen, Leyland emitted his own Morningstar domain. His terrifying pull on bloodlines attracted Arwen's own, making his face flush slightly red. With him being a warlock with an ancient bloodline who had also received that bloodline's legacy, Leyland's Morningstar domain was naturally connected to it. So this is the Morningstar domain of a Magus. In our world of ice, we call it the power aura or vitality's force field. A realm of ice emerged behind Arwen as he spoke, offsetting Leyland's Morningstar domain. The two huge domains collided, making even the void vibrate. The illusory wall shattered, creating the feeling as if the world being destroyed. However, Arwen's icy realm was evidently suppressed by Leyland's domain, causing his expression to change. "Did you know the most terrifying thing about us Magi is still our spells?" Leyland's smile made Arwen's hair stand on end. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 610, Capture. Capture. Magi mastered the usage of laws through knowledge and comprehension. Using their spiritual force, they manipulated elemental particles to form all sorts of spells. This was their path to power. They didn't stop at that, though. Along with comprehending laws, they also integrated other power systems into their own spells. This was what led to the glory of ancient times. Leyland knew from the Scorpion Man's memories that the creatures of the icy world were famed for their strength and vitality. Arwen, who stood opposite him, had evidently inherited these traits. Although Leyland was a bloodline warlock, he still did not measure up in a contest against an actual ancient creature. Hence, as a true Magus should, he tried to shift the battlefield to one in his favor. As in the words from his previous life, one had to match one's strengths to their opponent's weaknesses. After widening the distance between them and using the domain to restrict movement, the efficacy of Arwen's frightening speed and strength, as well as his powerful stinger, had been minimized. In the meanwhile, Leyland could unleash a barrage of spells, obtaining the greatest result at the lowest cost. This was what knowledge is power meant. I've experienced the Morningstar creatures of the icy world. Now, it's your turn to taste the terror that is a bloodline warlock. The enormous phantom of a giant Chamoyan serpent emerged behind Leyland. 2 starry pupils shot out petrifying rays of light as the huge snake's body coiled up, covering Arwen within. The earth rumbled as terrifying energy ripples were transmitted across the sky, completely annihilating the Arctic tribe in an instant. The frightening energy ripple destroyed the entire fortified hill village to a state beyond recognition, and it happened in a flash. It was like the apocalypse had hit the village. Arctic tribe members who had previously been sluggish due to the death of the chief were now all shrieking, running out of the fortified hill village in hopes of getting far away from this place. To put it bluntly, this place was completely destroyed. Explosions sounded one after another. The competition between the two Morningstars even affected the void, causing space to splinter away. What's going on? How is this Morningstar infiltrator so powerful? Arwen grew more and more shocked. He had a bloodline's legacy and even the guidance of a mysterious presence, which made him think himself a powerhouse in the Morningstar realm. But today, the foreign Morningstar that the Queen wanted him to capture was much more powerful than he was. Those casting of spells that emerged endlessly and the strange innate skill of the bloodline made it very troublesome for him. As the void shattered with a bang, Arwen and Leyland both fell into the crack between the worlds. I have to seize him. It's an order from Her Highness. Arwen looked at Leyland, who was in front of him, with a determined gaze. Streaks of dark green energy suddenly emerged from his body, forming strange patterns that covered it. The skin on his back exploded with a boom and a huge figure rushed out from his back. This huge mountain-like scorpion's entire body was dark green in color, and there was the extremely distinct face of a woman on its back. Arwen's previous human body was now like a piece of skin, floating in the void. Icy Jade Scorpion! Leyland cried out involuntarily. Arwen's true form was actually a large icy jade scorpion. With such a figure, it probably surpassed the existence of species like that icy jade scorpion emperor he'd fought before. Chick, chick! The large scorpion yelled. The huge claws in its hands were like falling meteorites as they smashed towards Leyland with a terrifying force. This frightening strength caused even the void to shudder. Ho ho! It seems like I share a destiny with you icy jade scorpions. Moreover, the breath of an icy jade scorpion at the Morningstar realm will surely have an unimaginable effect on my bloodline disease. I'll have to modify my plans. Leyland's pupils sparkled. Although his battle prowess was comparable to a new moon, and he had killed a radiant moon magi before, all of that power was only acquired using the imprint of the sun's child bloodline. As for his true power, he could still take down a 5-star Morningstar, but it would require a great fight and there was a chance that he'd let the enemy escape. Now that his opponent had revealed his true form as an icy jade scorpion, Leyland's desire to capture him alive grew even greater. If he used the bloodline imprint to cast sun-scorching nirvana, Arwen would undoubtedly be burned to nothingness. But Leyland still hoped to obtain his breath to try and treat the bloodline disease at the Morningstar realm. I admit you are very useful, Arwen. I won't kill you that easily as you have things that I want. Leyland spoke indifferently. 4 scarlet halos lit up behind him, and even fused together to form a terrifying spell. Rank 1 Bloodline Innate Spells, Kamoyan Scales, Eyes of Petrification. Rank 2 Innate Spell, Toxic Bile. Rank 3 Innate Spell, Intimidating Gaze. Rank 4 Innate Spell, Bloodline Metamorphosis. Combining to form the Morningstar Arcane Art, Kamoyan Serpent Transformation. With Leyland's point mass and bloodline giving him 6 stars of strength, the power of the Kamoyan Serpent Transformation had almost reached the peak that all Kamoyan warlocks desired. The earth rumbled as a giant serpent, nearly 100,000 meters in length and with blazing stripes on its body as well as starry pupils emerged. The icy jade scorpion from before was like a tiny toy in front of this behemoth. Its huge claws slashed across the serpent's scales. They managed to cause some sparks to fly, but could not even push the giant serpent away slightly. What? You're not a bloodline creature, why can you carry out atavism? A voice full of disbelief echoed forth from the icy jade scorpion. Before the terrifying giant Kamoyan serpent, almost all of the stubbornness and pride inside Arwen disappeared. This was the technique that only Morningstar Kamoyan warlocks possessed, the Morningstar Arcane Art, Kamoyan Serpent Transformation. Once again, it displayed its monstrous might in front of this foreign tribe. Although the ancient Morningstar Magi possessed a large variety of spells, they were nothing much to flaunt in front of the powerful Morningstars of other worlds. Amongst the many Morningstar tribes, there were plenty of Magi whose abilities surpassed those of Morningstars. However, the greatest strength of ancient Magi was that they were good at learning. By imitating their opponents, ancient Magi obtained all sorts of powerful abilities and even figured out the way to modify and stabilize innate spells through meditation techniques, creating the first of the Morningstar Arcane Arts. Against the terrifying Morningstar Arcane Arts, the powerhouses of all the other worlds retreated one after another. Even the world of gods had suffered heavy casualties. Arwen was someone who'd only been born much later. He hadn't even left this world of ice in his entire life, and thus he naturally couldn't understand such terror. It led to him receiving a great shock. Hiss, of course, Leyland would not explain anything to Arwen. The enormous giant Kamoyan serpent directly crushed the creature down, firmly binding the icy jade scorpion. At the same time, a petrifying light danced about on its body. The large icy jade scorpion wailed continuously for a short while. With the writhing of the void, a dark passageway opened up. Leyland, dressed in a black robe, walked out with one hand holding the petrified Arwen. Arwen had already regained his human form, just that his entire body was covered in a layer of stone. He was like a statue. Only, the fearful expression on this opponent's face had not disappeared. It was as if he had seen something extremely terrifying before he was petrified. Too easy, simply too easy. Leyland sighed. In fact, Morningstar Magi and strong Morningstars of the other worlds don't have much of a difference in their nature. Their energies are almost at the same level, but once the Morningstar Arcane Art is used, we can steamroll over the other world's powerhouses. Take for example this instance. Both he and Arwen were Morningstars, one at 5 stars and the other at 6 stars. Common sense dictated that, If he were facing another of the Magus world, he could defeat his opponent, but without using the Sun's Child imprint, it would be relatively difficult for him to kill them. The opponent could always use his Morningstar arcane art and flee. However, Arwen was different. When confronted with his Morningstar arcane art, he seemed to be suppressed without any resistance. No wonder the ancient magi could crush a lot of the other worlds. Leyland could not help but admire the ancient magi who attempted high-level meditation techniques and used point mass to activate the innate spell fusions to create a terrifying killer move. Even for him at the present, it would require a lot of time to deduct things from scratch, and it may not even be successful. However, the ancient magi managed to do it, and from this, the strong foundation of the Magus world was established. It's not such a bad harvest this time. I can probably use his Morningstar icy breath to curb the emotional instability that comes from the purgatory world. Leyland analyzed Arwen's statue as he stroked his chin. The bloodline disease of giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks originated from the purgatory world. Due to their defeat in the shadow world, the Snake Dowager brought all her clan members with her and migrated to the purgatory world. However, descendants of the Snake Dowager that were originally had darkness element attribute were all contaminated by the chaotic world's will in the purgatory world, giving rise to berserk characteristics. In order to solve this problem completely, the Snake Dowager thought of the using Icy World, and that was the battle that Leyland had witnessed. According to the AI chip's deductions, the Icy Jade Scorpion tribe here possessed excellent curbing effects for Leyland's own emotional instability. Last time, he'd managed to use just a peak rank 1 Icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's icy breath to suppress his emotional instability all the way up to Morningstar. And now, with an Icy Jade Scorpion at the Morningstar realm, Leyland was confident in eradicating his bloodline disease. With the AI chip having completed its database on the soul recently, Leyland could now control his influence on the soul much easier, boosting his power even further. Leyland tilted his head as he pondered. Arwen's statue in hand, he transformed into a black streak that disappeared into the horizon. Only after that did the frost giants and snow fairies who did not manage to leave in time pop their heads out from various corners, eyes full of consternation as they looked towards the direction that had Leyland departed in. What had they just seen? The Arctic Queen's chief lackey, mass murderer Arwen, was actually defeated by a foreigner just like that? Their fear towards Arwen even exceeded that towards the Arctic Queen. After all, although this place was ruled in the name of the Arctic Queen, she basically did not appear in public at all, and all affairs were taken care of by Arwen. One could imagine the kind of shock that Arwen's defeat brought them. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 611, Extraction and Elimination. Extraction and Elimination. Chii, the very moment Arwen was taken away, a piercing sound exploded in the icy castle, causing the air to quiver and the ground to tremble. Large numbers of guards knelt on the ground, shuddering as they begged the Arctic Queen to quell her anger. However, their prayers were to no avail. A dazzling blue light swept out, wrapping up the entire castle within. The icy beings in the castle, be they guards, maids, servants, or prisoners, all turned into ice sculptures. Streams of blue light gathered from their bodies, tunneling into the ground like earthworms. Whoosh, when all the blue luster disappeared from the ice sculptures, numerous cracks appeared on them as they crumbled apart to form a snow-white powder. The castle sank into a deathly silence. Meanwhile, in another place deep underground, the steel-like ice opened up automatically, showing a structure similar to a basement. An eternal light spell illuminated the entire area. Many beakers and tools were placed on a translucent tabletop, seemingly in a mess yet possessing some kind of order. Some of the beakers were full of colorful, even smelly fluids. Leyland stood at the simplified laboratory table, watching the stone statue that was once Arwen at the center of the spell formation, a teasing look on his face. This 5-star Morningstar, someone who was considered the leader of the world of ice, had now been turned into a mere stone statue. Even his soul had been frozen completely, leaving behind a shell that still had life force within. Based on previous experience, he would get the best results when the breath of the Icy Jade Scorpion was used together with icy radiation. And in order to preserve the freshness of the material, Arwen was forced to suffer, becoming Leyland's captive. He would definitely not meet a good end. When I probed the area during my entry to this place, there was still a more mysterious aura than Arwen's in the icy castle. Was that the Arctic Queen? Leyland frowned, and threads of blood-red light were emitted by a spell formation with but a thought. They began to spread to the inner parts of the stone sculpture. Hand over your memories, little lamb that has lost its way. Leyland's eyes were serene as he chanted some kind of ancient incantation with a strange pitch. Runes began to disappear into the spell formation. Asterisk-o, a woman's wail sounded out, and 3 long-haired female figures appeared within the spell formation. These 3 female youths wore blood-red dresses, not looking a day over 30 years of age. They seemed very pretty, but their expressions were varied. One was beaming, the crescent of her eyes so pronounced that they were practically closed. The other showed distress, while the one in the middle was emotionless, like a block of ice. Go! Leyland pointed towards the statue. The three female figures floated and circled the stone statue, occasionally extending translucent hands into the stone statue's brain. Afterwards, three red figures entered Arwen's mind, and the stone statue shook continuously. The spell formation had no choice but to strengthen the seal. Arg! In that moment, the ghastly wailing increased tenfold in volume, a layer of demonic blood emanating from Arwen's body. Reached critical period. Target is about to break down. The AI chip produced a timely reminder. Come back, my darlings. Leyland's eyes were filled with a strange light as he made a very attractive sound. As if some invisible force field had appeared, the three figures were pulled out from within the stone statue. The three figures' varying expressions had been enhanced further. They shrank to a tenth of their original size, gathering on top of Leyland's palm. Boiling hot, complicated emotions flooded Leyland's mind. Chaotic emotions as well as memory fragments. AI chip. Leyland immediately commanded. Rumble, the surge of complicated emotions seemed to have hit a tall mountain. Though Morningstar warlocks had intense emotions, they were merely complicated hormone secretions to be recorded down for the unfeeling AI chip. Once the emotions were intercepted, the AI chip began to arrange the scattered and fragmented memories. One after another, scattered images were formed in front of Leyland's eyes. They were very fragmented, and even with the AI chip's reorganization, Leyland could not find any information that was significant. After the extensive data was transmitted, the three spirits in Leyland's hands exploded, dissipating like a fog. Leyland's expression did not change as he sighed. Extracting the memories of a Morningstar is truly troublesome. The soul force of a Morningstar Magus was extremely powerful, and memories protected by it were akin to the most stable fort. Leyland could destroy it with ease, but he would find it difficult to find the content within, even with the support of the AI chip. However, with its strengthened abilities and the database on the soul, the AI chip was able to give Leyland a nice surprise. An image that was not quite as incomplete was projected before Leyland. This was a map of the world of ice, with a red dot of light at the center. It was extremely dazzling. As he zoomed in, the red light was magnified, revealing a castle built entirely of ice. Multicolor light formed a splendid view of it. Such dense icy radiation? Leyland sucked in a cold breath. He could now confirm that the bloodline of the female bronze giant was within the palace. But where's the Arctic Queen? Leyland asked with doubt as he skimmed through the other information found by the AI chip. However, there were no records of this queen, which was rather interesting. Even if the Arctic Queen rarely showed herself, Arwen, who was her #1 subordinate, should have had opportunities to meet her. Memory seals? Leyland touched his chin. Some magi could choose to store or seal their important memories, and that was an even easier task for Morningstar magi. It looks like this mysterious Arctic Queen has a lot of secrets. Leyland shook his head and commanded, AI chip, begin the second phase. Obtain the icy breath and purify the bloodline. Arwen's memories were merely an appetizer. The full course that Leyland was waiting on was the unique icy breath that belonged to the icy jade scorpion. It was very effective for his emotional instability. On top of that, Leyland had the premonition that for giant Chamoyan serpents, rank 4 should not be the limit. However, for some reason, be it because of genes restrictions or the influences from the purgatory world, giant Chamoyan serpents had lost the ability to evolve further. If he could completely treat his emotional imbalance, his grasp of the Chamoyan bloodline would reach unprecedented levels. Only after reaching this state would he have the confidence to attempt at tackling the giant Chamoyan serpent bloodline issue. With Leyland's command, the AI chip began its precise task. Arwen's statistics in all aspects were recorded, and it formulated the most accurate plan of operation, presenting it before Leyland. Record all the information in its entirety. Leyland took out a silver surgical knife which complicated patterns on it, eyes emanating a heated radiance. Dissecting an ancient bloodline creature completely, especially one at the Morningstar realm, is not an easy opportunity to come by. Mission established. Beginning recording. The AI chip intoned loyally. Begin. Leyland was now wearing a snow-white gown, the plastic gloves on his hands having gone through rigorous sterilization. With the power of magic, while it looked primal, the level of this laboratory was rather similar with the one in Leyland's previous world, and in certain ways even surpassed it. Thud, a layer of rocky skin fell, revealing the skin and flesh on Arwen's arm. Under Leyland's surgical knife, the two were easily separated to reveal translucent blood vessels. Swish, a black ray of light streaked through the horizon, as glorious as a shooting star. Leyland's eyes were like stars, a hint of glee in his expression. I feel better than I've ever felt before. Feeling the coldness in his mind and no longer having any jittery emotions, Leyland was in a great mood. The icy breath from the Morning Star ranked Arwen was the best medicine for Leyland's emotional instability. Added to the soul treatment with help from the AI chip, the negative effects that came together with fusing with the giant Chamoyan serpent's soul had been completely eliminated. In other words, the chaotic world that had come from the snake dowager migrating the entire species to the purgatory world was now forever gone from his body. Beep. Host has removed influence from chaotic world will. Chamoyan bloodline being purified, the AI chip called to his attention. When he looked with his soul force, the purplish-red bloodline in his body now ran deeper, and each time his heart pulsed a purifying force was pumped to all parts of his body. The various parts of his body reacted strangely to this purifying force, resulting in a complete transformation from head to toe. Morning Star Soul Force is supposed to nourish a Magus body, transforming it qualitatively in order to form the perfect Morning Star body. That is supposed to be equivalent to the standard of a normal heavenly astral. Not only does my current body already surpass this so-called standard, it even has a chance of evolving further. Leyland felt that after his bloodline's transformation was complete, he would be able to peak at an even more terrifying realm. The natural rank of their bloodline was what prevented Chamoyan warlocks from ever advancing to rank 5. However, there was currently a high possibility that he would be able to break past that. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 612, Arctic Queen. Arctic Queen. A black shooting star streaked across the horizon, its magnificence amplified under the translucent icy sky. Leyland was sending out a thread of soul force every once in a while, scanning the energies of the surrounding beings. It seems like Arwen's fall caused some sort of chain reaction. As far as he could see, the various regions in this world of ice had been disturbed at least on some level. Many of the intellectual icy beings, such as the Arctic tribe, and even the ice leopards and the frost dragons were beginning to rebel against the Arctic Queen's rule. It's understandable though. The other races never could stand being under her rule anyway. Since she's fallen, a frenzied rebellion is only to be expected, Leyland thought as he touched his pouch. Extracting the icy breath to treat his emotional stability was not the only thing he'd done. He hadn't wasted any part of the body, not even his bloodline. It was all currently stored in his pouch. There were still many survivors who had seen Leyland defeat Arwen, and news had spread quickly. Without the suppression of a Morning Star, the rebellion of these various races was not surprising. But the Arctic Queen has been in power for so many years. It doesn't make sense for everything to fall apart so bad so quickly. Leyland's eyes twinkled with a distinct light. Even with Arwen's death, the Arctic Queen's guard should not have been defeated so quickly. It was like the headquarters had been destroyed with no clear commands given. At this point, Leyland suddenly had a thought: could there be something wrong at the Arctic Queen's palace? That was all he managed to think of. The shooting star that was Leyland whizzed faster into the horizon, only leaving behind after images in the sky. Even rank 3 creatures could only crouch on the ground, unable to move after seeing Leyland hurtling past. They were terrified by his speed and prowess. The Castle of Ice was located at the heart of this world, and when Leyland came here he found that the vicinity of the place had gone up in smoke. The many suppressed races had formed an alliance, gathering troops at the center of the icy plains. The few remaining guards were led by Arctic knights as they used the terrain of the Great Valley at their stronghold to fight back, but it was a losing battle. It looked like this alliance would be able to enter the castle in no time at all. Key. With Arwen's death, the entire castle's defense is rendered useless. Watching the bustling camp of the allied forces, a smirk rose about Leyland's lips when they breached the walls of the palace and, instead of victory, see the Arctic Queen who's even more terrifying than Arwen. What kind of expression will they have? Leyland's eyes did not stop on the battlefield, and instead switched to the castle. There were a few loyal guards and the like who wanted to stop him, but they were no match for him at all. They were not even able to hold him back for a few seconds. What Leyland found strange was that the closer he got to the castle, the weaker the resistance grew. The moment he arrived on top of the place, the guards only dared to look at him from afar, not advancing. It was as if there was some kind of terrifying danger within the castle. This is the place? There's no life force in here at all, only some kind of absorptive force. Leyland hovered above the Castle of Ice and observed its magnificence, though his eyes only held solemnness. The icy radiation had peaked here, and the concentration was hundreds, even thousands of times greater than in the outer world. It was constantly changing and growing, distorting continuously. Those below Morningstar probably won't be able to survive here. The radiation was far too powerful, to the point that no ordinary beings could handle it. It had become a life-threatening poison. However, what astonished Leyland was not the concentration of the radiation, but the mysterious absorptive force coming from the ground. The area under this castle of ice was like a terrifying black hole to his senses, continuously absorbing the life force of everything on the ground. On top of that, it was expanding without end. A thick layer of white, icy powder had formed on the ground, left behind by some unlucky fighters. Blue light shot out from Leyland's eyes, and he cried out involuntarily. No! It's not their life force that's being absorbed. It's the frost energy and the icy nature of their bloodlines. Suddenly, as if having sensed Leyland's arrival, the entire surface of the castle began to quiver. That vague scent and aura Leyland had sensed began to awaken, its strength increasing. Ugh! The mumble of a female voice resounded above the icy castle. Large amounts of winds and snow gathered, forming the statue of a female giant. The woman had a crown on her head, a dignified pair of freezing eyes under slender eyelashes. She extended her arms towards the distant battle. Rumble, terrifying blue pillars of light emerged from the ground, and seemed to break through into the heavens, releasing endless ripples of energy. The eyes of those who had been embroiled in the bloody battle were suddenly filled with confusion and regret. All hail the Queen! All hail the Queen! All hail the Queen! A guard was the first to toss away his lance and shield, running towards the danger zone that he'd avoided as if it was a den of scorpions and snakes, looking extremely enthusiastic. His legs were frozen as a blue light emerged from them and traveled underground. They then cracked off. The guard did not notice at all. Even when his two legs were torn off, he still tried to get to the castle on his hands, the injury clotted with a layer of frost. The frost continued to expand, covering the entirety of the guard. Traces of blue light were absorbed by the ground, causing his life force to weaken continuously. He was zealous unto death, as if the Arctic Queen was his goddess to whom he was willing to sacrifice his everything. This is even more terrifying than an illusion. Even his soul isn't his own anymore, Leyland sighed from high in the sky, watching everything apathetically. It was not just the guards. Even the opposing allied forces threw their weapons away, showing the same fanaticism after one glance at the female giant. They rushed towards the castle as well. Countless icy statues formed and then broke down, forming a thick layer of white powder on the ground. Yet, even that did not prevent them from surging forth, wave upon wave. Blue light was emitted from Leyland's eyes, and great amounts of information were stored in his database. With the AI chip's collection of statistical data, everything was presented before him. The attraction of the bloodline? The icy radiation too had affected their behavior. Leyland touched his chin. This was not a temporary control from illusory spells, but a terrifying effect that was formed over a long period of time. That was why the effects were so good, such that even rank 3 beings could not escape. Looks like this is a blood sacrifice, Leyland suddenly guessed. Perhaps the Arctic Queen had herded the various races in this world like livestock. Every once in a while, they would be harvested after reaching maturity. If that's so, the Arctic Queen is probably, a flash of determination appeared in Leyland's eyes, morning star radiation engulfing the area. The void itself seemed to tremble, and the world instantly turned black and white. The scope of the radiation continuously widened, and the few that had yet to enter the range of the castle suddenly showed looks of pain and suffering as they collapsed to the ground, their faces distorting. Even their internal organs swelled and ruptured. Leyland had already reached the peak of Morning Star. He usually kept his radiation sealed, which was how he brought no harm to his surroundings wherever he went. Now, his suddenly unleashing it was difficult for the rank 3 beings to bear. The sufferance was enough for these icy beings to regain their senses. They raised their heads, eyes full of terror as they stared hard at the floating Leyland and the female giant. Making some strange sounds, they escaped without turning back. Even so, they'd come into contact with Leyland's powerful radiation. There were a few rank 2s and 3s at the side who could still use their own strength to rid themselves of the contamination, but those weaker than that would probably die if they were contaminated. It was only a matter of time. Before their lives were completely burnt through, they would still have to deal with bearing the pain from the contamination. The disturbance seemed to spread further and further as more of these tribals regained their sanity. No matter what camp they were in, these life and death enemies all escaped pitifully, only wanting to get as far away as possible. The female giant in the air suddenly turned back, her eyes focusing on Leyland. Coldness was laid bare in them, but Leyland met her gaze head-on. He hadn't interfered at first because he needed to collect information and calculate the way the energy was used. Yet, once all was said and done, he wouldn't be so stupid as to let his opponent grow in power. The giant made of ice snarled, and a large icy tornado was formed at her fist, hurtling towards Leyland. A gigantic giant Chamoyan serpent appeared at Leyland's back. Compared to before, it was now even larger, and its eyes glowed with greater intelligence as it hissed at the giant. Boom, formless sound waves clashed with the tornado, and snow filled the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 613, Illusion and Manipulation. Illusion and Manipulation. A mere clone wants to attack me? Leyland sneered, the phantom giant Kamoyan serpent behind him rapidly shrinking. Its body was now more substantial, and its scales reflected a dazzling luster. The giant Kamoyan serpent snarled, its tremendous tail whipping at the female giant like a mace. Boom, the female giant's body blew up, and snowflakes fluttered in the sky. The aftershocks were transmitted to the castle below, and large cracks began to appear on the walls. Whoosh, as the wind and snow calmed, the entire area turned strangely silent. The white powder formed from the life energy and consumption of frost energy of the many icy races covered the ground. There were also the remains of armor and weapons, which made the area seem even more desolate. Leyland heaved a long sigh, producing a test tube from his spatial pouch that was filled with a purple liquid. The seal at the mouth of the test tube opened automatically and a liquid dripped down to the ground, spreading quickly. Large amounts of white powder were dissolved by the potion, creating a gigantic pool of water. There were countless bubbles constantly being produced on the surface, and they instantly turned the surroundings of the castle into a purple swamp. The purple swamp continued to expand, also showing signs of going deeper. I've made calculations with the AI chip and developed this potion from Arwen's blood and flesh using his memories. Let's hope this is effective. By this point, Leyland had guessed the origin of this Arctic Queen. Hence, he was currently feeling very serious, hoping that his conjecture was wrong. However, what he had just seen had validated his suspicion. Large amounts of purple bubbles were constantly produced, and the original castle of ice was beginning to be eaten into, the main body of the building slowly sinking down. Buzz, a pure, powerful spiritual force extended and began to fuse with the surroundings. Almost instantly, Leyland found himself in another wondrous environment. The sky was no longer filled with ice, it wasn't the crust of the earth. The moon sparkled in a starry sky, and below was a white continent that spread a vast ocean, as far as the eye could see. Ice mountain wyverns, chilly giants and other creatures were roaring out, and most had surpassed the limits of Morningstar. This is the real icy world. Leyland muttered to himself. He, who possessed some of the memories of the ancient Scorpion Man, was naturally somewhat familiar with this place. Yes. The real icy world, my homeland. Foreign Magus, can you fulfill my wish of returning to my homeland? The Arctic Queen spoke with a gentle tone as she appeared by his side. Looking somewhat similar to the giant from before, she had on a crown and platinum imperial robes. Arctic Queen? Leyland's pupils shrank as he scanned the surroundings. Not a bad illusion. The most beautiful of illusions is still not reality. Even the fake world of ice in reality does not measure up to a smidgen of the splendor of the real icy world. The Arctic Queen sighed, her tone so sorrowful Leyland couldn't bear it. He wanted to speak up, helping her solve the issue. As long as you're willing to help me, you shall be the sole emperor of the entire icy world. As if she had seen Leyland wavering, the Arctic Queen added a bargaining chip. Pretty good conditions. It's a pity that I don't see any sincerity in them at all. How can someone who uses illusory magic on potential allies be trusted to abide by their promises? Leyland shook his head, his words causing the expression on the Arctic Queen's face to change. Blood-red flames came into being on Leyland's hands. They crackled as they were shot to the Arctic Queen's feet without hesitation, starting to burn her. You'll regret this. The Arctic Queen, who was now covered in flames, showed a wavering energy. Yet, she was like an expressionless paper doll as she spoke. If I agree to your conditions, I might regret it even more. Leyland was still slightly fearful at this time. He believed that he had a very powerful resistance to illusory magic, and yet he had easily been pulled into the illusion that his opponent had created, and almost lost his senses. If not for the AI chip's timely warning, as well as the many secret techniques of spirit warlocks he'd learned from Paul, he might very well have died here. After all, who would have thought that the ruler of the icy world was proficient in illusory psychological hints? You'll regret this. You'll regret this. An icy female voice resounded in the illusion, causing his hair to stand. Paper dolls that resembled the Arctic Queen sprang up one after another, the icy world collapsing with a rumble. Whether it was the stars in the sky, the continent, or the creatures upon it, everything turned into an Arctic Queen, giving Leyland a terrifying glare. Beep. Host's brain is suffering from an unknown influence. Determined to be illusory magic, the AI chip's voice sounded. That's obvious, damn it, but my connection to the real world hasn't been severed. If I die here, my main body outside will probably die as well. Morningstar energy rippled as traces of soul force lingered around the surface of Leyland's body, giving him a few layers of protection. Such a high-level illusion could render a Mega's spiritual force useless. However, it could not restrict a Morningstar's soul force, which still had a good effect. However, this was the opponent's home ground. If he used up all of his soul force, he would be in trouble. AI chip, scan the structure of the illusion and search for the point of three-dimensional construct in war space. Leyland silently sent down the order. The AI chip did not have a good method of dealing with such a situation before, but now with the database on the soul, its ability at analysis had improved by leaps and bounds. You can't escape. Like the many galaxies in the universe, countless three-dimensional Arctic Queens were formed. These clones that looked like inverted images of the original held weapons in their hands, going on the offensive against him. Ting, soul force condensed to form a blood-red crossblade in Leyland's hands. Leyland quickly took a step forward, the crossblade blocking large numbers of icy blades that produced dazzling rays of light. Cross-slash. A cross-shaped light flashed, and tens of paper dolls turned into fragments that filled the skies. It's of no use. This is my spiritual world. No number of deaths will cause any exhaustion to me. How long do you think your soul force can last you? The doll accompanying this icy voice was torn to shreds, but it then reformed into the Arctic Queen once more. Stop resisting when it doesn't even matter. Together, we can. Schlick, before the Arctic Queen could finish her words, her head was chopped off. The flat head that was like a piece of paper fell to the ground, and continued to chatter on, your only choice is to serve me. Hand over your soul source and become my servant. This way, I might even let you off. Rumble, red flames flashed and burnt the paper into ashes. There was a cold smirk on Leyland's face. I'd be a fool to listen to your commands. Kill him. As if the Arctic Queen had been enraged, large numbers of two-dimensional paper clones pounced on him. Cross-slash. Leyland's expression was cool as he launched attack after attack, sending fragmented paper flying into the skies, filling it like butterflies. They even covered Leyland's clothes, his weapon, and his hair. I told you, you can't escape. The paper on Leyland's body became as heavy as lead, a few pieces joining to form the face of the Arctic Queen. Leyland's body grew sluggish as a blade swiped at his chest. The fine Chamoyan scales unexpectedly could not hinder the blade at all, and a wound opened up on his chest, blood spurting out. I told you this is my mental world. Even if your defenses are extremely powerful in the external world, I am the ruler here. The paper doll standing in front of Leyland spoke slowly. Is that so? Leyland's face was pale, his body in the external world evidently receiving a real injury. If it's true, wouldn't you have killed me long ago? Why would you still be here spouting so much nonsense? Nonsense? The Arctic Queen's brows lifted and raised her arms. Leyland had no idea which part of his speech had irritated her. The number of illusory figures increased greatly, and in practically an instant the area was completely filled with paper dolls of various colors. Since you wish to die, let me fulfill your wish. Countless Arctic Queens pounced forth. At this moment, however, a slight smile appeared about Leyland's lips. Found it. He suddenly moved forward, soul force undulating at his body and gathering on the crossblade, resulting in rays of flaming light that seemed endless. Cross-slash. The gleaming crossblade sliced at a point in the sky. Asterisk crack. Crack, asterisk, it was like a mirror being shattered, and numerous shivering, spotted lights that resembled tadpoles appeared behind it. No. Impossible. How did you find out? The Arctic Queen's voice became high-pitched and piercing. Ha! Leyland laughed maniacally, ignoring the fury of the Arctic Queen behind him and rushed headfirst into the sea of tadpoles. AI chip. Begin destruction based on the previous plan. Countless black threads appeared in Leyland's hands and quickly dispersed. Even more mirrors shattered. Bang! A slight tremor was produced by Leyland's body, and his eyes instantly focused. He glanced at the icy castle and purple swamp as well as the cut on his chest and sighed, I'm finally out, Asterisk chi-chi, asterisk at this moment, a furious, high-pitched sound was emitted from under the castle. The opponent's illusory spells are too powerful. I need to leave for now. Just now, Leyland had lucked out. Depending on the AI chip's ability to find the gaps in the illusion, he'd manage to escape. The next time, the situation would be different. Even if he could find the gaps again, successfully breaking through them was still an issue. Leyland's eyes flashed as he moved a long distance away in an instant. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 614, Deduction and Advancement. Deduction and Advancement. the central region of the icy plains, outside the castle. Dazzling blue pillars emitted bright light, the most radiant of landmarks. Groups of icy raceclansmen and even beasts were attracted by the blue rays of light. The appeal was so strong that anyone who barred their paths was considered an enemy to be attacked. Leyland thought the pillars were like terrifying large-scale summoning spell formations. Anyone that possessed a bloodline related to ice and had grown up here could not resist the allure. Currently in front of him was a strange group. Savage icy beasts mingled with snow fairies and other intelligent beings, the only thing they had in common the desire and fervor in their eyes. They crossed land and water, heading in the direction of the palace as if on a pilgrimage. Leyland had seen this many times already. After the illusory fight at the icy castle, the Arctic Queen had not moved to chase him, evidently being limited somehow. Instead, the range of her spell formation extended further, encompassing the entire world of ice. Icy beings flooded into the area day after day, nourishing their queen. Leyland obviously would not just watch on. Looking apathetic, he pressed down with his right arm. Rumble, a gigantic palm print appeared on the surface that was formed of solid ice. The snow fairies, ice leopards, and other creatures all turned to powder. Having taken care of this, Leyland's brows furrowed as he hurried in another direction in which an even larger group had formed. How populous was the world of ice? Even if Leyland did all he could to intercept them, many still managed to break through, turning into powder at the icy castle. Such absolute control. It's a tragedy for the other races. Watching the scene, Leyland sighed a little. It was obvious that the bloodlines of the various races in this world of ice had originated from the Arctic Queen, so when she decided to take them back, they could not resist at all. The same situation would apply with the Snake Dowager. With her might and bloodline control, Leyland would probably be unable to rebel even if he was ordered to die. This was also what Leyland was trying his utmost to avoid. It looks like the Arctic Queen has some sort of restriction on her body, which was why she had to groom Arwen. She also had to groom the many races in this world of ice, and use regular blood sacrifices to obtain strength, life force, and... Lights flashed in Leyland's eyes. The previous incident obviously enraged her. She actually summoned all the races in this miniature icy world to their sacrificial deaths. Her aura is strengthening every day. At this thought, Leyland produced a few test tubes and flicked them out with his fingers. Streaks of purple splashed on the backs of a few gigantic rank 3 beasts, forming strange runes that sank in. Noticing Leyland wasn't blocking them anymore, they roared as they pressed forward towards the castle of ice. Leyland frowned and arrived at a temporary dwelling. He'd been doing such a thing every day, but could not determine the efficacy of such an act. AI. Chip, how's the simulation of the soul defense coming along? Beep. Soul defense spell pattern deduction at 97.6%. The AI chip loyally intoned. It projected a faint phantom of a spell model that was almost complete. Rank 4 spell, Soul Guard. Summing up the bloodline models of the spirit warlocks, the information from the database on the soul has been used to deduce a spell to defend against soul invasions. Referenced material, Way of the Soul, a primer on spell models. There was a detailed introduction under this model, including the referenced materials which made up a long list. Leyland wanted to deal with the Arctic Queen's invasion into his soul. That she could actually break through his point mass to drag his true soul into an illusion had horrified him. The moment a Morningstar Magus true soul lost the protection of their point mass, it was extremely fragile. He had been lucky enough to escape the last time, or else with the opponent's ability at connecting her illusions with reality, he would have died in the real world if he died in the illusion. This was why he'd had the AI chip simulate a spell model urgently to protect his soul. With the opponent not able to move freely, Leyland had a good opportunity. However, with the terrifying summoning currently underway in the vast region within which she could absorb life force, Leyland had no choice but to plan his move quickly. He had considered using his Morningstar Arcane Art to destroy the castle, but he had no idea where the bloodline and remains of the Scorpion Man were. Furthermore, even the giant Kamoyan serpent would be restricted by the opponent's main body, and wouldn't be able to destroy the place in a single move. An ancient bloodline creature's usage of soul force could not compare to that of a Morningstar Magus, and they were particularly vulnerable to such attacks. Based on the current progress, it should be completed by tomorrow. Leyland's eyes glowed with intelligence. A normal Morningstar Magus would have to spend decades, even centuries, to deduce a rank 4 spell. This was especially true for one that dealt with the mysteries of the soul, and it would take even more time. With the AI chip, it was merely a matter of how much processing power was allocated to the task. Once the model was done, it could directly be transmitted to Leyland's memory, and even the process of familiarizing himself with it could be done away with, saving him much time. A day later, above the castle of ice. Creatures and other beings with bloodlines related to ice would approach this place with a dazed look in their eyes, turning to powder at the place. The region of the energy absorption had grown several-fold, and even the purple swamp had been weakened. It looks like the Arctic Queen's been working hard. Blue light shone from Leyland's eyes, and an energy beam struck down, opening up a pathway. Through continued observation and calculations, he'd long since learnt the details of this method of absorption. Finding an energy node based on the distribution was a simple task. Rank 4 spell, Soul Guard. A green luster appeared in Leyland's eyes, spreading throughout his body. Fine runic chains formed in his sea of consciousness, yielding an even tighter defensive layer around the point mass. Footsteps sounded in the pathway that had been created by the explosion. What was formerly only a basement currently had a number of roads and spaces below it. The surface was full of solid ice, forming intricate patterns and images on the top. Leyland took in a deep breath and stepped into the basement. Arctic Queen, I'm here. The path was long, and light was sparse, only some feeble jade green light leaking from the walls on both sides. The terrifying icy radiation even affected spacetime here, causing Leyland to feel a sense of disorder. A dense smell of rust spread throughout the channel as a multicolor light spread from the end. It was piercing to the eyes. Do not, come, sinner. Deformed sounds were intermittently transmitted to Leyland's ears, the contents only faintly discernible. The soul force of the Arctic Queen spread out, attempting to break through Leyland's point mass and pull his true soul into another illusion. Prepared as he was, the green rays grew brighter on the surface of Leyland's body, creating an illusory layer that began to tremble vigorously. Large amounts of soul force were consumed as Leyland persevered under the Arctic Queen's relentless attack on his soul. Soul invasion detected. Soul Guard has been engaged to resist. Beginning automatic adjustment of defensive structure. The AI chip's voice sounded continuously. With its precise calculations, Leyland's soul force consumption was suddenly reduced. The external layer of green light somewhat stabilized. You will regret it. You will regret it. As she noticed that she was unable to break through Leyland's defenses, the Arctic Queen's voice became piercing and seemed to hold within a poisonous curse. It then disappeared. I will only truly feel regret if I don't get what I want. Leyland sneered, eyes full of an intense resolution as he stepped onto the unknown path ahead. Boom, large amounts of solid ice turned into powder, the jade-green runes breaking apart and then revealing the exit. You even needed Arwen to help you set up the defensive spell pattern. Seems like your body can't move at all. Leyland sighed as he walked out. After leaving the pathway, everything suddenly seemed spacious. Leyland surveyed his surroundings. This seemed to be a natural underground cave. At the top was a tremendous slanting passageway. Deep imprints could be seen in it. At the heart of the cave was a large depression, rays of jade light flickering within like fine threads that formed an enormous network. Terrifying radiations were being emitted from within the depression, so dense they were practically tangible. Leyland advanced grimly, finding a terrifying corpse at the center of the depression. It was emitting Morningstar-ranked energy undulations. This was the real aura of an ancient bloodline, deep and lofty, bringing with it a sense of history that was filled with grandeur. Arwen seemed like a mere inferior product in comparison to the giant corpse in front of him, full of flaws. We meet again, Scorpion Man. Leyland could not help but recall the ancient memory fragments that he had acquired from the icy Jade Scorpion Emperor's bloodline. Those fragmented pieces of information had originated from the Morningstar creature before him. Leyland glanced at the depression and then the trail at the top, a scene appearing in his mind. The void had shattered, and Scorpion Man had dropped into the crust of the earth like a meteor, forming a tremendous depression. The radiation from his body had altered the area, forming the world of ice, and the being that succeeded him had built the icy castle above the depression. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 615, Scorpion Man and Scorpion Woman. Scorpion Man and Scorpion Woman. This is the source of everything. Leyland sighed. If not for the Scorpion Man dying here while carrying the bloodline of the female bronze giant, the entire world of ice would not have been formed. Hence, it wasn't too much of a stretch to call him this world's progenitor. Leyland's body floated up to the place and slowly descended, arriving at the floor of the hollowed-out area. After seeing the Scorpion Man in full view, his pupils suddenly narrowed. In front of him was reclined the corpse of an enormous creature, half human, half scorpion. Streaks of icy blue connected to the Scorpion Man through his skin like a spider web, injecting great amounts of life force and icy energy into him. And on the back of the Scorpion Man, strange green blood wriggled as if it had a life of its own. It even covered the Scorpion Man's entire back, spreading in all directions. Green veins bulged all over the Scorpion Man's body, writhing around. They were like lifeless pupils, full of eeriness. The corrosion of the green blood in blood vessels had slightly transformed the Scorpion Man's appearance. Compared to the body in Leyland's memory, the Scorpion Man's now seemed thinner. Even its face had become more exquisite, appearing more feminine. Female characteristics were showing on its upper body as well. Oh, no. This isn't a corpse. Leyland was astonished. Only after drawing close had he realized that the Scorpion Man had a weak breath, his chest slowly throbbing. However, the small waves of life force seemed incomparably small when paired with the huge body, so small in fact that Leyland had neglected them at the start. This Scorpion Man is actually alive. Leyland stumbled a few steps back. At the same time, the Scorpion Man suddenly opened his eyes. You're here. A familiar soul force wave began to attack Leyland's defenses. You're not the Scorpion Man. You're the Arctic Queen. No, you're the guardian of the icy world, the female bronze giant. Leyland blurted out. Dense black scales covered his entire body, and a few test tubes containing potions exploded out, forming a huge screen of light. His earring was activated, in standby to attack. Even as he was currently, Leyland did not dare to take the risk of facing an ancient creature that comprehended laws. Although he had made a rough guess before, the truth coming out still dazed him slightly. As he saw the scene, all the events flashed across Leyland's mind rapidly, and he managed to establish a picture of what had happened quite quickly. The Snake Dowager had attacked the icy world, and the female bronze giant had died during the war. A drop of her blood fell on the Scorpion Man's body as he fell into a spatial crack, accompanying him as he arrived here by chance. The Scorpion Man had died on the spot, but the green blood on his back had survived. The female bronze giant was a terrifying creature that had crossed rank 7. She could even control certain laws and can reborn from a single drop of blood. Her bloodline inherited a part of her spiritual imprint. On top of that, even if the Scorpion Man's Morningstar strength faded, his body retained its vitality. The drop of such an ancient bloodline could obtain a new life here after separating from the main body. Yet, it was incomparably difficult to be reborn from a single drop of blood. Hence, it acted like a virus, seeking life to live off of, attempting to infect another party and transform it as required. And in Twilight Zone, was there any creature more suitable for this than the Scorpion Man? Without considering other factors, the mere problem of distance was enough to make a decision. Thus, the giant's bloodline began living off the Scorpion Man's corpse, even transforming it. This led to the emergence of female characteristics in his appearance. Such transformations not only required a large amount of time, but also a terrifying amount of life energy. Hence, the imprint of the giant formed a miniature icy world through icy radiation, even producing life in this world of ice. Soon after, she used a portion of the Scorpion Man's flesh to create a guardian for herself, Arwen. A guardian at the Morningstar realm was enough to suppress anything else in Twilight Zone. Hence, the giant hid behind the scenes while Arwen took charge of all the matters on the surface, regularly gathering icy creatures as blood sacrifices. This was to strengthen the Scorpion Man's life energy, so as to nourish the giant's blood. Initially, all of this was close to success. Once the transformation was successful, the giant would be reborn from the Scorpion Man's body and become a new life. That is, it would have if Leyland hadn't appeared. However, there are no ifs in life. Leyland's appearance, and especially Arwen's death, left the giant with no choice but to come forth personally and hasten the collection of flesh and life energy until this point. The Scorpion Man stared at Leyland and a calm soul force was transmitted from his body. No. I am only a part of the giant. The current me is a combination of a synthesized memory imprint and this Scorpion Man's body. Thus, I am indeed the Arctic Queen. Upon hearing that, Leyland heaved a deep sigh of relief. Even if the opponent had the blood of a creature that controlled laws, its body was still not done with the transformation. It could not be considered a full resurrection yet, only a bloodline imprint struggling at death's door. Hence, the current Scorpion Man could not move at all. Even speaking needed to be accomplished through soul force, never mind anything else. If it's like that, I still have a chance. A brilliant glow burst forth from Leyland's eyes. Even if the Scorpion Man was done with its body's transformation, it would only be a peak rank 4 at most, and by relying on the bloodline strength be comparable to a rank 5 Radiant Moon Magus. However, Leyland had many cards in his hands and could still put up a fight. The opponent's inability to move even gave him an advantage. Scorpion Man? This is the creature's name? Leyland asked. Yes. But I don't like this appearance and need to modify him to draw him closer towards a Scorpion Woman. After all, the Scorpion Woman's illusory ability is well known in the entire icy world. Coincidentally, this innate skill matches with my bloodline as well. It's just that this process and the reincarnation both require a lot of time. The Arctic Queen began answering Leyland like she was obliged to, as if she had suddenly become a different person. No wonder, Leyland nodded, but his pupils reflected a mocking look. With a bang, the ground shook and something that seemed like a blue root emerged. Branches and leaves merged with the blue antennae on the Scorpion Man's body, forming a cage which sealed Leyland in it. Snow-white fog emerged from the Scorpion Man's pores continuously, merging with the blue antennae and even forming a natural frosty rune on the surface. But luckily you're here. With a human morning star's flesh, by using war's sacrificial rites to offer your point mass to the Ice Sovereign, I believe I can speed up the transformation process, even take it till completion. The Arctic Queen's voice was cold. Since you've killed Arwen, use your flesh to pay back your debt. A blood-red light blade emerged on Leyland's palms, slashing the cage suddenly and causing a piercing boom. Many snow-white runes flickered, even forming a layer of hard blue ice. It froze the blade on the cage, and many more blue arms stretched towards Leyland. A 700-degree attack is also ineffective? Leyland dodged and retreated, analyzing the runes on the cage. Mere energy loops cannot have such an effect. Could it be these runes? But frost confinement runes from the ancient icy world, with a record of imprisoning even radiant moon magi. If you won't believe that, you can try it for yourself. The Arctic Queen began laughing hysterically. Did you think that I won't have the strength to strike back because I cannot move? I've said this before, you'll definitely regret coming in. Leyland was not bothered by her piercing laughter, instead minding his own business as he came to the edge of the cage. AI chip, conduct a scan. Beep. Ancient frost confinement runes discovered. Effect, enhances the firmness of the attached item by 5 levels, and frost resistance by 7. Provides reflective abilities to ice. Estimated strength, 890-1120, the AI chip quickly responded. I'm afraid, with such a level, I could only escape from this place by attacking a few times with full strength, using Chamoyan Serpent transformation. Leyland sighed. Only, is there a need to? But he stretched out both his hands, revealing a purple radiance. The moment this purple radiance came into contact with the cage, something bizarre happened. Black spots began spreading across the cage, unstoppable even by the ancient confinement runes. The entire cage was like an old wooden frame. It began to corrode rapidly, and thousands of holes appeared on it. Leyland only exerted a slight force with his hands, and a huge hole opened up in the cage. He then walked out. Impossible. The Arctic Queen's piercing laughter immediately stopped. Nothing's impossible. You analyzed my potion in detail, even removing the poison, but how can a potion I created be so easy to defeat? Leyland laughed as a purple rune on his fingertip flickered irregularly. As if this rune triggered some sort of chain reaction, large amounts of purple dots appeared on the Scorpion Man's body, even sealing off the blood on his back. Through his previous setup at the Castle of Ice and the trick he'd played on the icy creatures, Leyland had turned the tables in an instant, gaining the power to take the initiative. Humph. Mere poison. The Arctic Queen hummed coldly. I know. A bit of poison won't affect an ancient morning star creature, unable to even last a few minutes. However, I only need a few minutes anyway. Leyland averted his gaze from the Scorpion Man, watching the green blood on his back. You still don't know, right? I'm actually a warlock, even a bloodline descendant of the Snake Dowager that caused your death. And for us warlocks, separating blood and purifying genes are the simplest things ever. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 616, Successful Planning. Successful planning. Leyland's voice held no enthusiasm as he mercilessly released thread-like rays of crimson light that pierced into the Scorpion Man's back. The green blood began to squirm as if it had just seen its worst enemy. Unfortunately, it was not just the blood of the female bronze giant that was affected by the poison. Even the voice of the Arctic Queen was turning sluggish. Leyland paid no attention to the fervent pleas and offers of the Arctic Queen, instead focusing on refining the bloodline in his hands. With his manipulations, the green blood from the Scorpion Man's back was slowly extracted, veins showing themselves one after the other. Ah! The Snake Dowager. The Snake Dowager again. The Arctic Queen's voice calmed. Even if I'll die right away and be damned for eternity, I won't let the Snake Dowager prevail. The green blood began to boil and rumble, bursting into verdant flames. The toxins were removed ahead of time. As expected, the vitality of an ancient morning star creature is more powerful than that of one from the present. The potion's been counteracted. Leyland's brows furrowed, but he did not do anything to indicate he would give up. It was way too rare to acquire the chance to refine the bloodline of an ancient creature, especially one that could comprehend laws. Such a thing was almost never seen. Obviously, Leyland didn't want to give up just like this. HSS, a large phantom snake appeared, and space immediately froze. Great power burst forth from Leyland's body, locking onto the Scorpion Man and the blood. Plan B then. Leyland's voice was cold, his eyes without any emotion. Great amounts of blood-colored threads dug into the Scorpion Man's back, forming forbidden runes after mixing with the poison. It caused the Arctic Queen's movements to grow even more sluggish. Give up. I know everything already, and have come up with a method specifically to deal with you. Leyland's voice held no sympathy, he spoke the truth. After a period of external observation, he'd run over 10,000 simulations with the AI chip, preparing many contingency plans for this trip underground. He'd predicted this situation already, and prepared specific countermeasures against it. Leyland had stored tens of spell patterns to seal ancient bloodline in the AI chip's database. The Arctic Queen could not move about freely and had not finished her resurrection. In front of Leyland, who had made meticulous preparations, her various attacks were destroyed in practically a single blow. Her cries had transformed into mournful wails. Even her sorrowful cries grew softer and softer. Her soul was being suppressed and weakened. If your main body was around, you'd definitely be able to crush me like an ant, but it's a pity that you're only a droplet of her blood. You haven't even revived yourself completely, Leyland spoke calmly, eyes flashing with a peculiar light. There was no reply as the soul force from the other side died down, and then began to weaken at a terrifying rate. Large amounts of green blood withdrew and returned to the back of the Scorpion Man, and the green blood vessels rejoined with the blood. Green blood mixed together, decreasing in volume yet becoming brighter and more vibrant. It emitted a dark, bronze light. What's going on? Has she really given up? Suspicion flickered in Leyland's mind. He put his guard up, but still retained the same front. With the Arctic Queen's movements, the green blood that had been spread out gathered to form a single droplet of resplendent bronze blood. The original blood of the icy world's guardian? Leyland's eyes grew dazed, his voice full of emotion. This was the blood of an existence that controlled laws, an existence with rank 7 strength at the very least. It even held the imprint of its original owner, able to revive the being from this single drop. The effects of Leyland's purification began to show themselves as the blood condensed on the Scorpion Man's body. Yield. Leyland took out a notebook with a slightly yellow cover. He opened it up to reveal a slight luster from the title page. At the center of the page was a round sealing spell formation. Bloodline sealing tome? No. The Arctic Queen's originally feeble energy undulations suddenly reverberated once more, her voice distorting, becoming androgynous as it turned hoarse. The Snake Dowager and her blood, the icy world shall forever be your enemy. Her voice became masculine, awakening some sort of ancient memories and sending a malicious curse Leyland's way. As the Bronze Empress, the guardian of the icy world, I offer a sacrifice, SKMGKL. Leyland did not recognize who exactly she was making a sacrifice to. You may have had the upper hand today, but you could never have thought of laws. That is a strength that surpasses your understanding. I offer up all the laws I possess. Strength of SKMGKL, descend. The dark green flames crackled as their strength grew tenfold, and even the tremendous morning star body of the Scorpion Man was eaten into rapidly. Large amounts of runic chains cracked, and the poison withdrew. Even Leyland's bloodline extraction spell was forcefully interrupted. This is the power of laws? Unthinkable. It's only a single drop of blood. Leyland's face grew pale, suffering the backlash from a spell being interrupted. However, he did not have the time to think further. That droplet of blood which contained laws had already been offered. After breaking the seal, it turned into a shooting star as it charged towards Leyland. The energy defenses shattered layer by layer as the blood advanced, unimpeded even by the Chamoyan scales and the scarlet earring. The blood slammed into Leyland's chest, splattering all across his body. One could hear the hissing as it corroded him away. White fumes shot up as the Chamoyan scales on Leyland's chest fell apart visibly, piece by piece. A pool of green liquid had latched onto his chest, burning into it. The Chamoyan scales softened and fell off one after another with no end in sight, revealing charred flesh and bones. Beep. Host's chest has severe burns. Immediate treatment recommended. Beep. Detected corrosion of host by unknown energy. Expulsion procedures recommended, the AI chip reported immediately. I've burned the power of the laws in my body as well as the remains of the Scorpion Man. The result is an explosive force that can kill even radiant moons. Let us be buried together in the ice and snow, you who contain the bloodline of the Snake Dowager. The Arctic Queen's voice grew lower and lower as it eventually disappeared. The terrifying green blood had spread from his torso to his limbs, verdant blood vessels crawling over Leyland's face. It caused him to look sinister and horrifying. Beep. Warning. Warning. Life and soul force of host is being consumed at a heavy rate. Immediate action required. Time until collapse of genes, 34S. The prompt box that the AI chip ejected had a very dense blood red color in the frame, displaying the danger of the situation. If he was not careful, he could lose his life. It's finally reached this point. Though half of Leyland's body was being corroded by the green blood as he laid on the ground, there was no trace of dismay on his ice-cold face. Instead, it seemed as if a scheme of his had succeeded. With 3410 possible scenarios as well as 982 sudden occurrences, the opponent chose the method of mutual destruction. Not like that was a surprise. Even with preparations, the corrosion from the bloodline of a creature that comprehended laws caused Leyland to cough violently, large amounts of fresh blood seeping through his fingers. HSS, behind him, the tremendous figure of a giant Chamoyan serpent came into view once more. Now, however, its energy was unstable. Tinted dark green, were burning on the body of the giant serpent. It was not just the figure behind him. Leyland felt even the giant Chamoyan bloodline in his body being eaten into, expelled and even destroyed. Bloodline ignition. Blood red light surged from Leyland's eyes as the purple blood of the Chamoyan serpent was enriched several-fold, which was now filled with insanity and fury. A large amount of his own blood bubbled up, purple confronting green. Leyland rolled to his side and got up. Though using bloodline ignition to fight was like fixing thirst by drinking poison, he now had control over his own body again, albeit temporarily. The AI chip has already simulated this several times, and the rate of success is as high as at 90%. Leyland clenched his fists tightly. A 90% chance is enough for me to take the risk. A resolute look appeared on Leyland's face. If I can't climb to the top in this lifetime, I would rather die and rot as sludge. Son's child imprint. He abruptly took off the white glove on his right hand, the golden red bloodline imprint emitting dazzling light. Activating plan thoroughfare. Support and trajectory activated. The AI chip intoned. An enormous blazing light spread in this underground world, as if a sun had risen within. Everywhere the flaming light, be it soil, rocks, or spells of ice, everything was vaporized immediately, causing the underground cave to expand rapidly. The beings still in the world of ice could see a tremendous sun rising from the castle, imparting heat and light to this underground world. The ever-unchanging ice began to melt, mountains collapsing as doomsday seemed to have arrived. Ice melted into flowing water, which quickly evaporated itself. The white vapor spread everywhere, turning into a layer of fog in the surroundings. Quickly, the original dark brown soil was revealed once more. The range of this heat continued to expand, as if ready to transform the entire world of ice. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 617, Snake Emperor. Snake Emperor. Sun-scorching Nirvana. Formed from the similarly ranked bloodline of the Sun's Child, this was a rank 6 spell that Leyland had spent a lot of effort to create. It had finally displayed its terrifying prowess. The last time it was used, not only had this spell caused the fall of a radiant moon Magus, but it also caused near irreparable harm to Sky City. And now, the emergence of the golden sun was about to completely melt this world of ice. Here we go. Leyland's right palm was placed on his chest, terrifying rank 6 spell undulations flowing out berserkly like a stormy tide. The rank 6 spell this time was going to be used on himself. Boiling heat caused Leyland's body to immediately turn transparent, as if turning him into a human-shaped light bulb. If not for his outstanding vitality and fire plume operating at full strength, Leyland would probably have turned into ashes in that instant. Perhaps it wouldn't even be ashes, his body and soul might just have been burned to nothingness. However, with his high resistance towards fire, the fact that he had experience using this spell, and fire plume, he could somewhat control the strength of the spell. With the immense control of the AI chip, golden energy flowed past Leyland's body, tangling with the greenish bronze blood. Energy of the sun, destroy the power of laws found in the bronze bloodline. Leyland howled maliciously, his facial muscles contorting. Rumble, boiling golden flames vaporized the green blood. In the process, threads of energy that had been purified to the extreme began to emanate from the bronze blood, flowing into Leyland's limbs and bones. The giant Chamoyan serpent bloodline that had been bubbling and boiling began to absorb this energy frantically, resulting in a strange transformation. The color of the blood grew deeper, and the phantom serpent grew silent as it was surrounded by a layer of greenish gold flames. By now, the Chamoyan bloodline was rid of the contamination of the purgatory world's will, and its seals were unlocked. It operated and surged madly in Leyland's body like the bluster of a gigantic dragon. Beep. Host bloodline absorbing unknown energy. Evolution has begun, the AI chip loyally intoned, at the same time displaying a progress bar that rose quickly with help of that bronze blood. It's a success. Leyland's lips twitched, though the tremendous pressure on his body made even such a small action difficult. Indeed, this has been his original plan. Leyland had no better options regarding the bloodline shackles, and had been looking for a way to bypass them. Through the database he'd acquired at Sky City as well as the AI chip's terrifying calculation and simulation abilities, he'd acquired two methods to do it. One was to try changing his bloodline, though that would cause issues with the soul. With the AI chip as it was now, though, he had some confidence in achieving this. The second method was to dig deeper into the power of his own bloodline. Bloodline shackles restricted warlocks to the upper limit of their base bloodline. Practically everyone thought this was rank 4 in the case of Kamoyan warlocks, but what if he could dig into the roots of the Kamoyan's genes itself, evolving the bloodline further into the realms of rank 5 and above? That way, he could advance to Radiant Moon successfully. Of course, both these methods still had the same fundamental problem. They could not break the bloodline shackles themselves. Whether it be changing bloodlines or improving his own, it would only push the bar higher. The bloodline shackles would remain, waiting to present themselves at a higher rank. However, Leyland still had the method given to him by the wisdom tree. Although it was feasible, it was not something he could accomplish with his current strength. Thus, he was confident that once he possessed more strength, he could execute his other plans. This was why his main objective in this journey to the subterranean world was to strengthen his bloodline. Leyland's soul had already fused with that of the giant Kamoyan serpent, so he would not be foolish enough to try and change his bloodline. Even if he could succeed somehow, it would still cause devastating damage to his fragile soul once he did it. Thus, digging deeper into the power of his own bloodline was the only method. Through Arwen's icy breath helping him resolve the problem of his emotional instability, the purity of his bloodline had reached an unprecedented level. Now, it had a chance to advance further. And the bronze giant's bloodline? It was just the kind of powerful force that could push this sort of advancement. With the sun's flames suppressing the world of ice, he had burned away the miscellaneous soul imprints, spirit imprints, and other such things out of the bronze blood, leaving behind only the primal strength of the bloodline itself. This was what allowed him to advance the power of the giant Kamoyan serpent. This was the plan Leyland had come up with. For this reason, he had deliberately provoked the Arctic Queen. For this reason, he forced her to offer up the laws in her body in an attempt to deal him a fatal blow. Now, with no more free will, the bronze blood could no longer stand the burning of the sun's flames. Not only did it reduce in volume, even the bronze luster on its surface gradually died down. Beep. Host body igniting ancient bloodline. Giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline in process of evolution. Progress, 80%. 95%. 99%, the AI chip loyally intoned. Rumble, at this moment, the bloodline imprint on Leyland's right hand completely dissipated, and the sun's flames grew to their greatest intensity. Terrifying golden flames fused with the bronze bloodline and the two suddenly exploded, destroying each other. A bloodline energy that seemed as vast as the starry sky burst forth from that explosion. Leyland cried out as this burst of strength pushed it over the edge. The AI chip showed that the progress bar had been completely filled. Beep. Host bloodline evolution complete. Searching for information. Determined to be Kamoyan Serpent Emperor. Kamoyan Serpent Emperor, a rare evolved form of the giant Kamoyan serpent. Possess a great strength and magical ability. Having broken through their original limits to enter a higher level, these creatures rule colonies of Kamoyan serpents. Rank 5. Attributes, Darkness, Fire. Supplementary abilities. 1. Control. The Kamoyan Serpent Emperor possesses sovereignty over all giant Kamoyan serpents and their descendants. 2. Devouring. The Kamoyan Serpent Emperor can digest all energy not supported by laws to supplement its own life force. The AI chip's voice sounded once more, but Leyland was unaware of this all. The moment his bloodline evolution had succeeded, he felt dizzy, his body practically floating. Large amounts of images streaked past his eyes. In the boundlessly vast starry skies, numerous giant Kamoyan serpent figures appeared, lowering their gigantic serpent heads to him as if welcoming their ruler. At the same time, a terrifying giant serpent that was over 100,000 meters long appeared behind him. It had beautiful scales and flowing, graceful curves. On the head, a few protruding bones formed something similar to a crown. The whole serpent was filled with an elegance and grandeur typical to a ruler, the original savage and terrifying aura having dulled. However, Leyland knew that this ruler of snakes was far more terrifying than before. This graceful demeanor was a facade, concealing the bloodthirst and insanity within. With but a slight though, Leyland could sense Freya, Gilbert, Emma, and the other Kamoyan warlocks through their bloodlines. This terrifying control, truly worthy of the emperor of giant Kamoyan serpents. Leyland smiled as he observed his true soul. His soul had gained the most through this evolution. Crimson light expanded rapidly. His true soul was now several times larger than before, half as large as the soul of a radiant moon magus. The light within it even surpassed that within the soul of a new moon magus. The soul had begun to expand, about to transform into a full moon. With the strength of my soul, I can probably be considered a rank 5 already. As long as I go back and settle things, it won't be a problem to break through. Leyland huffed roughly, but the elation was evident in his expression. He was currently not in very good shape. Though he had prepared ample defensive measures, it was still no easy task to let his body be a battlefield between the sun's flames and the bronze blood. Leyland laughed wryly as he scanned his body. The injuries to his chest were the most serious of all. Skin, blood, and flesh had melted away, revealing internal organs that were pulsing slightly. An arm had disappeared, and the rest of his body was severely damaged as well. If this were a regular magus or warlock, such grave injuries would probably have long since resulted in their deaths. However, Leyland's heart was still throbbing powerfully, displaying his tenacious life force. Beep. Damage to host body at 45%. Recommendation: immediate cryostasis in combination with the usage of bloodline force to recuperate. The AI chip loyally reminded him. That isn't urgent. Show me information on the 5th level of Kamoyan's pupil. Leyland commanded. Immediately after, he was delighted to see that after attaining the bloodline of the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor, the AI chip's deduction of Kamoyan's pupil had proceeded successfully. The 5th layer of the meditation technique was completed. The last piece of the puzzle is in place, Leyland muttered. Having reached Morningstar, he had been thinking about how to break through to Radiant Moon. The bloodline shackles and meditation technique were the two biggest problems, and now that he'd evolved to an Emperor bloodline and the 5th level of Kamoyan's pupil had been deduced, Leyland had spent much effort on them, and now, the 5th level of Kamoyan's pupil had been deduced, there were no more problems in this aspect. It could be said that all his problems had disappeared. HSS, the phantom of an enormous Kamoyan Serpent Emperor appeared behind Leyland, wrapping him in bloodline energy. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 618, Rank 5 and the Snake Dowager. Rank 5 and the Snake Dowager. Gigantic and graceful, the phantom of a Kamoyan Serpent Emperor that held an elegance befitting a ruler appeared behind Leyland's back. Large amounts of blood-colored energy shrouded him. The Serpent Emperor snarled as a black hole appeared in front of it, sucking in the surrounding ice, earth, rocks, the remains, and even the air. Once large amounts of materials disappeared into its mouth, Leyland felt a powerful life force begin to circulate within his body. His body buzzed as first the skeleton, then his internal organs, blood, flesh, and finally the skin was regenerated. With the help of a powerful life force, the injuries on his body recovered at a frightening rate. Could this be the rumored devouring ability of the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor? Leyland had a thought. Immediately after, he felt his arm go numb, and the limb that had been broken off began to regenerate. In just 10 or so seconds, the grave injury was completely recovered. This speed left even Leyland in shock. With this rate of recovery, I can recover quickly even in a battle against a Radiant Moon. I could even endure a Morningstar arcane art with just my body, immediately restoring myself afterwards. If the devouring ability is already so terrifying, what about that of control? He wondered. The information about the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor had been lost in ancient times, and a large portion of the information that was gathered had been derived by the AI chip from his bloodline memories. It was rather small, but just looking at the description he could tell that his control over Kamoyan warlocks was great. Great enough, in fact, that if he commanded a Morningstar Kamoyan warlock to die, the other party would not be able to resist at all. HSS, though he had completely recovered, the giant Kamoyan serpent figure at Leyland's back was still unsatisfied. It abruptly broke through the layer of soil and soared into the air. A terrifying suction force appeared, and everything, be it living or otherwise, was dragged towards the black hole that had appeared in the serpent's mouth. The force spread out farther than even the bounds of the castle, radiating into the surroundings. Leyland could see several powerful creatures, many at the crystal phase, dragged from the sky by force as they disappeared into the black hole. Practically every being in this world of ice automatically bowed their heads in respect and fear, trembling bodies paralyzed under the suppression of the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor. The accumulated life force was enormous, eventually forming a cocoon that covered Leyland. The Kamoyan Serpent Emperor at Leyland's back continued to snarl unceasingly, and only after almost devouring the entirety of the central icy plains did it pull back into the cocoon of light, satisfied. Leyland was undergoing a wondrous transformation within. Powerful bloodline energy fused with boundless life force, aiding Leyland in his bid to charge into rank 5. He was becoming a rank 5 warlock, a radiant moon. There were likely no more than 20 radiant moons in the entire central continent, second only to the Breaking Dawn monarchs. It was also precisely due to the radiant moons in the Union that bloodline warlocks still survived to this day. On top of that, this event was even more significant for Lyle. He had finally moved past the bloodline shackles of the giant Chamoyan serpent, and now had the wherewithal to try to become a rank 5. I already reached the peak of Morningstar after fusing Fire Plume into my point mass, so I already meet the requirements for the advancement. And now that the bloodline and technique that were holding me back are solved, Lyle chuckled lightly. With the cooperation of the bloodline of the rank 5 Chamoyan Serpent Emperor, his advancement was smooth. The 5th level of Chamoyan's pupil that the AI chip had just deduced began to operate slowly. The point mass in his sea of consciousness buzzed as it revolved quickly, growing in density as the nebula surrounding it began another round of frantic expansion. Another layer of fine black runes emerged on top of it. With the probing of the soul through the AI chip, Lyle could see the true soul located at the heart of the point mass beginning to evolve. Probing through his AI chip, Lyle saw his true soul at the heart of his point mass breaking through its limits at the peak of Morningstar, expanding to form the shape of a moon. It was glittering with a fine radiance that filled it with a sense of perfection. Soul force was constantly poured in, causing the round moon to emanate a cool luster. Once that was completed, his soul that was a size larger than that of normal radiant moon magi had on it a layer of soul force that looked like a crescent moon that emitted an intense radiance. I don't have enough soul force to fill my true soul. In fact, I don't even have enough to fill half the volume. It seems like I'm a new moon. Lyle suddenly came to an understanding of how radiant moons trained. Ranks 4 to 6 involved the training of soul force. Morningstars were still fumbling around without direction. It was when one advanced to radiant moon that they began true training. The soul, which was in the shape of a moon, showed how much soul force one had with its radiance. Rank 5 magi had to train and fill it up. The different amounts of fullness represented the different stages of new moon, half moon, and full moon magi. Beep. Host's soul force has been strengthened. Chip upgrade commencing. Time to completion, 4 minutes and 24 seconds. With the advancement of his soul, the AI chip was undergoing its upgrade immediately as well, having been fused into it. Perhaps it was because it had already gained quite a bit from Sky City, the advancement this time was quite rapid. In less than 5 minutes, it had completed its upgrade and rebooted. The sounds of the AI chip rang once more. Beep. Host's Chamoyan's pupil meditation technique has reached the 5th level. Advancing to rank 5 warlock. Beep. Host has advanced to become a radiant moon warlock. All statistics have been significantly strengthened, recalculating. The familiar robotic voice seemed to be accompanied with a changed interface, the screen projected in Lyle's mind even more solid than before. Looks like the AI chip has undergone a huge transformation. Lyle touched his chin. Data collection complete. Display? The AI chip launched another prompt. Lyle nodded as he voiced his approval. The AI chip immediately projected the refreshed numbers before Lyle's eyes. Lyle Farlier, rank 5 warlock. Bloodline, Chamoyan Serpent Emperor. Strength, 75, Agility, 61, Vitality, 137.5, Spiritual Force, 1326. 7. Magic Power, 1326, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 133, New Moon. It really deserves to be called the bloodline of the Chamoyan Emperor. The numbers were raised to such a huge extent. Lyle's expression was filled with glee. Not only had his spiritual force broken through 1,000, his strength and agility, which had not improved in a very long while, had increased as well. His vitality had been raised by over 30 points, which was just terrifying. I never expected that the growth of Chamoyan warlocks would only become more frightful with time. Lyle read through his stats and could not help but sigh. He felt the soul energy in his body that was as cool as water. It was soul force that had reached rank 5, and was of a higher quality than that at Morningstar, therefore having better effects. However, there was no elation in Lyle's expression. The issue of the bloodline shackles still has not been dealt with. I've only pushed it back by a rank, and this time there's no such thing as raising the rank of my bloodline anymore. Lyle gazed at the prompt at the bottom of the stats frame and turned grim. Host's Chamoyan bloodline has reached limits of genes. Unable to advance further. The AI chip was plainly telling Lyle that after reaching the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor, he had reached the limits of his bloodline. At least Chamoyan serpents had no way to advance to a higher realm. An ominous feeling, like his future path had been cut off, emerged in Lyle's mind. Boom, the cocoon of light in the world of ice burst apart, revealing Lyle within. Whatever it is, I've finally attained my goal in coming to the subterranean world this time. I just didn't expect the remains of the Scorpion Man to be burnt up along with my opponent. It's slightly regretful that I didn't manage to obtain the coordinates to the icy world, Lyle sighed ruefully, turning into a black figure that disappeared into the void. The long majestic river that was the astral plane flowed on, many foreign worlds like the stars in the galaxy. They were a brightly colored array, twinkling with varying lusters. In one such world, full of flames and shadows, a boundless darkness formed a dense fog that completely covered the continent. Numerous ancient, terrifying serpents grew and multiplied in this place, terrifying auras at morning star advancements appearing everywhere. At the heart of the continent, the holy land of all snakes, morning star serpents could be seen everywhere. The closer one got to the center, the more horrifying they became, as rank 5 and even ran 6 snakes flashed by on occasion. In a gigantic spatial crack, a coiled ball of snake the size of a star revealed the alluring figure of the snake dowager. The moment Lyle reached rank 5, she opened a pair of misty eyes that seemed like water. I'd never thought that today, after the end of the ancient era, an emperor would awaken among the Kamoyan race. The eyes of the snake dowager seemed to penetrate across multiple worlds and the astral plane, locking onto the Magus world and a young warlock. To her, a morning star was just a basic soldier. Rank 5s in SXS were worthy of attention, and such a thing as the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor that could control the giant Kamoyan serpents was even more worthy of interest. The power of destiny is guiding you here, the life and death of multiple worlds flashed across her beautiful eyes. 2 mandara flowers, one bright and one dark, bloomed in them before dissipating. Destiny, seen through the eyes of the snake dowager. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 619, Tracking in the Statue. Tracking in the Statue. The beautiful eyes of the snake dowager seemed to see into fragments of the future, penetrating the long river of destiny. After her prophecy, the snake dowager coiled back into the ball, seeming to sink back into a deep slumber. What's going on? I feel like somebody's watching me and I have an ominous feeling. The very instant the snake dowager's sight set into the Magus world, Lyle, who was in the midst of flying, felt his hair stand on end. An odd mixture of terror and reverence appeared in his mind. The snake dowager, Lyle, felt a bitterness in his mouth. Never had he expected that once he had advanced into a rank 5 warlock, he would arouse her interest. But this is the Magus world. It isn't that easy for her to come over. Whether this sort of attention was good or bad, Lyle had no wish to form any sort of relationship with an existence at such a level. He'd always liked to operate after careful planning, and even if it was the snake dowager, he hoped to seek her out only after making his own preparations. That was better than being passive and letting her find him. A radiant moon strength shouldn't be enough to arouse the interest of the snake dowager, unless, Lyle touched his chin, light flickering in his eyes. Could it be that my Kamoyan Serpent Emperor bloodline is making her feel threatened? Lyle couldn't help but turn his attention back to the summary the AI chip had given him about his bloodline, specifically the row that detailed his control ability. Kamoyan Serpent Emperors have a total dominance over giant Kamoyan serpents and all their descendants. Could this result in some overlap and conflict with the snake dowager's own rule? Lyle suddenly had the urge to try it out. If he and the snake dowager were to give a Kamoyan warlock an order at the same time, what would they do? However, such an insane idea was quickly suppressed. With his current strength, challenging the snake dowager's authority is equivalent to death. The ability of the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor to rule over others was, in fact, a breakthrough for him to resist the snake dowager's control over himself. It was like a seedling that needed to be watered regularly until it bloomed and bore fruit. Before all this, he needed to keep a low profile, silently amassing strength and prepare to soar, waiting till he completely broke through the bloodline shackles and also broke free from the control of the snake dowager. I've found it. This is it, Mount Azura. A few figures robed in black appeared over a volcano. Large amounts of lava spurted into the sky, but it bypassed their bodies without even so much as a ripple. Time recall. One of the black-robed figures looked solemn as he used a spell, dazzling light being generated at his fingertips. The translucent face of a mirror suddenly appeared before him, revealing a blurred scenery. After summoning this mirror, the black-robed figure seemed fatigued as he spoke to another magus behind him. Carol, it's up to you now, you're the most adept in this aspect. All right. While the magus behind him was wearing a black robe, her physique was evidently smaller than the others, and her voice was gentle and agreeable. Aura extraction. She stood before the screen, right arm as smooth and bright as jade as it went through the surface, grabbing hold of a black gas. Whoa! After this stream of gas appeared, the magic equipment on the bodies of these people displayed a dazzling luster and made noises. The nose of the hound has reacted. Looks like he was here before, and not too long ago either. The leading magus spoke with conviction. A magus began to gnash his teeth. And here we were thinking he'd return to the south coast. Who'd have thought he'd escape into the underground like a mouse? Leyland's concealing techniques were far too complicated, and even magi who excelled in prophecies could do nothing against him. Things were even more complicated for these magi. However, the powerful organization backing them had gathered a lot of information, and through the method of elimination, they'd found a trace of Leyland's whereabouts. The magus who had spoken before evidently was very hostile towards Leyland, emanating a dangerous air. Warlocks have enhanced bodies, and their skin is the best raw material for art pieces. This Leyland's skin will be a perfect addition to my study room. The female magus from before shrieked, "Eugene, if you don't change that disgusting hobby, I'll break off all relations with you." Enough! Though the target is merely a morning star, it's publicly acknowledged that he possesses battle strength at the Radiant Moon realm. Don't underestimate him. The leader said, putting a stop to their conversation, "Be more careful. He's taken a Radiant Moon down before. If you don't want your true soul to be thrown back into the astral plane, buck up and don't look down on your opponent." Humph. I alone can take care of 2 Radiant Moons like Stuart. Eugene huffed disdainfully, but did not continue speaking after that. After all, he believed that he could defeat Stuart, but he had no methods that could cause the other party's death. Not even a peak Radiant Moon or Breaking Dawn Monarch dared guarantee that they could eliminate a Radiant Moon Magus without letting their opponent escape. Leyland, who possessed the power to kill a Radiant Moon Magus, was very outstanding. Though he made use of a bloodline imprint to kill Stuart, even I have to admit that he's a genius to be able to push the giant Kamoyan bloodline to the peak of Morningstar until it is comparable to Radiant Moons. He's a real genius. Even in ancient times, he would be one of the most dazzling stars. Carol's voice held a sigh within. A genius amongst warlocks. The leader spoke coldly, causing Carol to fall silent. The more geniuses the enemy has, the weaker we are. Leyland must be erased. His voice was icy cold, and Eugene and Carol nodded solemnly. Boss, I just don't understand. Even if Leyland's amazing now, he has the giant Kamoyan serpent bloodline. Kamoyan's pupil only has up to 4 levels, and the Morningstar realm is his limit. Why are we hunting him down so fervently? Even while we were chasing Golden Lion Wade when he was a Morningstar, we didn't operate on such a large scale. Carol's face was full of doubt, and Eugene's ears perked up. That's because you don't understand the terror that is the giant Kamoyan serpent, the leading magus answered coldly, but did not continue, leaving Carol and Eugene bewildered. I don't care what you think, but whatever it is, killing Leyland Farlier is the most important task sent down by our organization. It must be completed, even at the cost of our lives. The leader's expression was solemn. Carol and Eugene nodded coldly. Amongst magi, this was truly a rare sight. To be able to bind the ever-rational magi to this extent meant the organization backing them was exceptionally powerful. In addition, Leyland as he is right now is very difficult to deal with, especially with people from the Warlock Union meddling. They're rather protective of this younger generation. In spite of the warning, Eugene was full of confidence. Don't worry, boss. If the real bodies of those warlocks dare emerge from the Morningstar area, our monarch wouldn't let them off so easily. Based on the intel, the target had been a ruler of Twilight Zone for a period of time and must be extremely familiar with the situation there. We need to act very cautiously when we go down there. The leading magus continued to express his caution before 3 flickering rays of light pierced into the lava like sharp blades, following the lava pathway and sinking downwards. If even Morningstar Magi could pass through the barrier, there was no issue at all for Radiant Moons. In Twilight Zone, the headquarters of Nature's Alliance Academy. The Academy had now regained its previous vibrance. Ever since Leyland's return, the humans of Twilight Zone broke away from the darkness of war, and even gained a glorious victory. All this would have been unimaginable in the past, but had been easily attained with Leyland's arrival. Leyland's gigantic black stone statue was still at the center of the bustling square in all its glory, but now there was another in the corner. This statue had a distorted human face, nose and eyes squeezed together due to extreme shock and terror. It seemed rather comical. Coupled with the assumed motion of the body, it looked like a clown, creating a stark contrast with Leyland's statue in the middle. Whenever a few of the official magi in the academy passed by the statue, their eyes filled with a trace of panic that did not dissipate for a long while. This clownish stone statue was naturally that banker from before. Though he was a rank 3 magus who was once regarded as the strongest human, he'd been killed by Leyland without any chance to retaliate. Even his body had become a stone figure, exhibited here for eternity to be sneered at by later generations. This method immediately resulted in incessant terror in the Magi's hearts. There were also some who were filled with reverence towards Leyland. What is it? Is there anything else? In the luxurious villa, Leyland reclined on the sofa, watching the Magus that seemed to be short of time. It was obvious that this young man was extremely nervous. His eyes showed his admiration and apprehension at meeting his idol face to face. Lord Protector. Will's face was filled with emotion and uneasiness. If you knew my mother, would you know about my father? Jenny never told you? Leyland watched Will with interest. It had to be said that he was still somewhat similar to his father. No. Every time she talked about it, she got so sorrowful. Will hanged his head low. There are some things we don't know, and some things we can't tell you even if we knew. Leyland laughed as he stroked Will's head. The only thing I can tell you is that I'd chosen to bring you into Nature's Alliance Academy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 620, Of Curses and Dreams. Of Curses and Dreams. Will walked out dejectedly. He had gained no further insight than Leyland's encouragement. Other than that, he felt that this father whom he had never seen before was shrouded in a layer of dense fog. What's wrong with Will? Celine had instantly noticed this anomaly as she walked into Leyland's villa carrying a silver plate. Freshly grounded coffee, personally made by me. On the silver plate, white mist floated above the beige can and mug. Nothing much. Just a youth's confusion. Leyland smiled, held up a cup of coffee and said, "The taste is still as good as before." You? How long are you going to be staying this time? Celine bit her lips, watching Leyland with an evasive gaze. Compared to the previous time they met, Leyland now seemed like an ordinary man. There were no powerful energy waves being transmitted from his body anymore. And yet, she knew that this was only a sign of Leyland becoming more powerful. It seemed like he had gained many things during his journey to the icy cave. However, even if she'd known beforehand, Celine could only smile bitterly. One could only gain as much as their strength allowed them. Even if she knew about the existence of the world of ice before Leyland, any one of the giant icy creatures in there could kill her without even leaving her corpse behind. And now, Celine keenly sensed that Leyland had already gained what he wanted, which was why Twilight Zone no longer attracted him. This discovery immediately made her uneasy. It may be quite some time, but it won't be longer than a year. Leyland took a sip of the rich and mellow coffee. However, the words he said caused Celine's face to turn pale. For a Magus, a year's time was too short. Regardless of what was being done, it was not nearly enough. Even an experiment required a lot more time than this. Seeing Celine's unwilling expression, Leyland secretly sighed, but he did not say anything else. The entire Twilight Zone was just too barren. This place where even a rank 3 Magus could act like a tyrant and become a ruler was honestly too small. Only the larger central continent and the astral plane where there were endless profound mysteries were worthy of Leyland's residence, allowing him to travel as much as he wanted in the future. In that case, can you let me follow you to the central continent? Celine clenched her teeth. Of course you can, but I have to tell you a few things first. Leyland looked at Celine with a profound expression in his pupils. In the central continent, rank 2 magi are merely like ants, their sheer number inconceivable. With your current strength, you will only be in the lowest rung of society there. Also, I already have a wife. Are you going to be willing to give up everything in Twilight Zone and leave with me? After hearing Leyland speak honestly about him already having a wife, Celine stumbled a few steps back, obviously not expecting it. And upon hearing that she had to give up the entirety of Twilight Zone, her expression darkened even further. After a long silence, she finally made a decision. Smiling bitterly, she said, "All right. I cannot give up on Mentor's wish, nor on Twilight Zone. This is my home." Leyland smiled. "Perhaps I can make it up to you in other aspects. For example, didn't you want my bloodline very badly before?" This was a decision Leyland had made after long and careful deliberation. His current Kamoyan's bloodline had already evolved to an extreme point, even reaching its genetic limits. There was no more room for improvement. Hence, the time was finally right to grow his family. A rank 5 warlock's bloodline would be sufficient to form a terrifying power in a short period of time. With the restriction of the bloodline and his own ability as emperor to control all giant Kamoyan serpents, these bloodline descendants would become his most capable assistants in the future. Since he was prepared to grow the Farlier family after his return, there was no harm in leaving another child behind in Twilight Zone. Really? Celine's eyes sparkled, and her face even flushed red with excitement. The terrifying innate abilities Leyland had displayed was proof enough that his descendants definitely wouldn't turn out too bad. They might even inherit some powerful abilities from him. Such a bloodline was one that many female magi sought, but few could obtain. One Morningstar's family always had a great chance of producing another among their ranks, much greater than that of other Magus clans. perhaps one of her own descendants would be a strong morning star as well. As she thought along this line, Celine's breathing could not help but gradually get heavier. Seeing Celine in such a state, Leyland could not help but burst out laughing. Although this woman had changed slightly, she was still that same old Celine in essence. However, he did not hold much hope for her at all. Even if she was willing to give up everything in Twilight Zone and return to the central continent with him, she would at most be another good friend for Freya. Furthermore, letting his bloodline grow in multiple places was also safer overall. Leyland stroked his chin. His decision to grow his bloodline in many different places was certainly not about something as simple as expanding his influence. Through his endless study on bloodline mutations and gene changing, he'd come to know that, with enough descendants, there was a chance that a genetic mutation would occur, allowing the individual's strength to rise further than normal. Although such odds were small enough to be disregarded, there was always hope. In fact, many Kamoyan warlocks and other bloodline warlocks practiced this method. Whenever descendants of exceptionally rich bloodlines appeared, they would perceive it as fate's blessing. I have to go back once my Kamoyan Serpent Emperor bloodline has fully matured and I develop my radiant moon strength. Leyland's pupils dimmed. The boiling lava boomed endlessly. Many fiery dragons splashed about, and rocks shattered to expose a passageway that led upwards. A few black figures rushed out of the place directly. Damn Leyland and damn Twilight Zone. Chief, don't you know that concentrated fire elemental particles are a great enemy for a female Magus skin? My maintenance charges for this mission are going to increase. Carol pouted coquettishly, taking out a mirror and looking her skin over carefully. However, the leader and the Magus called Eugene evidently did not care much. As long as this mission can be completed, no one would care even if you rested for 100 years. The leader snorted coldly. He ignored his subordinates' complaints, much more interested in this territory. TSK. This underground, the elemental particles are already so barren. It's simply a desert for magi. On the other hand, Eugene also sighed while clicking his tongue, showing his disdain towards the barrenness of the Twilight Zone. Compared to the central continent, this place is indeed a desert. However, the darkness and earth elemental particle concentration is still passable, even if barely. Use spells of these two elements as much as possible to conserve your soul force. The chief's head tilted to one side, looking at Carol. Carol, found the opponent yet? Let me see. Carol took out a transparent crystal ball. In the core of this ball was a black wisp of air that swayed back and forth. This was Leyland's aura, collected from Mount Azura. Although Leyland had covered his traces very carefully, as long as such magi had the correct location and suitable spells, finding his tracks was only a matter of time. A black stream of air emerged on Carol's face. After pondering for a moment with her eyes closed, she pointed towards the north and spoke confidently. He's in that direction, I'm sure of it. Good. Now that we've discovered the opponent's position, won't 3 radiant moons like us be able to deal with a simple morning star? Eugene licked his lips. That rascal made me run about outside for such a long time. I want him. This leader nodded. We can. But the target is still as strong as a radiant moon himself, do not underestimate him. However, I have information that the target still has a weakness. Even if he is fighting strength at the radiant moon realm and powerful bloodline imprints, he is still a morning star at his core. The strength of his true soul is limited to the peak of morning star. If we cast curses or attack the soul, it'll be very safe. Carol nodded. Just nice. There's been some progress in my research on soul curses recently, just leave it to me. The two of us will assist. The leader looked at Eugene, and the latter agreed with a little reluctance. All right. You're the leader. Whatever you say goes. Evidently, he was a little depressed because he was unable to draw blood directly. Leyland. Hurry to school, you're going to be late. A foreign yet familiar voice echoed in his ears, making Leyland a little confused. Where is this? AI chip? Around him was a road, cherry blossom trees in full bloom on both sides. Blossoms drifted down to the street one after the other. The ground was very clean, without any sorts of paper scraps. Leyland looked at his own hands. His skin that was milky white without much musculature was full of youth. There was no response from the AI chip, causing Leyland to fall into a deep silence. At this moment, a large chunk of memory entered his brain. I'm Leyland. Innocent Saints High School, Year 3 student. I also have an elder sister and a younger sister in my family. I'm supposed to go to the campus festival. Why? Why do I feel like I've forgotten something important, and what is an AI chip? Why did I remember it subconsciously? Looking at the checkered shirt on his body and the student name tag on his chest, Leyland became quiet in an instant. Hey Leyland, what's wrong with you? A blonde-haired student walked over, pulling Leyland's arm along with him. Serway, Leyland called out the students once he opened his mouth, which made him fall into greater confusion. I need to calm down. Why do I know his name? Where exactly is this? What are you waiting for? We won't make it in time. Serway stopped a taxi, shoving Leyland into it before following closely behind. Driver, Innocent Saints High School. Have you lost your mind? The famous singer, Carol, has a concert at the campus festival today. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 621, Carol. Carol. Carol? Leyland leaned back against the couch while feeling the familiar rumble of the engine, his mind fuzzy. Seems to be a very famous singer, said to be the idol of teenagers in the Furs Federation. Also seems to be slightly related to me, but I don't remember anymore. Memories related to the other person immediately emerged in Leyland's brain, only, why do I keep feeling that something's wrong? This shouldn't be my life. My life. Leyland stretched out his right hand and a word suddenly emerged in his brain, fire. This was pronounced in the ancient Byron language, but tens of seconds passed and nothing happened. What's wrong with you, Leyland? Devising new words? Why haven't I heard this before? Is this German or Spanish? Serway asked thoughtlessly as he looked at the scenery outside the window from time to time. Neither. I may have pronounced it wrongly. Leyland's face was slightly flushed, but his heart was stirring. What happened just now? Why did I have a premonition that something interesting would happen after reading that phone? No. Why do I remember this syllable? Skrrrr. Following the sound of sudden brakes, the taxi stopped in front of a beautiful institution. A large coniferous tree and a holly tree stood on both sides of a white marble statue. In front of the entrance was a banner, Innocent Saints 57th Campus Festival. Below the banner, there was a row of tiny words written in black ink using felt-tip pens and spray paint, welcoming the beautiful Miss Carol's arrival. We will support you forever. A smiley face was even drawn after it, and Leyland felt like laughing upon seeing it. This lad is a student of Innocent Saints High School? Work hard. The taxi driver waved his hand and disappeared into the road. Leyland secretly rolled his eyes at the hand that was stretched out of the car's window. After walking into the school, Leyland could see the bustle of a large crowd. Many teenage boys in shirts and teenage girls in dresses hovered around a colorful tent that was set up temporarily. From time to time, playful giggles also echoed from within. Colorful confetti fluttered gently while a sweet, symphonic music permeated the place. Brother! Why aren't you moving? You were the last one we were missing. A small girl came over and pulled Leyland by the hands, giving him a feeling of warmth. Leyland fell into a trance for a moment as chunks of memories emerged one after the other in his mind. This young lady was his younger sister Gail, currently in year 1. And yet, this familiar face seemed foreign as well, causing him to be somewhat dazed. Aren't I here now? He said in reply. Let's go. Let's go. Serway and Gail, one behind the other, brought Leyland to the side of a large open stage. Hurry and start work, oh debugging master. Serway pushed Leyland to a mechanical platform that was filled with joysticks and buttons, taking out a huge heart-shaped bouquet of roses from his back as if he was performing magic. He shifted his attention towards a tall girl in the dance team, a sight that caused Leyland to roll his eyes. What's the matter? Is there a problem? No. Miss Carol will be here soon. Gail was looking at Leyland, who stood looking silly in front of the debugging platform. Thinking that the machine malfunctioned or something, she couldn't help but pace back and forth as a layer of tears appeared in her eyes. Seeing Gail like that, Leyland secretly heaved a sigh of relief and came before the debugging platform. Oh, it's fine, I was just thinking about something and my mind kind of wandered off. The moment he came in front of the platform, his hands moved to its surface, beginning to work subconsciously. Numerous lights lit up, and the curtains on the stage were slowly drawn back. Okay. The joysticks and sliding platforms are all normal, just do it according to the previous procedure and it'll be fine. Leyland rubbed his forehead, feeling that things had grown more unexpected. The knowledge of the debugging machine seemed to have been shoved into his brain all of a sudden, and although he felt extremely familiar with it, fear began to rise in his heart. Yay! My brother is the best, you're awesome. Gail jumped in glee. Seeing her like that, along with the gentle and kind memory of his elder sister, Leyland suddenly felt that such a life didn't seem all that bad. This thought seemed to have only come up for a moment, but it made his heart stir as if he discovered something incredible. Fragments of memories poured into his mind, as if he was watching some sort of movie. He'd seen an ignorant and underdeveloped world that was filled with a mysterious force called magic. He seemed to have been exploring that place. Is this what I dreamt of last night? Maybe I can use it as an idea for a novel or something. Leyland stroked his chin, but he still had the nagging feeling that things weren't so simple. While Leyland had sunk into deep thought, a loud, deafening clamor sounded out. Many people rushed out to gather at the front of the stage in a flood, breaking his train of thought. Look! Sister Carol is here! Gale shouted in excitement as well, squeezing forward on tiptoes. Isn't she just a celebrity? Just you wait, I'll get a few autographed photos and postcards for you later. Leyland snorted. Of course you can take as many photos of her as you want, but the current scenario is different. I'm so excited. Gale squeezed forward even more, but Leyland grew confused. Wait, what do you mean I can take as many as I want? Am I very close to her? But Gale had already disappeared into the crowd, making Leyland lose someone to question. Carol slowly walked to the center of the stage, accompanied by the hysterical shouts of the crowd. The many spotlights emitted a dazzling brilliance even in the day as colorful mist spread out and surrounded her. Carol! 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 We love you! Numerous teenagers screamed at the top of their lungs, almost to the point that Leyland could not help but cover his ears, feeling as if his eardrums had been destroyed. At the same time, his gaze shifted, attracted to the girl at the center of the stage. Carol wore a magnificent costume that wasn't the dazzling kind, with 2 plaits hanging down gently from her head. Her face was so exquisite she looked like a doll. Thank you. I love you all too. Carol looked at the fans below and smiled sweetly, causing many fanatical fans to cover her in another round of adulation. Her voice was very airy, melding well with her personality to form a unique aura. Even a few words from her generated an extraordinary attraction. Next, let's invite Miss Carol to perform her famous song for us, Flight. Because of Carol's presence, the 2 MCs were almost forgotten. Patiently waiting for their chance, they immediately announced the song. Okay. Start the background music. Leyland wore his headphones, but Carol, who was on the stage, made a signal to stop. Wait. I have another piece of news here for everyone, Carol smiled, carrying a rare hint of excitement in her voice. My trip to Innocent Saints campus this time was on my boyfriend's invitation. Yes. I'm in love. The place instantly fell into a deathly silence. Carol, who was famous across the entirety of the Furs Federation and had always been lovely idol, was actually in love, and with a high school student? This storm immediately petrified the surrounding audience. Soon after, a howl echoed, livening the atmosphere at the scene. What? No. Carol, you're my goddess, how can you? Oh. No. How is that possible? Many teenage boys clenched their chests in pain and collapsed. Leyland even felt like he could hear the sound of their glass hearts shattering. But even more of the audience waved the fresh flowers, light sticks, and other items in their hands and said, Carol, we support you. Thank you. Carol bowed at the audience below with reddened eyes. I'd like to invite my boyfriend up to sing Flight with me. To commemorate this day, upon hearing this, many of the students looked at one another, as if they were trying to identify Carol's boyfriend. Wah-aha! This Carol's boyfriend is going to get unlucky. Leyland thought gloatingly. Then, aren't you going to hurry up there? Who knew since when, Serway and Gale had appeared beside Leyland again, pulling him onto the stage. Brother! Sister Carol has already mustered her courage like that, what are you still waiting for? Gale tugged on Leyland's sleeve, laughing like a small fox that had successfully stolen a chicken. Eh? What? It's me? Leyland pointed at his own nose. Carol's boyfriend is me? Suddenly, another memory appeared again. Leyland, remember our promise. Wearing a pretty ribbon on her head, Carol pulled Leyland's hand. Only at this moment did Leyland recall. It seemed as if should be. Roughly. Carol had actually been his neighbor for 3 years, and it was at that time that the two had embarked on a romantic relationship. After being dragged onto the stage with Carol pulling his hand, facing the multiple spotlights and the fervent gazes of many geeks, Leyland's face was still a little stiff. Are you serious? This scenario just isn't right. Leyland felt slightly dizzy. At this moment, the gentle background music started playing, and an angelic voice echoed from beside him. Leyland looked slightly dazed as he watched this beautiful fairy-like girl beside him. Her voice was airy like no other, as clear as spring water. It seemed like even her spirit could cleanse him. It was extremely refreshing. This was especially true of her eyes. Those eyes were full of emotion as she sang, making it extremely difficult for him to part with her. An affluent life, and the admiration of a celebrity, all this is so wonderful. What am I still waiting for? Leyland could not help but question himself. But at the same time, the uneasiness in his heart grew stronger, a feeling that he would regret the wrong decision here for the rest of his life. That's right. My dreams, my goals, my original pursuits, what exactly are they? Leyland asked himself repeatedly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 622, Fleeing and Awakening. Fleeing and Awakening. My goal? Leyland stood on the stage. Although he was the focus of attention of thousands of people, his mind still wandered off. Is it to live my life ordinarily and peacefully? Yes. With time, money, and a wife who loves you, what's there to hesitate? But why do I still feel a little indignant deep in my heart? Leyland touched his chest. If everyone is like that, then fine. But if there is a path leading to eternal life, and I don't try and pursue it, how could I face myself? Eternity? Eternity. Yes, pursuing the ultimate of everything and obtaining eternal life, that is my pursuit. Leyland's pupils instantly grew resolute. Grabbing Carol's hand, he gently said, Sister Carol? Sorry. Right at this moment, an intense rumbling explosion echoed, engulfing the place in crimson flames. The crowd screamed and dispersed as a black, armored car barged recklessly into the campus, stopping at the side of the stage. Numerous figures in steel armor jumped out in an orderly manner. Clearly, they were well trained. External armor? And nuclear-powered laser guns? As Leyland looked at the metal skeleton in their appearances and the oddly shaped gun barrels, he could not help but show a shocked expression, his pupils narrowing rapidly. Seize her. These armored men did not even notice the other students running about, as if all of them were ants in their eyes. They lunged towards the center of the stage directly with cold expressions in their eyes. This was the disregard one developed for life through years of bloody warfare. Carol. Their target is Carol. Leyland was surprised. Brother Leyland. The girl shrieked, holding Leyland's hand. Given that she was a celebrity, she naturally had a few bodyguards by her side, but they'd been burnt to ashes by the lasers before they could even pull out their weapons, becoming what seemed like piles of charcoal. In an instant, the screams of the crowd grew more intense. Those armed soldiers looked like steel mountains. All obstructions they encountered on their way, be it furniture or even human life, were ruthlessly destroyed. These people, they're definitely not normal soldiers or mercenaries. Leyland's pupils narrowed and every muscle on his body stiffened. And yet, the moment he looked at the pathetic Carol beside him, her face full of panic as she nearly fell limp to the floor, he suddenly started running. Go! He shrieked, pulling her along. Using the obstruction from the crowd, he successfully brought her off stage and headed in the direction of a teaching block. Caesar, we don't need that boy alive. A person who seemed like the leader of the soldiers commanded. Immediately, Leyland saw many laser guns aimed at him. Get down! He suddenly pressed Carol's head down, pinning her to the ground. A dazzling radiance shot out as laser blasts sounded everywhere. When they stopped, the stage behind him had already become flat ground. A broken, burnt arm fell in front of him. Leyland! Carol's eyes turned white, her fingernails tearing into Leyland's hand and causing it to bleed. I know. Go quickly. For some unknown reason, Leyland felt very used to such bloody scenes and did not feel the slightest bit of discomfort. He was still able to think calmly in this situation. The opponent's target is Carol. At a crucial time, if I abandon her, it'll give me the chance to survive. He then glanced at Carol. Still, we're neighbors and lovers after all. I'll escape with her for a while, but if we're unable to pull away from the enemy even with our best efforts, I can only give up. Although a bad thought stirred in his heart, a determined look emerged in Leyland's face as he grabbed Carol and ran. At a corner, he glanced at the entrance where many students had gathered in a crowd, no longer daring to look at the figures in black. It was like they were some sort of monsters. He caught a glimpse of Serway's eye-catching blonde hair and the small girl beside him. Serway and Gale are both there. I can't draw fire to the place. Immediately giving up on the entrance where the students were, he brought Carol along as he ran into another crowd. Bang. 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 Large amounts of flesh flew into the sky. With Leyland and Carol drawing the enemy's firepower to this place, these people were instantly met with annihilation. With the bombardment of laser guns, these students grew more panicked in their frantic running. Under the bombardment of the laser guns, these students ran around in an even more panicky way, making it difficult for the enemy to recognize people. And with this as a cover, Leyland successfully brought Carol and escaped to the teaching block. Stay here. Don't run. Leyland shoved Carol into the changing room's cabinet as he chose another ventilation duct for himself and crawled in. There's another way out here. I should be able to escape through this duct if Carol gets caught. Leyland's eyes glowed from their depths. His relationship with Carol only consisted of fragmented memories. Although both Serway and Gale said that Carol was his girlfriend, Leyland still felt a strong sense of disconnect. The weight of these feelings in his heart had dissipated completely during their escape. Or, put in other words, this relationship was only worth so much to him. After this, she would have to rely on her own luck. If she faced the fate of being captured, Leyland would not rescue her, as in doubt as he was right now. Furthermore, the enemy evidently wanted to capture Carol alive and did not care about others' lives. Leyland would certainly not risk so much for her. Carol would still have a chance of survival after falling into the enemy's hands, but for him, it would be game over. Thus, he naturally knew his choice. Close this place off. I saw them escaping into the building and they never came out. A large boom echoed, accompanied by footsteps. They were heavy footsteps, every thud beating right into his heart like the steps of death itself. Search every room. Don't miss even a single corner, the enemy's cold voice echoed over again. Now, Leyland could only smile bitterly and pray. How could he and a small girl outrun such elites? It was only because of the cannon fodder that he'd managed to get here successfully. If he'd left the shelter of the building, he would be a sitting duck. Moreover, this was a school. With something like this happening, as long as they waited for a period of time, there would definitely be some sort of response from the authorities. As the seconds ticked by, the rummaging sounds coming from the surroundings echoed out without end, drawing closer and closer to the changing room. It made Leyland feel a little suffocated. Damn it! The government is useless in this area, I'll never vote for them again. Leyland scolded hatefully. Right at this moment, the changing room's door was pushed open violently and numerous footsteps invaded the place violently. The rummaging sounds continued for a moment, followed by a girl's alarmed cry. Leyland's heart stopped, knowing that Carol had already been captured by the enemy. His body slowly moved backwards, already prepared to retreat at any time. And the other student? Where has he gone to? A buff man asked. I'm not saying. Carol's stubborn yet airy voice echoed, but it made Leyland roll his eyes instead. 2 crisp slaps sounded in reply to it. Not saying instead of not knowing, which means he's nearby. But we don't have any more time. Let's go. That hefty man waved his hand, taking Carol out with him. Through the blinds, Leyland saw a member of the troop throw a round metal object on the ground as they left, the thing shining with light. Leyland cursed. Damn it! A high-explosive magnetic grenade. His entire body suddenly moved backwards as he began crawling desperately. A blue glow suddenly swept across behind him, followed by many blazing flames. The sound wave caused even Leyland's ears and nose to bleed. A blind was kicked open with a bang, and Leyland suddenly fell down along with large amounts of dust and rubbish. Finally out. Leyland heaved deep breaths and patted his chest. However, when he looked at the surrounding scene, his expression changed. Dozens of soldiers in steel armored were walking over with a girl in tow, their faces growing dazed for a moment when they saw Leyland. Brother Leyland, I knew that you'd be back to rescue me. Carol, who was being escorted by them, began cheering instead. Leyland rolled his eyes speechlessly. It was like the saying went, man proposes, but God disposes. We meet again, you rascal. What a lucky life you have. A man wearing a steel skeletal mask came out, eyes shining with a vicious red radiance. Kill him. The opponent looked at Leyland as if he was looking at a piece of garbage. The dazed Carol then realized something and immediately began begging, no. Let Brother Leyland go. I'll go with you. However, she seemed unable to change these men's attitudes even slightly, and a dazzling white light shot out from a cannon. Leyland's vision went black. Suddenly, time seemed to stop at the moment, and a voice echoed out of nowhere, between Carol and yourself, who do you choose? Confusion emerged in Leyland's eyes. Of course I choose. Leyland glanced at Carol, whose face was frozen in a panicked expression. Neither, you idiot. A hint of calmness appeared in Leyland's eyes once more. I finally regained a portion of my memories. Trying to trick me into signing a contract? The stagnated time shattered apart with a crash, as numerous lasers shot to him once more. Fire. Once again, Leyland read out a word from the ancient Byron language. Only this time, the moment the rune syllable was heard, space itself seemed to be mobilized. A large amount of an unknown energy gathered together, combining to result in an amazing transformation. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 623, Trial and Destruction. Trial and Destruction. A magus created spells by using his spiritual force to draw the energy particles in the air. The current Leyland could cause a mysterious change with just a spoken rune syllable and the injection of spiritual force. A ball of flames formed in front of Leyland and a huge wall of fire spread out, blocking the white light. The figures that were armored in black could only see a huge amount of flames appearing out of thin air to collide with the laser. The teen himself was still safe and sound. Plop, an armored man loosened his grip and dropped his laser gun. A peculiar scene such as this was still a first for them despite their years of war experience and the gory training they'd undergone. Mutants! The leader cried. Mutants? Is this what your world calls people with mysterious powers? Leyland laughed and placed his hands behind his back, sizing up his surroundings with a sense of nostalgia. Is this a dream? Or a world generated from my memories? Though there are many similarities to my previous world, there are still quite a few differences. Our target is her, you can leave. The leader said in a low voice. Being one of the few higher-ups that knew of the existence of mutants, how could he not be afraid of Leyland's abilities? Scram! But Leyland only looked at them apathetically as if he was looking at prey. You dashed. The leader's face flushed with anger. He pulled out a glimmering ring from his waist. Magnetic Hybrid Storm No. 2. This is specially created to counter weapons created by mutants. If you are to leave now, we will treat it as nothing happened. Interesting. The ring disappeared from the leader's hand in an instant and showed up in Leyland's. Spatial power? Or high-speed movement? Cold sweat gathered on the leader's forehead. How ignorant and stupid. Leyland looked at them sympathetically and color drained from the leader's face. This was a mutant who allowed him no chance of resistance and who could snatch the weapon from his hand in seconds. Leyland was definitely someone beyond what he could handle, and it was highly possible for his whole team would die here. We have to leave quickly. The leader shouted as a mini laser gun appeared in his hand. He aimed several fatal beams at Leyland. Pew! All the laser rays were blocked by a golden curtain before flames burst forth. The massive flames illuminated the surroundings with a fiery red glow, the last sight this leader would see before he left the world. Carol stood rooted to the ground, suddenly realizing that the Leyland in front of her was very much different from the Leyland she knew. He seemed a lot more confident and exuded a monstrous aura. Although she thought of things such as power and aura as a joke, she learned then that there was true power in this world. Just a mere flash of red light could turn those threatening enemies into ashes. If someone with such power wasn't greater than the rest, who was? You are Carol, right? In front of her stood the person she was familiar with, speaking with a voice she was familiar with, but she couldn't help but move back. Who are you? Don't come near me. Where is Leyland? Tears gathered in the girl's eyes. She wanted to leave this person, but an invisible force brought her in front of him. Are you the focal point in this world? Leyland smiled gently at her and began to say things that made her mind spin. Through the allure of choices presented to me and tricking me into making decisions through emotions, my true soul will forever be confined in this makeshift world, huh? Carol knew the meaning of each individual word Leyland was saying but was confused at their intended meaning. Seems like someone's been targeting me. Leyland touched his chin. AI chip, how do I get out? Beep. Host body affected by unknown radiation, true soul at a loss. Beep. Fog appeared in host sea of consciousness, affecting cognitive abilities. Beginning projection of guiding coordinates. The AI chip's reply came instantly this time, accompanied with numerous status updates. The AI chip was fused with Leyland's very soul. No matter where he went, his true soul's survival meant the AI chip's survival. Enemies stood a chance of intercepting this connection for a short while, but they couldn't break it. The AI chip was continuously trying to awaken Leyland's true soul. This was also why he was so quick to see through the hazy world so quickly. AI chip, begin scan. The target is this entire world. Leyland commanded. Beep. Mission established, scan beginning. With the update after his advancement to Radiant Moon, the changes were not merely cosmetic. The chip's various functions had been updated as well. Scanning 3D structure. Instability detected. Absence of plane curves, concluded as unstable world. Curse detected. Concluded as dream curse. The AI chip responded quickly. As expected, someone dragged me into a trance with a curse. Leyland's face slowly warped as he read through the data. In order to break out of this trance, we have to start from the key of this world and then neutralize the counterattack. Leyland came to Carol. What do you want? Don't come near me. Carol moved backwards in fear, but Leyland maintained his poker face and pointed a finger at her forehead. Boom, the world shook, and Carol fell down. Though she had yet to die, Leyland could feel the connection between her and some form of entity weakening. Carol is only a shell, the counterattack should be coming soon after I'm done dealing with the key. Leyland said, floating in midair as the very space vibrated. Gale, look. That person over there, he looks like Leyland. Surway's jaw dropped. It really is him. Did he become a superhero? Gale ruffled her hair and seemed to be a little dizzy. Had her useless brother been pretending all along, hiding a secret life as a superhero? Was he one of those who's secretly guarding the world's peace? A piercing anti-aircraft alarm sounded, and violet light filled the entire city. A large number of UFOs surrounded the area, armored men flying out from within. Complex energy circuits flashed from on their armors, that worn by the troops from before complete trash in comparison. These people with peculiar energy undulations should have been the mutants that the leader of those troops was talking about. They looked pretty advanced. UFOs. Is this the extraterrestrial colonization fleet of the Federation? God! Many students and passers-by started screaming on the ground. The few figures in front especially made them feel like they were suffocating just by looking at them. Delusion and reality, illusion and mystery, things that only existed in conjectures, were all suddenly appearing in front of everyone's eyes, giving them a strong sense of intangibility. A ray of blue light scanned over Leyland's body, and the scanned data flashed across the glasses of the person leading the troop. It was like he instantly knew Leyland's identity. Leyland, Year 3 student of Innocent Saints High School. How dare you use your powers carelessly in public as a mutant? Return with us to the headquarters to receive your punishment. Well, Leyland shook his head and sighed. Why weren't you here before when we were being attacked? And now you come over with such speed when everything's solved? I protest. The mocking tone in Leyland's voice caused the person to furrow his brows. He decided to teach a good lesson to the arrogant young man in front of him. Who do you think you are? The headquarters only take actions against our own kind, humans are exempted. Prepare to be tried for your crimes. The troop leader waved his hand, and two figures ran towards Leyland. As expected, weakness is a sin no matter what world you're in. Leyland sighed, and frenzied energy undulations burst forth from his body. Whoosh, huge clouds of smog wrapped around two mutants. The sound of blood dripping was heard, and when the smog cleared, a few damaged bones and metal components fell down. The two people were nowhere to be seen. Boom, the glasses of the leader's eyes exploded, the scratches from the shrapnel forming blood-red lines across his face. Yet, he didn't seem to care at all, only glaring at Leyland as he muttered in disbelief, Sylvan-ranked. He is a Sylvan-ranked mutant. Many of them took a step back, as if realizing they'd been surrounding a monster all this while. Mutant of the Sylvan-ranked is the highest of all the levels as of current times. They only existed in rumors, and were strong enough to cause energy probes to blow up, but the thought of going against someone of this standard made many of the troop members shudder. If the situation is as such, Your Grace, shall we? The leader clenched his teeth and walked forward, but Leyland did not want to waste any more time on them. What a group of clowns. The countermeasures of this world are weak, so weak that I'm disappointed. A tiny black orb appeared on his finger, and he flicked it forward. You lot haven't seen real strength. The pitch-black orb absorbed all light, causing space itself to collapse. The terrifying turbulence enveloped all the UFOs and enemies. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 624, Dreamscape Realm. Dreamscape Realm. Storms and turbulence wreaked havoc in the huge space, wiping out the entire troop within seconds. This terrifying scene rendered all onlookers speechless. Leyland is actually so strong? Gale looked at Leyland's back view, a little confused. Large amounts of light started to leak out from the spatial crack, the scene within seeming like an entirely separate galaxy. First, it was the key, then it was the counterattack. I have to open up a path for myself next. Leyland muttered under his breath as a dazzling moon rose up behind him. Space stabilized as the translucent moonlight scattered and revealed a silver pathway. Come here. Before he left, Leyland waved his hand. Gale, who was on the floor, flew to him. Brother, the little lass called out hoarsely before she kept silent, realizing that Leyland was not the same person she knew. The power of destiny gave us a chance to meet in this world. Although I cannot be sure if this is reality or an illusion, let this be my present to you. Leyland chuckled lightly, and directed a spot of light into Gale's forehead before stepping through into the pathway. Twilight Zone, on top of an altar. The surface of the black altar was filled with runic circuits full of energy, and Carol was seated at the center. Opposite her was the crystal ball that had collected Leyland's aura, streams of black air circulating around it continuously. Eugene and the other Magus could only watch on. Suddenly, the crystal ball cracked and the black air dispersed. Carol screamed at the top of her lungs before fainting. What happened? The curse backfired? The leader of the Magi knitted his brows together, and a bright green weapon flashed before going into Carol's body and awakening her. What's going on? Didn't you say that your soul-body spell has reached the state where you can enter any dreams and fool any Morningstar Magus? Eugene bellowed. We've been had. He's already reached the radiant moon realm. The true soul of a radiant moon is not something that a low-level dream manipulation could confuse. Carol looked a little out of focus. Furthermore, even though I couldn't perceive everything in the dream, I'm sure that Leyland is hiding a huge secret. That's obvious. How could someone who broke through to the radiant moon realm have no secrets? The leader's voice turned icy. Prepare for battle. He has definitely noticed us. Leyland was currently floating in the void, feeling weightless. He'd been in this state ever since he escaped from that dream world, only seeing a misty fog in front of him. There seemed to be no end to it. I can't let this continue. I need to get back quickly. Leyland pushed ahead, putting in all his strength. His soul exuded a cooling radiance under which the fog dissipated to reveal a small island. As he stepped foot onto the island, the steady feel of the ground gave him a sense of security. The place wasn't too big, at most 1,000 meters in diameter. At its center was a miniature fountain, a few lights moving about in the waters. Gore. Gore, hi there. On top of a black palm tree, a single-eyed owl greeted Leyland happily. Hello, friend. Where am I? Leyland waved. Beep. Scan complete. No life force undulations detected. Heat and radiation levels are at 0. The AI chip reported in secret. This is the gap between Dreamscape and the real world. The last time someone visited was 572 years after you. That was a very pretty lass. Leyland grew confused by the owl. Wait. Isn't this the dream world from the curse? How could someone from the future arrive before me? He asked. Dreamscape is a dimension created by the dreams of all intelligent creatures. It is everywhere, and unfathomable. Time and space are intangible here. The owl looked at Leyland. Your dream is, therefore, a part of Dreamscape. Is it? Leyland grew suspicious. He had heard about Dreamscape before. Even in the ancient era, it was a place that caused many Magi to tremble. There had even been an invasion from Dreamscape once that caused great harm to the Magus world. There were a lot of demons in Dreamscape that were not weaker than rank 7 Magi which wielded laws. Of course, there was a lot of instability in this world. Even the weakest worm could grow into a powerful demon the next day, and the strongest demon could disappear in the next moment. Due to this characteristic, the invasion of Dreamscape dissipated quickly, but to the Magi of the ancient era, this was a taboo, not to be spoken of. Many Magi from the ancient era have explored Dreamscape. I never thought I'd get this chance as well. Leyland touched his chin, not mentioning anything else. What would happen if I found the dream world of powerful Magi, or even the dream of the ancient wisdom tree or the dream of the snake dowager? Wouldn't it be too strange? Then sir, how does one return to the real world? And if I wish to come back here afterwards, how can I accomplish that? Leyland bowed to the owl on top of the tree. I like your courtesy, lad. The owl hooted again and shook its wings. A single gray feather fell into his hand. Leyland looked at this feather. It was very soft, but the tail region seemed to have a certain sort of power to it. It's easy to leave Dreamscape, all you have to do is wake up. As for coming back, that feather over there might be of some help. Now, I need to return. I have a dinner appointment with the past me. Have a nice dream, sir. As the owl disappeared from his sight, Leyland's grip around the feather tightened. Will it be all right as long as I wake up? He muttered to himself, looking a little perplexed. Boom, Leyland's muscles tightened as he felt as if he was falling, and he abruptly sat up. Dear, are you okay? Celine switched on the lights and came over in concern. This is Nature's Alliance Academy? Looking at the familiar yet strange ceiling and the surrounding decorations, Leyland's pupils dilated and he quickly sobered up. Are you all right? Celine looked worried. After all, for such a powerful Magus to have nightmares was something beyond rare. I'm fine. Leyland raised his right hand, and a gray feather appeared in his left palm. Leyland muttered under his breath, Dreamscape. The strangest of planes, an ensemble of conscience in a messed up time and space. One day, I will reveal your secrets. AI chip, show me my previous condition. Beep. Host body facing an unknown disturbance, true soul weakening. Various pieces of data showed that Leyland's experience just now wasn't merely superficial. Beep. Target coordinates found. In the last line, Leyland saw a position. This was the location the AI chip had traced back from the curse. It isn't too far. It looks like this sort of dream curse requires a certain amount of proximity. Leyland's face darkened, and he began radiating a murderous aura. Whoever you are that spied on me, die. An explosion sounded out as he turned into a phantom, disappearing from the room. Celine could only look into the space Leyland disappeared to, uncertainty filling her face. Quick! The curse has been countered. Leyland will find us. Carol seemed to wake up from her trance upon hearing the leader's reminder. What should we be scared of? He's just a newly advanced radiant moon. As long as the three of us combine powers, we have nothing to be afraid of. Eugene said indignantly. Eugene makes sense. Prepare for battle. The leader sighed. Leader, why are you? Carol looked anxious at first, before growing shocked as she glanced at the sky not far away. A black tornado was whirring with energy as it headed for them in full force. It's not that we're choosing not to leave. He's already found us, the leader said bitterly. HSS, the person heading towards them at full speed, was obviously angered by their provocation. The horrifying phantom of a Kamoyan serpent emperor appeared behind his back. Concentrated black gases engulfed everything in their path, sweeping in their direction. Whoosh, the obstructions on the way, be they stones, mud or anything else, turned into nothing in a split second. Eugene's pupils constricted as he stared at the person charging at them with the speed of light. Is that the giant Kamoyan serpent? Why do I feel so repressed? It looks so different from the phantom in the data, and, his hand trembled, why does a newly advanced radiant moon have such a powerful aura? All of you. Die. The phantom behind Leyland devoured everything even as he was shouting. Shit. We have to leave. Sparks of black fire flashed, and it seemed as though the serpent took a big bite of every place Leyland passed, loud snaps echoing again and again. This is not the giant Kamoyan serpent. It's their ruler. It's the Kamoyan serpent emperor. The leader seemed to have thought of something as he exclaimed, that rumor is actually real. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 625, Discovery and Battle. Discovery and Battle. Legend? What legend? Carol wiped off the blood at the corner of her lips. Her true soul had been injured by the curse in the dream, and she was no longer in the best shape. I've heard the monarch mention that giant Kamoyan serpent warlocks carry the bloodline of the Snake Dowager. Although very low, there is a chance of a rank 5 emperor appearing amongst them. The leader's voice was very low, and Carol and Eugene could even hear a tremble in it, and after the appearance of the Kamoyan emperor, the entire Kamoyan race will unify under them to regain the glory of the bloodline warlocks. That's obviously just a prophecy. Who's going to believe that? Eugene pursed his lips in disdain. If it were merely another prophecy, nobody would believe it, but what if the person who had made it was the great astrologer, Magus Derek? And what if I told you he sacrificed his life to do it? The leader glanced at Eugene. Derek? That legendary radiant moon Magus who was the most likely prophet to reach breaking dawn. Carol exclaimed, her eyes now full of fear towards Leyland. That's why, even as we suppressed the bloodline warlocks, we've been paying close attention to the Ouroboros clan. If we hadn't been afraid of turbulences of ill destiny appearing, which would cause them to join the dark side, we would long since have eliminated them. This Magus slowly revealed some confidential details. So Leyland is the hope of their bloodline? Carol's expression turned grim. Yes. No matter the cost, Leyland must die today. The Radiant Moon Magi used their soul force to open a communication channel, and made a decision in practically an instant. It was at this moment that a large black serpent attacked them. A crimson crescent of an energy blade shot out from the giant serpent phantom's stomach, heading straight for Carol. It's an attack from a piece of high-grade magic equipment. Their expressions changed, and Carol quickly retreated, her innate defensive spells flickering into existence. The undulations of energy from middle-grade magic equipment burst forth, fighting against the crimson blades of light. The crimson blades only dissipated after 3 pieces of middle-grade magic equipment exploded in quick succession, revealing a Carol who looked deathly pale. So you're the ones plotting against me from the shadows? The giant phantom serpent coiled up, and the devilishly handsome face of a Magus was revealed as Leyland stared at these 3 magi coldly. Just the sweep of his gaze caused these 3 radiant moon magi to feel their scalps go numb, as if they were being watched by some terrifying unmatched being. Indeed, the opponent had a very handsome face. Even if she'd videos and acquired information about him before, Carol had to admit that a high-ranked warlock like Leyland was someone who female magi would go crazy over. This unwitting charm he was giving off was very similar to a high-grade illusory attack. Who are you? Leyland watched the three magi, the gears in his mind turning. His greatest enemy in the central continent, Jupiter's lightning, only had one radiant moon Magus in Zegna. However, none of these three was weaker than Zegna, and were total strangers to him. Could they be from the monarch of the skies? Or is it someone else afraid of my development? Thoughts flashed quickly past Leyland's mind. At this moment, the AI chip had transmitted to his mind all the information it had gleaned. 2 peak new moons as well as a full moon Magus. If it were the past me, I wouldn't be able to kill them even if I used sun-scorching nirvana. These 3 radiant moon magi were obviously here to kill him, and Leyland's guard immediately went up. Who exactly are you? He spoke slowly while the AI chip scanned their auras and undulations in detail. There were only a few radiant moons in the central continents. He could search them up in the future, and he would eventually find out where they were from. Currently, Leyland only needed to vent the fury in his heart. It had to be said, that dream curse they'd used on him had enraged him to no end. The leader of the Magi watched Leyland, his eyes first flickering with terror but then glowing with a staunch resolve. Leyland Farlier. So you were able to break through the bloodline shackles of the giant Chamoyan serpent and reach rank 5. You're the most powerful bloodline genius I've ever seen, but it's a pity that no matter how talented you are, you have to die here today. Radiant moon spell formation, 3 souls in 1. The bright figure of a full moon appeared behind the leader's back, and full moon soul force burst forth, bringing with it a piercing chill. Eugene and Carol stepped into formation behind him, each of them at the 3 corners of a triangle with this leader at the head. The soul force from their true souls merged as well. 3 cold radiant souls unified, appearing in front of Leyland like lightning. A competition between true souls? The giant Chamoyan serpent emperor roared, and crimson runes began to spread across Leyland's body. Even after reaching Radiant Moon and becoming a rank 5 warlock, his true soul was still weak in comparison to the combined true souls of his opponents. With their spell formation, they'd suppressed his to the maximum, to the point that even his domain was weakening. Though my soul force has been stimulated by my bloodline to reach the peak of New Moon, it's too strenuous to fight 3 magi at the same rank, let alone one with power at full moon. Leyland's brows furrowed, the image of a true soul similarly appearing behind him and soul force at rank 5 being released. Cold moonlight that brought with it a terrifying soul force competed with theirs. The danger of such a battle was far greater than one of the spells. Just a slight misstep could push any of them to a point of no return. The void was still, with no sound being emitted. A formless ripple was quickly spreading in all directions, and all beings in range of this battle between soul force, ordinary or otherwise, collapsed without a sound. This even included rank 3 beings. Terrifying soul undulations even spread as far as Nature's Alliance Academy, and even with the defensive formations Leyland had set up before there were massive casualties. Pooh, Leyland abruptly staggered back as his blood flowed down from his eyes. In the battle between soul force, he had clearly been on the losing end. However, the Radiant Moon Magi weren't faring very well either, the huge loss of soul force causing their faces to turn pale. He's already reached peak New Moon? The leader stared at Leyland in disbelief. He knew full well how difficult it was for Radiant Moon Magi to advance, and the opponent was a newly advanced warlock. In such a short period of time, he had pushed his soul force to peak New Moon, and that was a huge shock for him. Traces of jealousy began to form in the depths of his heart, even nibbling at his spirit like a toxic serpent. Admit defeat. You're not our match when it comes to soul force. Injuries to soul force will reflect on your body, there's no way out for you. The Magus leader watched Leyland, whose blood was seeping from his skin, and hummed coldly. Is that so? Leyland sneered instead, giving his opponent a bad omen. Devour. The tremendous and elegant Chamoyan serpent emperor figure appeared behind him, widening its huge mouth towards the 3 radiant moon magi. A terrifying black hole was produced, causing everything within range, even light in space, to be sucked in. The powerful attractive force gave rise to a horrifying energy storm. Rumble, in an instant, the ground under the 3 radiant moon magi turned nothing as an unending stream of life force flowed to all parts of Leyland's body, allowing his wounds to heal quickly. With the devouring innate skill, he was practically immortal, and could even mend his true soul using his body. No matter how grievous the injury, he could recover quickly. In a battle between magi, this was completely like a cheat move. Pooh, the opponents cooperated to deal another blow, soul blades carving out a huge wound on Leyland's chest. However, large amounts of life force were channeled instantly once more, and blood and flesh regenerated. In the blink of an eye, he had recovered. Leyland exchanged blows like a lunatic, injury for another injury, crimson energy blades flying everywhere and causing the three magi to find it difficult to keep up. This was especially so for the frail Carol. Due to the backlash from before, she was now on the verge of collapsing. This isn't working. His regenerative ability is just too terrifying. The leader of the Magi felt a chill in his heart. They had to fend against not just Leyland's attacks, but also the devouring force of the black hole. Leyland was contending with them with no qualms whatsoever, and he was finding this precarious situation difficult to manage. The opponent evidently regains life force through devouring matter. Let's go into a spatial rift. There shouldn't be much for him to absorb there. His eyes flickered as he found the way to get around this devouring ability, its weakness. If he were in a void, Leyland's devouring ability would definitely be affected. While he could devour space, the efficiency would definitely decrease, and the amount of life energy generated would be lessened. Trying to leave? Crimson light flashed in Leyland's eyes. HSS, the terrifying amber slits of the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor's eyes fixed onto the weakest member, Carol. A layer of ash-white stone began to emerge on her body. Boom. Boom, Leyland let the opponent's attacks land on his back, scales, and flesh flying as he charged into the center of their spell formation. Numerous black shadow claws appeared and forcefully grabbed Carol. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 626, Rank 5 Snake Transformation. Rank 5 Snake Transformation. Light burst forth as the spell formation that combined the power of three souls was broken through. Let's go! Eugene and the leader grasped this opportunity and quickly pulled Leyland into the spatial crack. The tremendous snarling figure of the giant serpent was still devouring the dust and space all around it, but the life energy being generated was obviously reduced. It was obvious at the slowed recovery of the injury on Leyland's back. Carol! At this moment, the opponents were gazing at Carol, who was in Leyland's control, and a trace of despair appeared on their expressions. Under the gaze of the Eye of Petrification, the female Magus had turned into a limestone statue. Though there was a layer of soul energy resisting the corrosion from the petrification, Leyland currently possessed a Serpent Emperor's eyes, and the damage his innate spell could cause had risen greatly. Even Radiant Moon Magi would not be immune to such an attack. Carol? She's the Magus who brought me into that dream? Very well. Leyland lifted the statue, the scarlet earring emanating dazzling rays of light. What are you going to do? If you dare to attack Carol, our king won't let you off. Eugene exclaimed. He. At this stage, there's no need to discuss anything about letting people off. Don't treat me like a child. Trying to deceive me like this is an insult to my intelligence. Leyland's voice was light, but his tone was ice cold. What I want you to know now is the price of provoking me. Whoever you or your backers are, you will all perish. Kacha. Kacha. Numerous fine rays of light streaked past, and the stone statue that was Carol burst into smithereens. In that moment, Eugene and the leader were caught in a daze. They had never expected Leyland to be so powerful, and for him to be so merciless. You dare, the Magus leader trembled, evidently completely infuriated. Did you think that's all I would do? Leyland suddenly snickered as he commanded in his mind, AI chip. Beep. Recorded opponent's soul undulations. Beginning search for corresponding coordinates. There were many methods to save one's life in the Magus world, clones being a popular one. This was especially true for Magi at Morningstar and above, all of whom had ways to prevent their fall. Carol naturally had a few Morningstar-ranked clones, considered to be a last insurance, but she was facing a Radiant Moon Warlock. His true soul had already matured, and he had the ability to take care of all of his opponent's clones. Eugene and the other Magus, their leader, saw the true soul image on Leyland's back that was like a clear crescent moon turned blood red. A terrifying giant claw followed the path that Carol's true soul had taken after her fall and disappeared into the void, seeming to arrive at some area. A strange energy undulation was transmitted, and Eugene and the others' expressions changed. The astral plane. The astral plane opened up to receive her true soul. Was there really an issue in Carol's transfer to her clone? They could not help but gaze at Leyland with fear in their eyes. Boom. Boom, in the central continent, at almost the very instant the giant claw had appeared, a Morningstar clone of Carol's collapsed onto the ground, eyes blank and void of any aura of life. Meanwhile, a spell rune emitting green light mysteriously broke in Carol's Magus tower, and the spirit genie's voice rang out with ear-piercing warnings, suffered unknown attack. Reserve clone has fallen. Magi only have one true soul. Regardless of how many clones there are, all life-preserving methods are useless once the true soul is damaged or sent into the astral universe. Of course, the transfer of true soul was a speedy process. Most Radiant Moon Magi seldom succeeded in killing others even with their soul force. However, given the help of the AI chip, Leyland did not find such a thing difficult. A notification wave flashed, and the leader stared at Leyland blankly. News from headquarters. Carol's clones and the spirit of the life regeneration pool have all fallen, but when Carol was being killed by Leyland, the fury he had displayed in fact only half true, as he did not believe Leyland could do it. Now, however, seeing that Leyland had actually completely wiped out a similarly ranked Radiant Moon Magus, dread arose within his heart. You won't be able to leave today. In the spatial rift, surrounded by boundless starry rivers, Leyland had his hands behind his back, looking confident. Arcane Art, Chamoyan Serpent Transformation. HSS, a terrifying ancient might descended, and the two Radiant Magi had to retreat. A gigantic serpent that was over 100,000 meters long appeared, every scale on its body looking very vivid. The intelligence in its eyes made it seem grand and noble. Compared to the previous giant Chamoyan serpent, Leyland had currently turned into a real rank 5 being. He was now the ruler of all giant Chamoyan serpents, the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor. With the serpent's gaze fixed on them, Eugene and the leading Magus started sweating bullets. The power of an ancient rank 5 existence far exceeded what most Radiant Moons could bring forth. A being like this, a ruler, possessed even more power, taking on the role of a predator. We're going all out. The leader and Eugene exchanged a glance, looks of determination rising in their eyes. Dazzling light converged at their bodies, and a terrifying and tremendous might burst forth. Ancient Rank 5 Arcane Art, Seal of the Abyss. Ancient Rank 5 Arcane Art, Spatial Grave. With the push from their soul force, the two Radiant Moons each had 5 innate spells fusing as a tremendous arcane art was used by their hand, surging towards the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor. Eye of Petrification. Toxic Bile. Terrifying rays of petrifying light shot out of the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor's eyes into the opposing black stream. A large amount of black gas fell as it turned to stone, but was shortly after replaced with more. A large brass seal charged out from within that abyss even as, under the other Magus directions, silver spatial turbulence converged to form an even more horrifying spatial storm that swept up the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor. HSS, the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor thundered, petrifying rays striking the gigantic seal. It instantly froze up, and with a swipe of the Emperor's tail, the entire abyss crumbled as the large brass seal vanished. The spatial storm caught up while Leyland was focused on dealing with the seal. The silver storm wreaked havoc, and piece by piece the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor's scales fell off, revealing fresh, bloody wounds. Devour. The Chamoyan Serpent Emperor opened its mouth while facing the spatial turbulence, and a terrifying black hole appeared. Large amounts of this silver spatial turbulence were unexpectedly swallowed, transformed rapidly into life energy that allowed the wounds on its body to heal. He can even devour spatial storms. He's a monster, a monster. Personally seeing even rank 5 arcane arts dealing negligible damage against Leyland, the two Magi immediately sunk into depression. They exchanged a glance, making plans to escape. However, how could Leyland give them another chance like that? In practically the blink of an eye, the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor swept through the region, submerging the figures of Eugene and the leader. In the spatial crack that was like a universe of its own, the tremendous giant Chamoyan serpent snarled. Beside it, two bundles of various colored rays gradually grew dimmer, on the verge of disappearing. At this moment, the bundle that was the more radiant of the two suddenly shattered, revealing the figure of a man who was gravely injured. He glared poisonously at the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor, and no longer daring to dawdle, turning into a multicolored streak as he left. A voice full of unwillingness resounded behind him, "You actually abandoned me." Eugene yelled furiously. However, the bundle of light that represented the strength of his own life dimmed even further, and then finally disappeared. When the last trace of light dissipated, the Chamoyan Serpent Emperor's body turned into black gas that condensed to form Leyland's actual body once more. He stood in front of Eugene, who no longer had any aura of life, eyes emitting blue light. Opponent's appearance and undulations have been recorded. The AI chip loyally intoned. Though one ran away, such a result isn't half bad. Leyland muttered as he nodded. This time, not only had he killed two Radiant Moons, he had also caused a full moon Magus to flee, seriously injured. Even a Breaking Dawn monarch would feel heartbroken about such a thing for a long while. It could be said that this was a critical counterattack on his part towards the opposing organization they were a part of. Furthermore, once news of him reaching Radiant Moon spread, the stream of Magi who wanted to eliminate him as soon as possible should halt for a while. Of course, if they decided to proceed further, those coming after him wouldn't be mere Radiant Moons. At this point, boundless light filled the void. The astral plane opened up, and traces of starlight moved to take Eugene's corpse. The blue light in Leyland's eyes grew even more pronounced. After Eugene's body was brought into the astral world, Leyland could vaguely see that the ash-brown rocks that had gathered around Eugene's body had turned him into a bare isle. The isle seemed extremely sturdy but looked barren as it became to float in the astral plane. In the limitless void behind it were so many barren isles like this one. After morning star magi die, their point mass will return to the astral universe. If radiant moon magi fall and if the corpse isn't damaged, it'll turn into a barren isle? Fear suddenly arose in Leyland's heart. How many radiant moons had fallen in history? Someday in the future, would he turn into an isolated island like that? Even so, I must pursue eternal life. If I die while pursuing my dreams, I'll die with no regrets. I would have lived a marvelous life. Leyland's eyes emitted a boundless spirit. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 627, Shift and Prophecy. Shift and Prophecy. In the air above a region of Twilight Zone, countless distortions combined to form a spatial channel. Leyland, dressed in loose black robes, stepped out from the passageway. The battle between rank 5s had resulted in extensive damage even within a spatial crack. Had it been fought in Twilight Zone, perhaps most of it would have been destroyed. Even so, just the probing attacks from before had led to devastating harm to the land. Even if the affected area was not huge, the radiation and curses that remained would constantly corrode the land, even spreading out further. In a worst-case scenario, there might be the creation of malicious conscience or attracting different worlds' wills to descend here. Whatever may happen, it would result in nothing good for Twilight Zone. A battle amongst radiant moons is far too destructive. It's not just the direct damage, but the indirect pollution as well. Leyland watched the land that was in a terrible state and frowned. If Omegas were to do this in the central continent, they would become a public enemy. Even the AI chip had no quick methods to heal the land from such destructive damage, only waiting for nature to take its course or, at most, conducting some slow, suitable treatment. Leyland's gaze suddenly turned to another region in the sky. Now, onto the other guest who's been watching for a long time. Aren't you coming out to meet me? Not only could he sense the soul of a radiant moon in that direction, there was also the aura of a bloodline. Though it wasn't that of the giant Kamoyan serpents, the person there was a sort of warlock. Your Highness has discovered me. Crimson light flashed, and a large blood-red bat emerged from that direction. On its abdomen was a young face. The human face on the abdomen of the bat laughed as it spoke. Your Highness. The last time we met was when you first explored the Morning Star area. I never expected you to catch up to us old things so quickly, but... After an attempt, Leyland quickly identified this person, such familiar undulations. You're the protector of the Morning Star area. This was the conscience he'd interacted with when he'd entered the Morning Star area. He had long since gotten the AI chip to record the aura of this rank 5 existence. There was no way he could be wrong. The Crimson Bat chuckled. Yes, I'm Jeffrey. I was afraid that they would harm your Highness, but it looked like my worries were for naught. Whatever it is, I'm still thankful for your help. How should I address you, your Highness? Leyland bowed slightly, and a look of puzzlement appeared on his expression. Our Warlock Union uses the same feudal system as your Ouroboros clan. Rank 4s are dukes, and rank 5 warlocks are addressed Your Highness. We're basically archdukes, the blood-red bat explained. Leyland nodded. I see. Well then, what business do you have coming here, as a fellow archduke? Oh yes. I hereby extend a solemn invitation to Your Highness Leyland. We hope you'll come to the Bloodline Warlock's final fort, the Morning Star area. The human face on the bat's abdomen looked serious. Leyland agreed. Indeed, I should go there. There seem to be some big problems between the warlocks and magi in the central continent. In actuality, Leyland was feeling somewhat annoyed. Initially, the only mortal enemy that he had provoked was Jupiter's lightning. Though the organization of Sky City was hostile towards him, they wouldn't go so far as to send people to hunt him down and kill him. Hence, after attaining rank 5 and taking care of Zegna, he was supposed to be able to do as he wished in this place. However, reality dealt Leyland a huge blow. The appearance of Carol and the others indicated that there was another organization that stood against warlocks, and even took up the task of hunting down and eliminating warlocks as their mission in life. As the most dazzling of bloodline warlocks with a meteoric rise, Leyland had unfortunately become their target. Luckily, I've already reached rank 5. With the bonus from the Kamoyan Emperor and the aid from the AI chip, I'll still be able to escape even if I were to face a Breaking Dawn Magus. That's enough. A cold glint flickered in Leyland's eyes. This sneak attack against him had thoroughly irked him. I don't care who you are and how large your organization is. Even if you have a Breaking Dawn monarch backing you, there will come a day that I, Leyland Farlier, will completely erase you from the central continent. I swear on it. Leyland was a very clear-cut person. He had little holding him back in Twilight Zone, and after sending Celine a simple message and mentioning what had happened, he immediately followed Jeffrey out and into the Morningstar area. Standing within the Morningstar area that had congealed, Leyland felt extremely emotional as he watched the shattered universe and gigantic stars within the space. Though he'd visited this place numerous times with his soul force, this was the first time he'd entered the place with his real body. Sending his soul force out, the auras of the many bloodline warlocks in the surroundings put Leyland's mind and body at ease. Your Highness, Leyland. It's nice to meet you again. Or should I say it's nice to meet you again? I'm so happy that you're joining us. Our warlock union's might has risen once again. A warlock with the same face as that on the abdomen of the bat emerged beside Leyland, his long crimson hair untied, flying in the air. Your Highness, Jeffrey. It was obvious that this young man was a rank 5 warlock. This was the main body of the Morningstar area's protector, Jeffrey. All right. I know you have many questions, but they'll be answered once we reach headquarters. Jeffrey enthusiastically brought Leyland all the way to the warlock's headquarters in the Morningstar area. In a gigantic receiving room, Leyland saw 2 other rank 5 warlocks. One had a completely golden body, seemingly able to be likened to a god of battle. He was very familiar with this person, rank 5 warlock, Golden Lion Wade. He'd had quite a few transactions with him before. Come, let me introduce you. You already know Wade. The person beside him is Alpha. Jeffrey smiled as he pointed to the warlock beside Wade. Leyland took the initiative and bowed. Your Highnesses. Leyland Farlier. Once a Camoyan Duke and now an Archduke. We've talked through imprints many times, but this is the first time we're meeting face to face. Wade's smile seemed to be bathed in sunshine, his body emanating a charismatic aura. Your Highness is truly a talent. With you joining us, I can be at ease. Cough cough. Alpha, who was beside Wade, was like an old man approaching death, his aura full of decay. It seemed like he was but a step from the grace, and yet Leyland wouldn't dare belittle him. From this coughing old man's body, he could feel soul force at the peak of Radiant Moon. Based on the previous rumors, the arrival of a few rank 5 warlocks deterred the Breaking Dawn monarchs from attacking, thus preserving the inheritance of warlocks. If my guesses aren't wrong, Warlock Alpha is one of them. Alright, let's sit. What is it? Are you astonished to see there being 3 rank 5 warlocks in the Morningstar area? Jeffrey laughed as he got Leyland and Wade to sit, beaming as he got the robot servant to serve refreshments. A little. Leyland nodded in admittance. From both his own perception as well as the scanning of the AI chip, these 3 warlocks were here in their main bodies. This meant the ones who were active in the Magus world were merely their clones. At this stage, Leyland knew just how much warlocks were feared. We're trapped here due to the suppression of the central continent's magi. We need to be on our guards against the Blazing Flame Monarch, Jeffrey said solemnly. Blazing Flame Monarch? The Breaking Dawn Magus? Leyland immediately recalled the fiery world that he'd found when probing through the astral plane before ruthlessly being expelled by the organization of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Yes. The other party has a terrible attitude, and even wants to attack us. Leyland touched his chin. Then, are there other organizations in the central continent that are on good terms with us warlocks? No. Basically, all magi are worried about our rise, and there are people who are just waiting to watch us run out of luck. Still, there's only one organization who've been attacking us brazenly, hoping to completely exterminate us, and it's that of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Jeffrey and Wade exchanged a glance before Alpha spoke. I can tell you this, those that attacked you, Carol, Eugene, and the rest, were subordinates of the Blazing Flame Monarch. At the beginning, it was also this Blazing Flame Monarch who wanted to end the inheritances of us warlocks. If not for Alpha and the other elders advancing in time and transforming the Morningstar area into a gigantic battle fort, we warlocks would probably have gone extinct due to him, Wade spoke in a low voice. Battle fort? Leyland thought of something else. Transforming a small world into a gigantic weapon in war to be manipulated by 3 rank 5 warlocks is something to be feared, even by Breaking Dawn magi. Well then, do you know why the Blazing Flame Monarch is hell-bent on killing us? Leyland asked gloomily. It could be because of some conflicts of interest and some old grudges. Jeffrey didn't seem quite sure about this either. Our intelligence officers have also discovered an interesting prophecy. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 628, Clone Creation. Clone Creation. What prophecy? Leyland's spirits were lifted. In this century, before the waves of extreme weather returns, the king of bloodline shall rise in splendor, crushing all the other thrones in the central continent. Jeffrey's body began to tremble with excitement. A monarch of bloodline warlocks? Leyland shook his head. How could there be something so easy? Wade's expression turned a little gloomy. However, once a rank 6 warlock does appear, they will surely exceed Breaking Dawn Magi in strength. Perhaps the Blazing Flame monarch intended to nip the danger in the bud. This is also why the other monarchs in the central continent are supporting it. That certainly makes sense as well. Leyland stroked his chin. And there are only a few candidates left that may fulfill the prophecy, one of them being Your Highness Leyland. Hence, for your safety and considering the futures of us warlocks, we request that Your Highness stays in the Morningstar area as much as possible. Even if you wish to go out, please use some sort of clone, Jeffrey said sincerely. Why? Do you think I can advance to the Breaking Dawn realm? Leyland's heart stirred, but his facial expression was that of stupefaction. Even if my bloodline evolved to become that of a Kamoyan emperor, I am still limited to rank 5. Of course, we are aware of the difficulty of bloodline shackles, but even a rank 5 Kamoyan emperor will be one of our greatest military strengths, Wade pointed out meaningfully. This attitude, could it be that they really found a bloodline warlock that can advance to rank 6? Seeing Wade's attitude, Leyland already had some ideas in his heart. I'm naturally bound to do my duty for the Warlock Union. But there's one problem. I still have to resolve the grudge between Jupiter's Lightning and my Ouroboros clan. Leyland's expression showed a hint of hesitation. There's no need for Your Highness to worry about that. Regarding this, there's no need for Your Highness to worry at all. According to our intelligence, the chief of Jupiter's Lightning, Night Phantom Zegna, is already dead. Jeffrey sneaked a glance at Alpha before he made the report to Leyland. What? Zegna has fallen? This news immediately caused Leyland's eyes to widen into full circles. He'd never expected that this enemy who'd caused him such tremendous stress before would just die so quietly. Although he was confident in killing the man on the spot with his current strength, his opponent meeting an end still left Leyland depressed. It was like he'd punched out with all his might just to hit cotton. How did he die? Morningstars normally had lifespans of over 1,000 years, and radiant moons usually lived to several thousand years old. Given how young Zegna was, his death was definitely not due to old age. We don't have any news about that, sadly. But we did receive information that Jupiter's Lightning was taken over by a female radiant moon Magus after Zegna's death. On top of that, they announced the end of all current diplomatic and military movements. This means your Ouroboros clan's emergency has been solved. Female radiant moon Magus? For some unknown reason, Leyland immediately thought of the power hiding behind Zegna. During their previous fights, he had faintly sensed that Zegna certainly had assistance from a Magus who was more knowledgeable than him. This turn of events led to his instincts saying so even more. Was it really an accidental death, or was it man-made? Leyland's pupils twinkled in a myriad of colors. As for the 2 dukes, your wife, and any others, we can totally arrange for them to stay here to ensure their safety. Wayne guaranteed, seemingly worried that Leyland still had other considerations. Thank you so much, Your Highness, but let's wait until I finish everything on hand before visiting Freya and the others. Leyland nodded in gratitude. He'd had some suspicions and concerns about the Warlock headquarters at this Morningstar area, but now it just seemed like they really wanted to protect a promising bloodline. Although most of his suspicions had been eliminated, Leyland would still run his own inspections before he'd make a decision. Leyland now more or less understood the peak military strength of the Warlock Union. The Morningstar area was their base camp, and of the executives among them, Jeffrey, Wade, and Alpha were all here. There was only one mysterious rank 5 warlock hiding in the outside world, the last card in their hands. It could be said that the current Leyland was already at the peak of bloodline warlocks, one of their 5 magnates. His position in this Morningstar area could no longer be described as just respected. He instead was a partial ruler. He'd even gotten access to some of the Union's resources, and the first thing he did was to enrich the AI chips database with even more information. Morningstar area, in a castle specially built for Leyland. A few months had passed by in a flash. Now, Freya was putting the books in her hands down and stretched, caressing her stomach. Her face was brimming with joy and love. Passing through an astral gate, the 2 Kamoyan dukes and Freya had seen Leyland in the Morningstar area. She couldn't believe that her husband had advanced to rank 5, even upgrading his bloodline to that of the terrifying Kamoyan emperor. Rank 5. This was a painful topic for all Kamoyan warlocks, but now the bloodline of the Kamoyan emperor was already growing in her womb. Kamoyan emperor, the ruler of all Kamoyan warlocks, Freya mumbled with blurred vision as her eyes brimmed with joy. This was the right and proper ruling bloodline, one that had a guarantee of being able to advance to rank 5. Freya had a premonition that the Farlier family would become the royalty of the Ouroboros clan. All of the female Kamoyan warlocks would go crazy in order to obtain Leyland's bloodline, even resorting to unscrupulous ways. With the injection of a rank 5 bloodline also has so many benefits for my blood serpent family. Forget falling, our bloodline will definitely rise in rank now. Thinking about how she'd successfully gained hold of these things that she wouldn't have even been able to beg for before, Freya was filled with rejoicement. And with that admiration came a further increase in her admiration and trust towards her husband. Thinking up to this point, Freya couldn't help but tilt her head to look in another direction. Outside the translucent glass, not far away from the master bedroom, was a large laboratory for experiments on the astral plane as well as a breeding room for bloodlines. The two buildings stood tall like large monsters, even engulfing all the light in their surroundings as they made one feel stifled. Inside the bloodline experimentation lab, Leyland was looking at a body in the breeding pool, a thoughtful expression emerging on his face. Constructing the clone's body. Estimated to be a perfect body of a morning star. The AI chip scans and prompts were transmitted continuously. Leyland was currently trying to create a clone of himself. Generally speaking, such a clone would be a rank below that of the Magi who created it. In order to obtain a clone of the same rank as the main body like Wade's, one required not only time and large amounts of resources, but a certain amount of luck as well. Beginning copying of soul imprint. 2 bright beams of light shot out of Leyland's eyes and into the clone's. Half an hour later, the clone's eyelids suddenly raised, its eyes containing a slight vigor. Energy undulations at the peak of Morningstar began to spread out. Based on the Heavenly Astral's blueprint and flesh that has been added to my own body, this clone's battle prowess pretty decent in the Morningstar level. Leyland nodded in satisfaction. Truth be told, such a clone wasn't very useful. Although they worked when dealing with weak enemies, they were only bugs in front of radiant moons. However, its advantage lay in its simple structure. This type of clone was good cannon fodder that could handle some unimportant matters. Based on the main body's spiritual conditions, at most 3 imprints can be maintained at once. The AI chip's voice echoed once more. In other words, under normal circumstances, I can at most maintain 3 Morningstar ranked clones? Leyland stroked his chin. He had a certain understanding towards the situation with this kind of clone. Because true souls were inseparable, many Magi had clones like this that only possessed a spiritual imprint. Its death would not have much impact on the main body, but on the main body's death, the true soul could shift into the clone and successfully revive itself. Still, this process had its dangers as well. For instance, Leyland had taken a Radiant Moon Magus clones out with them, causing a thorough death by killing the true soul itself. This kind of method is not very safe. Legends talk of a way during ancient times to break up one's true soul. A clone formed in that way unifies both sides, but they don't necessarily affect one another. Even if one dies, the other can live on without a hitch. That is true cloning. Leyland thought of some confidential information he'd acquired before. Only, because one is breaking up their true soul, such a cloning may result in different personalities because of the different environments and experiences. There could even be a situation wherein the clones turn against each other and become enemies. That's too dangerous. The technique he was using currently was like that of creating a photocopied substitute. Although it would not have any special abilities, it was better in terms of stability and safety. Of course, another reason for Leyland choosing this method was simply that he had no desire to break up his true soul. All such cloning required was a great amount of material resources and a piece of memory he could duplicate by using the AI chip. It could be considered a bargain. Thinking of this, Leyland could not help but take a look at his own status. Leyland Farlier rank 5 bloodline, Kamoyan Serpent Emperor, complete body, strength, 76, agility, 62, vitality, 138.9, spiritual force, 1329.7, magic power, 1329, magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force, 133, new moon. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 629, City in Meeting. City in Meeting. There's a significant increase in all my statistics. The rank 5 Kamoyan Emperor bloodline is truly terrifying. Leyland let loose a sigh of satisfaction at the sight of his status. The giant Kamoyan Serpent bloodline originally provided additional bloodline power to a warlock, and once it evolved, this support only grew greater in magnitude. Leyland could feel this royal bloodline changing his body with every breath, breaking even into his true soul and coloring it a slight red. His soul force was constantly being strengthened. Although this Kamoyan Emperor bloodline helped me achieve rank 5, even to be considered strong amongst radiant moons, it isn't without its consequences. Leyland could not help but think of the feeling he had when he was being spied upon at that time. The Snake Dowager's attention from the purgatory world had left him nervous and uneasy to this day. He could not help but put in extra effort into improving his strength. He had a premonition that the moment he chose to fight the Snake Dowager, even betray her, the bloodline in his body would lead to an unpredictable end. Leyland could not help but recall the situation when he met the two Kamoyan dukes. As he'd already advanced to Radiant Moon himself and even awakened the Kamoyan Emperor's bloodline, he'd felt like he could completely bypass their willpower and give them any commands he wished. They would likely carry out his orders even if he told them to die. As for Freya? She'd already fallen completely into his control, from her body to her spirit. This feeling of controlling everything about another person really had Leyland somewhat intoxicated. Everything naturally came from the Kamoyan Emperor's innate skill of control. However, this had also given Leyland an idea of the type of control the Snake Dowager would have over serpents. If, by any chance, there was conflict between them, Leyland didn't have any confidence in himself. The laboratory door opened with a bang and Freya stood up with a pleasant surprise. "Leyland, is the experiment proceeding smoothly?" Shortly after, she sharply noticed that this Leyland was a little different from usual. After being in a daze for a while, Freya then pursed her lips in astonishment. Your body's aura, why has it fallen back to Morningstar?" "Very smoothly." Leyland smiled. Behind him, another Leyland with a deeper aura walked out. "Even you didn't notice the anomaly at first. It seems like the spiritual imprint was also very successful." "This is your Morningstar clone?" Freya looked at the Leyland who came out first and her eyes sparkled. "Yes. Although my main body will remain in the Morningstar area, there are still matters that I have to resolve in the outside world." The Morningstar clone nodded before turning around and walking out. In its stead, the real Leyland walked up, looking at Freya's slightly bulging stomach with a smile. Through the bloodline's reaction and the ability of the Kamoyan Emperor, he could clearly sense a tiny life growing sturdily in there. It wasn't just the child. Freya was growing as well, although in another sense. Her strength had skyrocketed from one who just stepped into the crystal phase, and at some point, she'd unknowingly broken through to the limits of rank 3. With how her bloodline was constantly being purified, there was a chance she'd break through to Morningstar. All of this was, of course, due to Leyland's imperceptible influence. The two dukes hadn't gained much, but with Freya, there was an obvious increase in power. Scary. Is this also the ability of the royal bloodline? Subtly influencing and transforming one's own kind, evolving them to become more powerful. The power of a royal bloodline is truly frightening. To subtly influence and transform one's kin, evolving them into a more powerful state, Leyland's pupils sparkled. He had finally experienced the true terror of a royal bloodline. Not only could it amplify his individual military might, but it could also upgrade his entire clan. If he stayed at the Ouroboros clan for 100 years, most of the rank 1 Manchester bloodlines would probably evolve to rank 3, becoming Black Horal Snake bloodlines. As for Black Horal Snake warlocks themselves, they stood a chance of becoming pure-blood Kamoyan warlocks. The bloodlines of many of the royal families would grow even purer due to Leyland's existence. Of course, all of this was also related to the distance between them and Leyland. For example, Freya, who was closest to him, experienced the deepest influence from his radiation and aura, showing results in just a few months' time. AI chip. Establish mission: maintain the current radiation from the regal bloodline that is influencing the community and form an energy tower that will be in this eternal state. Leyland commanded. Beep. Mission established regal bloodline's influence on the community. Beginning to gather the main body's radiation, simulating, the AI chip responded quickly. Leyland would certainly not treat himself unfairly, making himself a breeding machine or radiation source. To enhance the strength of all the Kamoyan warlocks, he would instead build a tower that radiated similar energy to his. As he was looking at the smiling Freya, Leyland suddenly grew dazed. His field of vision shifted, going past the Morningstar area to arrive at the dim subterranean world. In an ornate office, Celine caressed a stomach with an even greater bulge on it, a faint loneliness in her face. Through the Kamoyan Emperor's power of control, nearly all of the descendants of the Kamoyan bloodline in the Magus world could be seen by Leyland, and he had control over them. Of course, Leyland's preparations weren't limited to Freya alone. Besides his wife on the surface, he also entered intimate relationships with many female warlocks. It was obviously voluntary, they'd done it to obtain his bloodline. In fact, there were even a few duels that had broken out in private, as many of them fought for such a place. The growth of my bloodline has begun. Leyland himself was also unclear about how he felt in his heart, and ended up just sighing. An astral gate flashed with brilliant light, and Leyland's Morningstar clone stepped through the curtain of light and onto the floor of his Magus tower. Welcome back, Master. To the tower's spirit genie, this clone who had the same energy waves as the main body and was familiar with all the traps and passwords would be a master as well. Okay, time to see the two dukes. The current Leyland could be said to be the backbone of the Ouroboros clan, and all major decisions needed his permission. Although it was still possible to contact him through secret imprints, there was still a large amount of information and even documents to sign and the like. A physical body was still required to resolve that type of thing. Ever since Leyland had purified his bloodline into that of a Kamoyan emperor, Gilbert and Emma no longer treated him like a junior. Instead, they gave him the sort of respect one would their liege. Perhaps strength was a part of the reason why, but the main cause was probably the royal bloodline's natural coercion and secret influence. With regards to this, Leyland could only shake his head. After meeting the two dukes who were evidently slightly trembling with fear, Leyland plunged into a sea of documents. Fortunately, with the AI chip's assistance, he handled these matters with blazing speed while still avoiding even the slightest of errors. After finishing up all these miscellaneous affairs, Leyland left Phosphorescent Swamp to arrive at a commoner's city. This was Boar City, located at the borders of the Black River Domain. It had constantly suffered the tragedies of war for decades as it bordered the warlock's territory. Although it seemed desolate, humans had a natural knack for survival. By the time Jupiter's lightning changed chiefs and the war ceased, this place had regained its prosperity once more. Many horses, mules and scooters pushed their way through on the streets that were filled with the pungent smell of feces. Mercenaries in leather armor, businessmen with accounting books, clowns with colorful faces, there were all sorts of scenes in this bustling city. All sorts of bars and hotels were open round the clock, and some drunkards could be seen lying limp at the corners of the streets. These people were ultimately dragged away by patrols and thrown in jail without any regard for propriety. Unless someone bailed them out, they could only be forced into labor. Due to the war, ordinary people in the Ouroboros clan's territory will have to rebuild their homes. Furthermore, many new settlers are moving in here. Thus the marketplace is born. Watching the flourishing and booming scene, Leyland thought of a reason instantly. Without stopping his footsteps, he directly came to the downtown commercial street, entering the most luxurious and beautiful cold beverage store. Leyland was currently wearing a gold-rimmed tuxedo restricted to nobles. With the enchanting face resulting from his being a warlock, unknown numbers of waitresses blushed as they looked at him. However, he was already immune to such scenes. Minding his own business, he came before a seat. "Can I sit here?" The girl sitting opposite him had a freckled face with vestiges of baby fat still on it. She could not be considered very pretty, and could likely disappear within a crowd. Yet, if one paid close attention, they would realize she had a special temperament to her. This special girl currently had her face stuffed with desserts, one hand holding tightly onto a cone of ice cream while the other constantly sent fries dipped in ketchup to her mouth. There were also many discarded food boxes piled up into a small, thick mountain at the side. It was unknown how she'd managed to digest that much food. "You're finally here. I've been waiting for you here for 2 days." The girl mumbled with a full mouth. Her speech was blurry with all the food in it. She casually swept away the messy snacks that were in front of Leyland and made an inviting gesture. Leyland sat down without any restraint. Right at this moment, he seemed to hear the sound of many hearts shattering, and many jealous gazes were directed onto the girl. Leyland looked at the girl pigging out opposite him with a bizarre look in his pupils. If people knew that the person they were being hostile to was a female magus, and even a rank 5 radiant moon magus, what would their expressions be like? That would certainly be very interesting. "You have to understand my problem. I've been a soul for 3,572 years, and have never been able to enjoy these," the girl said resentfully. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 630, The Glutton and Deduction. The Glutton and Deduction. On the commercial street, a handsome guy and a girl who was a glutton sat face to face inside a dessert and drink store. They appeared to be a common couple just like any other, but their conversation would have terrified anyone who heard it. And yet, due to some unknown reason, the surrounding customers and waiters in the vicinity acted like they did not hear a word of their conversation, preoccupied with their own things. The only thing was that a few beautiful girls and waitresses stared daggers at the girl seated opposite Leyland. If looks could kill, the girl would have been killed 1,000,000 times over. Ha, this is such a great feeling. The jealousy of others is so amazing, perfect. I feel so blessed. The female magus was full of joy, twinkling little stars ready to burst out of her eyes. Yet, Leyland was not easily fooled by such fake displays of emotion. He was very clear on how cunning the freak sitting opposite him was. After all, even Zegna had fallen into her trap. "Stop beating around the bush. So, rank 5 magus, ruler of Jupiter's lightning, what is it that you want from me?" Leyland asked in a low tone, his arms crossed with his elbows on the table, covering his face. This female magus opposite him was the current leader of Jupiter's Lightning, and there was a high possibility that she'd taken care of Zegna to usurp his throne. Just a while ago, she'd contacted Leyland and requested a meeting here. Needing more information, Leyland had made the trip. Wait till I finish this ice cream strawberry pie, I've wanted it for quite a while. These things weren't even there in my era. Whichever magus created this is truly a genius. The girl was still trying hard to stuff a strawberry pie topped with ample cream pudding into her mouth, her fingers fully occupied by the white ice cream. Let me introduce myself. I'm Melinda. I guess you can call me Zegna's teacher, sort of, the girl blurted out. Leyland's pupil shimmered a little. AI chip, search this name in the database. The AI chip responded quickly. Beep. Searching history database, 391 matches for Melinda. Refining criteria, rank 5 and above. No matches. Even in Leyland's database that had been strengthened with nearly the entire knowledge of the Great Library, there was not a single mention of this female magus. If she wasn't using an alias, then she must have had another title that was more widely known. As for her real name, it was probably long buried in the past. So Melinda, you only asked me out to enjoy desserts with you? Leyland's stare turned a little cold. Okay, fine. Melinda tried to gobble down the pie quickly, only stopping after she finished a cup of apple juice. Lastly, she wiped the crumbs off her fingers with the tissues on the table. After she cleaned up, Leyland felt a sudden change in her. It was as if she'd suddenly matured completely, having something special in her aura. Great job getting rid of my student, young magus. She looked at Leyland like a kind senior encouraging him. Leyland rolled his eyes, you're the one who got rid of your student. Leyland wasn't really surprised by her split personality. Existing as a soul for thousands of years would change anyone, even a highly intelligent magus. Put into perspective, Melinda's condition was relatively mild. Worse things had happened in the past, such as a spirit magus engaging in bloody massacre after walking out of a ruin. Is that so? Oh ha ha ha. I'd almost forgotten. I warned poor little Zegna about the dangers in making the Pond of Lamentation. One would be counterattacked by all the spirits if they ran out of power. Melinda changed emotions instantly, appearing to be really sad for Zegna. Watching the show she was putting up, Leyland confirmed his suspicions on Zegna's death. He decided to keep as far away from this woman as he could in the future. Leyland began to lose patience, and cut straight into the topic. Anyway, it's great that Zegna's dead and the battle between the Jupiter's Lightning and the Ouroboros clan has ceased. So, what did you call me here for today, ? Realizing Leyland's urgency, Melinda spoke her true intentions, right. Are you interested in partnering up with me to kill a monarch? Kill a monarch? You're a nutcase. Meeting you here today was the worst decision I've ever made. Leyland's face turned a cold white as he stood up from his chair. He. Wait a moment, Lil Magus, I'm just joking. However, it really is a good idea for us to ally with each other when dealing with the Blazing Flame Monarch. Melinda seemed to have switched personalities again. Do you have any grudge against the Blazing Flame Monarch? Leyland asked, seemingly having suppressed his anger as he sat down again. To be honest, he played a big part in my death back then. Melinda smiled wryly as she revealed a bit of her secret past, and I don't think I need to mention his relationship with you warlocks. I have much more information about him than you do, here you go. An hour later, Leyland left the dessert store speechlessly. He'd been forced to foot the bill. Refusing to take another glance at Melinda, he transformed into a ray of light as he left the city. In the midst of his quick movement, he was running through what she'd said. She was supposedly best friends with the Blazing Flame Monarch, but they'd fallen out due to some matter and he'd plotted against her. It had cost her her life, and she'd been turned into a spirit body struggling for life. It was much later that she met Zegna, helping him become a radiant moon magus and set up Jupiter's Lightning. She'd used some means to regain her life, and now she'd definitely be a thorn in the Blazing Flame Monarch's eye. Therefore, she'd sealed her aura using an arcane art, but it was just a matter of time before he found out that she had come back to life. This was why she'd been eager to acquire his support. However, Leyland did not believe a single part of these craps. Leyland didn't believe a single ounce of her crap, but his plight was somehow similar to hers. Thus, he would love to have the necessary help, and would continue to be cordial on the surface. You will see my sincerity in future. These were the exact words Melinda had left behind before they separated, but Leyland was still in doubt. Someone who'd kill her very own student to revive herself wasn't very reliable. Even though he was no kind soul himself, he still detested those magi who were tricky and cunning. It was probably because like poles repelled. Found you. An explosion sounded as fire started to bubble, forming a crimson ocean in front of Leyland. The bubbling flames formed an enormous human face, terrifying rank 5 energy blocking Leyland's path. Scorching hot flames that could burn even space-time away caused the surroundings to turn into a formless mass. Laws of fire. Breaking Dawn Magus. You're the blazing flame monarch. Leyland blurted out while he was swaying and cursing Melinda in his heart. Melinda. Damn that woman. However, the giant face did not bother replying to Leyland. A massive crimson light hit directly engulfed him. Breaking Dawn Magi could begin to comprehend laws, advancing to rank 7 when they fully grasped them. Leyland was incapable of handling such a thing as the law of fire right now. Leyland's layered defense collapsed in a flash of light, the massive will crushing into his body like a mountain crashing down on an egg. It even bored into his sea of consciousness. Pow! Leyland immediately turned fierce, a massive destructive power arising directly within his sea of consciousness, forming a horrifying thunderstorm. Rumble! The violent explosion was engulfed by the crimson sea of fire. A vague voice sounded out, "It's actually a clone? That's a pretty good cover-up." Fire elemental particles were activated just by the voice, causing their density in the region to increase tremendously. Beep. Spiritual imprint is self-destructed. The AI chip notified emotionlessly within the Morningstar area. Leyland was absorbed in looking at the last images sent by the clone. He had only lost a clone. As long as he had enough resources, he could easily make more with some time and the AI chip. It was actually more difficult to observe a Breaking Dawn Magus attack. The death of a clone caused only a little loss in soul force, while the death of the main body would cause great damage to a clone. The relationship between the two was never balanced. The Blazing Flame Monarch. Someone who can control the laws of fire, Leyland murmured, data and equations flashing past his eyes as the AI chip slowly deduced data on the battle might of the monarch. AI. Chip, simulate combat with the Blazing Flame Monarch. Beep. Simulation has begun. With the sound of the AI chip, numerous images flashed into and out of Leyland's vision, the future seeming to hold infinite possibilities. The AI chip couldn't predict the future even with its current calculative power, but he was confident in its deductions for combat after a few optimizations, even if the opponent was a Breaking Dawn Monarch. Beep. Deduction complete. Battle results between Host and Blazing Flame Monarch, Host being badly injured and fleeing, 15.7%, Host dies and the opponent is lightly injured, 45.3%, 39% unknown, the AI chip concluded. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 631, Advancement and Meetup. Advancement and Meetup. Leyland's expression changed when he saw the deduction produced by the AI chip. That's to say, if I meet the Blazing Flame Monarch, there's only half a chance of success? And I die in the other half as well. Leyland narrowed his eyes at the result. Although a 20% chance of surviving a Breaking Dawn Magus attack was actually quite reasonable, it still felt rather low for Leyland. Were he to meet the Blazing Flame Monarch today, it was too much of a risk for him to bet on that 39% unknown result. Looking at the vague data, Leyland guessed it was probably due to all the secrets about himself that he kept. Thus, there would be more such unknown results. He didn't dare to bet on his luck. Is the Blazing Flame Monarch really that powerful? Or is it that all Breaking Dawn Magi are just that strong? Leyland stroked his chin. He felt like there was a huge gap among Breaking Dawn Magi, entirely dependent on their ability to comprehend laws. No matter what, the most important thing is to increase my power. Leyland flipped his palm over to reveal a piece of flaming red ruby, releasing waves of mysterious energy. This was the Phoenix Egg, something that was great for the soul. Leyland had used it previously to increase his soul force to the peak of Morningstar, unable to extract more afterwards. At that point in time, his true soul had already reached its maximum capacity, unable to store any more soul force. Now that he'd advanced to Radiant Moon, the true soul was like a vase that had grown bigger, now able to store a greater amount. The Phoenix Egg was currently a great cure for the soul damage from the death of his clone. The lava world is currently in the hands of Wade and Melinda. I can use our alliance to get a chance to enter it, collecting the remaining scattered pieces of the Phoenix Egg. Leyland rugged his chin. The mysterious creature called the Phoenix had been of great help to Leyland. Wade and Melinda would have acquired all the easily obtainable pieces, but he still wanted to give it a shot. This current fragment is good enough to last me a long while, though. A miniature phantom of the Kamoyan Emperor appeared behind Leyland's back. A stream of black flames shot out of his fingertip as well, coiling onto the Phyrosaur's stone. With the assistance of Fire Plume, streams of pure soul force flowed out of the Phoenix Egg like water from a clear spring. Leyland was joyous as his true soul was rejuvenated, the speck of dullness caused by the fall of his clone quickly being filled up again by a brilliant glow. Soul force which seemed as taintless as the moon spread continuously, filling up his true soul and rapidly advancing it towards the half-moon stage. Awesome yet terrifying, what a unique soul force. Leyland heaved a sigh as he glanced at the message by the AI chip, beep. Large quantity of Phoenix egg essence has been absorbed by host. Soul force increasing, spiritual force strengthening. Beep. Host status has changed, recalculating statistics. Leyland was shocked by the AI chip's notification as he realized the rapid increase in his soul force and spiritual force. His soul force had reached 161 units in just a few short seconds. The moon that was his true soul shone brightly, almost at the half-moon stage. His spiritual force was stimulated by the abundant soul force as well, so much so that the sharp increase even burdened his body. Leyland stopped extracting essence from the fragments once he realized something was wrong. His statistics had changed drastically once more. The AI chip finished its recalculation. Leyland Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Kamoyan Emperor, complete body, strength, 76, agility, 62, vitality, 138.9, spiritual force, 1613.7 magic power, 1613, magic power is in synchronization with spiritual force, soul force, 161, new moon. Gazing at the shrunken phoenix's egg in his palm, Leyland murmured to himself, my spiritual force has increased by nearly 300 units in one shot? And my soul force by 30? If I were to absorb the entire egg, my true soul would probably advance to the peak of full moon. But Leyland smiled bitterly. Such a growth rate placed an extreme burden on his body. Unlike the Kamoyan Emperor's bloodline, the phoenix egg would only support the advancement of his soul force, rather than give him holistic development over a period of time. Such an increase in a single element was troubling Leyland greatly. It was the main reason why he couldn't just use the entire egg. The new plans to increase vitality need to be brought forward. Thankfully, my Kamoyan Emperor bloodline is still growing, and it still has room to improve my vitality. Bloodlines greatly improved Warlock's physiques. Why do I feel like using my devouring ability to absorb the egg should yield a better result? Leyland's eyes brightened, and he ordered the AI chip to start simulations comparing it with his current method. It was a blessing for Amagus to find any method to utilize such a rare object, but Leyland felt like he was being wasteful. Such rare objects could never be found normally, so he could not let even a tiny bit of it go to waste. Beep. Trial completed. Efficiency of absorption, Fire Plume, 87.8%, Devour, 92.6%. Devour also has a certain chance of inheriting the bloodline power of the ancient phoenix. Inheriting the bloodline power? Leyland shook his head. If even the AI chip was vague about the result, it showed that not only was such a thing very troublesome, it really depended on luck. He was not very confident in his luck. It's not like it wasn't good, in fact, he was just like any other normal person, his luck good at times and bad at others. It's just that he would never rely on luck in such matters. If the efficiency of absorbing the soul force was higher while devouring it, Leyland would definitely use this method. However, he would not harbor hope for anything else. After all, the higher the cliff of expectation, the greater the fall. It seems like I'll be able to build up a foundation of soul force for the breakthrough to Breaking Dawn soon. Leyland could not help the tinge of excitement that was growing in his heart. This was rank 6. The realm of monarchs. Rank 6 magi were the elites among the magi of the central continent, its rulers. They even had the power to control and direct the continent's development. To be exact, once Leyland advanced to rank 6, he would hold his fate in his own hands in the Magus world. However, there was a huge problem at the moment. His bloodline still shackled him. To evolve from a giant Kamoyan serpent warlock to a Kamoyan emperor warlock had pushed Leyland's genes to their limits, and the AI chip had confirmed this. His bloodline would evolve no further. Great amounts of calculations and the help of the AI chip only managed to push the bloodline shackles from Morningstar to Radiant Moon. They still pressured down on him. On top of that, the attention of the Snake Dowager had disturbed Leyland further. He'd always been cautious of this mythical being. Her control of the darkness element was something Leyland's could not begin to compare to. It was definitely not a good sign for her to pay attention to him when he advanced to Radiant Moon. Leyland didn't like putting his safety in the hands of someone more powerful than him, viewing it as extremely pathetic. It was a viable option if he was weak, but now that he had the power to control his own future, he would only be a fool if he remained in hiding. Bloodline shackles and the Snake Dowager. Maybe these two are two facets of the same problem. Leyland's eyes twinkled with rays of hope, as numerous possible methods were brought up in his mind only to be denied quickly. Many different possibilities for the future were quickly deduced. Suddenly, a call came for him, his book of imprints glowing. It was an imprint in the form of a funny clown face, a new one that was at the back. Leyland thought for a second and tapped on it. Melinda, you can actually send messages directly into the Morningstar area? You still owe me an explanation for what happened just now. It was such a coincidence that Leyland had been attacked by the Blazing Flame Monarch right after he parted ways with her. Thinking over the incident, Leyland refused to believe that it was just a coincidence. This Melinda's mysteriousness was the exact reason Leyland wouldn't develop a close relationship with her. He had the feeling that he would end up like Zegna if he had trusted her, dumped mercilessly when he was no longer of use. Finally, Melinda replied after a long silence, "What would you do if I intentionally attracted the Blazing Flame Monarch's clone to test your ability? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 632, Plotting and Reconnaissance. Plotting and Reconnaissance. Test my ability? Leyland sneered, "If it's true, I'll slaughter you and imprison your soul, having it burn for 1,000,000 years. The coldness in his voice seemed to drop the ambient temperature. "Ha ha. I'm just joking with you. It was definitely an accident." Melinda's voice had once again switched to that of a sweet little girl. "Anyway, I prepared a gift to make up for my dear brother's loss. Open up the astral gate. A gift? Leyland furrowed his brows, but soon arrived at his astral laboratory and opened up his gate. Flame-like blue light gathered together to form a passageway. Leyland was very cautious about Melinda. The astral stone energy that was inputted and the spell patterns only allowed for the transfer of non-living objects. If there was any invasion of external force or spiritual force, he would shut the passageway immediately. However, Melinda seemed to have been honest this time, and a black cube was sent through the gate. In spite of the high energy consumption, this was a popular way of transferring parcels in the central continent, especially among the Morningstars of the Warlock Union. There were numerous seals on top of this black box. At first glance, there seemed to be an ice elemental rune that kept whatever was inside fresh. Leyland blew at it, and the rune on the surface of that black box split apart. The box then opened on its own, revealing its contents. A stench of blood immediately spread around the room. Ugh! What happened to this Magus? Inside the box was the head of a Magus. Worse still, Leyland was very familiar with him. It was the leader of the Magi who'd attacked him in Twilight Zone. This was the full moon Magus who'd escaped from his attack. It's not just the face. The soul fluctuations match as well. Leyland nodded after a check by the AI chip. It was pretty easy for any Magus to counterfeit a fake body part like the one before Leyland, but the lingering aura of the soul and the strong resentment were hard to fake. Hee, what do you think about this? His name is Marriott, the top lackey of the Blazing Flame Monarch. It took me great effort to get rid of him while the Blazing Flame Monarch was away. So, dear brother, are you satisfied with the surprise? Of course. I'm more than satisfied. Leyland's hand made a gesture and the head of Marriott floated into the air, the resentment on his face evident and the level of hatred accumulated beyond what words could describe. Dark Magi could often extract memories and information from a fresh brain. Despite being a radiant moon Magus, Marriott was still subjected to such means. This gift is definitely something more than just a surprise. To be able to kill a full moon Magus, she was surely no less powerful than a Breaking Dawn monarch. Leyland had long understood that she could not be underestimated, having become a radiant moon right at rebirth. Even though Marriott had been severely injured by Leyland before he got killed, he could not deny the fact that she was incredibly powerful. I have to admit that you're good enough to work with me. Huge black flames shot out of Leyland's palm, and Marriott's head slowly melted under the heat until there was nothing left. Hee. You're the best. Hold on for a sec, she's coming out. The little girl's voice turned mature once more. Hello there, young Magus. We meet again. You freak. Here's another one with a split personality. Leyland rolled his eyes in secret. Let's get straight to the topic. Why do you want me? To get rid of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Are you interested? The female Magus was frank and straightforward. This time, though, Leyland did not beat around the bush as he had before. Yes, but we aren't strong enough. I know the Blazing Flame Monarch's weakness, as well as when he'll be at his weakest. I've also roped in a few other friends. Melinda sounded very confident, evidently having an extraordinary understanding of the monarch as well as great amounts of intel on him. In that case, why look for me? Wade and Alpha should be rather interested in this as well, right? Leyland stated his query. It's because you're the most powerful warlock in the Warlock Union. Furthermore, after the fall of the Blazing Flame Monarch, the fewer the participants the greater the benefits. If more people come and share the profits, it'd be such a shame. On top of that, those rotten old bloodline warlocks only focus on the warlock who's inherited a bloodline from a rank 6 being, which is just inflexible and short-sighted of them. Melinda seemed to have issues with the rank 5 warlocks in the Warlock Union. You can inform them of our operation, of course, but I am sure they won't be interested. Even if you get them to come, you won't get any extra for it. This communication channel is extremely secure, so there's no need to be worried about eavesdropping or anything. I'll hand over this method later, so let's keep in contact in the future. Having said this, Melinda broke off the connection, leaving Leyland behind in deep thought. A long while later, Leyland touched his chin. It seems like Melinda's true identity shouldn't be simple. She might have a deep relationship with the Blazing Flame Monarch. In reality, Leyland was in favor of Melinda's methods. From the memories he extracted from Marriott's head, Leyland himself had acquired a lot of information and intel. At the very least, him chasing Leyland to Twilight Zone and attacking him there was confirmed to be by order of the Monarch. With Leyland's temper, he would viciously fight back in answer. However, it was impossible to accede to Melinda's requests. Even if she suddenly became benevolent and did not try to backstab him, she would definitely possess most of the benefits. Leyland had no desire to tussle with a Breaking Dawn only to end up with nothing. It was very important to first conduct a few probes and rope in many people. Other Magi might think Leyland and Melinda were lunatics, lacking the calm and rational judgment typical to Magi. It was a joke for 2 radiant moons to even think of causing the fall of a Breaking Dawn Magus. In reality, however, Leyland and Melinda were extremely confident in their own abilities, and could not be compared to regular radiant moons. However, at their cool appearance, an underlying fervent desire coursed through them. They both shared a common goal in seeking revenge, hence the formation of this paper-thin alliance. Who else did Melinda find though? Leyland had his doubts. There are at most over 20 radiant moon Magi in the central continent, with 5 in our Warlock Union. Those who came up by themselves like Zegna are extremely rare, and most are subservient to other monarchs. Could Melinda be thinking of convincing some other monarchs? There weren't that many radiant moon Magi in the central continent, and even if there were hidden Magi in large organizations, Leyland estimated that there definitely wouldn't be more than 30. He had eliminated 2 radiant moons who worked under the Blazing Flame Monarch. Along with Marriott, who Melinda had brought him, perhaps the monarch no longer had any subordinates of great power, having to come attack Leyland himself. This possibility was very likely. Perhaps there wasn't even a single radiant moon under the Blazing Flame Monarch now. And now, he probably held a deep-seated hatred towards the main causes of such a disaster, Leyland and Melinda. If not for the Morningstar area being renowned for having fended off Breaking Dawn Magi before, he would likely have rushed over long ago. As for Melinda? This woman was just too mysterious, and she might even have more trump cards than Leyland and definitely had aces up her sleeve. Leyland wouldn't bother worrying about her safety. I heard from her that after eliminating the Blazing Flame Monarch, I can get some amazing benefits. Leyland's pupils shone with light from the AI chip as large numbers of images and scenes flashed in front of him. The AI chip's processor had been stretched to the limit, and it had begun operations. Her words are very credible. In that case, I won't need to invite Wade and the rest. Of course, I can still get the Warlock Union to gather intel and stuff like that. Leyland made up his mind. It was not just the Warlock Union. Leyland was already preparing to command the Kamoyan warlocks in the Ouroboros clan to expend all effort on finding news regarding the Blazing Flame Monarch, especially anything that had to do with Melinda. He had a feeling that the relationship between the two was definitely not as simple as it seemed, and perhaps when the truth was revealed at the end, everyone would be shocked. However, rather than gathering information, Leyland was more focused on the information she had leaked. So there's a warlock in the Union whose bloodline has reached rank 6? Leyland's eyes began to flicker with intelligence. It should be that Radiant Moon warlock who hasn't shown himself yet. Even though his Kamoyan bloodline had risen to that of a Kamoyan emperor, his bloodline was still at rank 5, a level lower than a rank 6 bloodline. Such a person would only encounter bloodline shackles at the end of rank 6, which was much better when compared to a warlock like Leyland. Of course, before a rank 6 bloodline appeared, warlocks with rank 5 bloodlines could be said to be regal amongst warlocks, and they were the ones who had been supporting the Warlock Union. The inheritor of a rank 6 bloodline was their hope, someone who could cross over into Breaking Dawn and become a monarch of bloodlines. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 633, Rank 6 Bloodline. Rank 6 Bloodline. I'm afraid the reason that Jeffrey and the rest invited me to help manage the Morningstar area is in order to increase its security. Leyland pondered silently. With a rank 6 bloodline appearing in that prophecy, all the high-ranked warlocks probably believed that that person would be their hope to rise once more. Leyland wasn't the least bit envious. No matter how talented a warlock was, they would still need to grow over a period of time. Those with high-ranked bloodlines would need even more time to develop, and before such a person matured, he was just a warlock that showed good potential. Leyland would happily encourage and guide the warlock along, even sending some items to him as an investment. However, if that warlock did not meet his requirements, he would need to be taught reality. And if the warlock started to hate him for it, he might just make the fellow disappear. No matter how much of a genius one might be, they were nothing before they had the chance to completely develop. As for the hopes of the Warlock Union to have a monarch among their ranks, Leyland had never bothered with that. He would never entrust his hope to someone else to accomplish. He could only rely on himself. Those Radiant Moon Warlocks hid something so important from me, and I even had to find out from an outsider. At the thought of what the Radiant Moon Warlocks had done, Leyland shook his head in disappointment. Of course, he was aware that the Warlocks had their reasons. A bloodline monarch meant too much to the Bloodline Union, because that meant hope for the rise of warlocks. Hence, it was a necessity to dispose of any dangers before they could develop. Leyland's own background was mysterious and obscure, and he'd spent little time in reaching the realm of a rank 5 warlock. Not considering the possibility that he was a spy, the fact that he could go head-to-head with that genius had these warlocks frowning. It was good for one hero to take care of another, but in the Magus world, two absolute geniuses who did not see eye to eye would likely end up hating each other. It was natural for the high-ranked warlocks to worry. Hence, they chose not to be direct, instead only mentioning it to Leyland in passing. Their line of thought was simple: once the genius advanced to rank 6 and widened the gap between them, there would be nothing to worry about. Though he was aware of what these people who were originally his higher-ups were thinking, this did not mean Leyland agreed with them. The development of a rank 6 bloodline was terrifying. With the passage of time, he would eventually surpass Leyland. But, these high-ranked warlocks did not know that Leyland had a lot of trump cards up his sleeve, which was why they were more biased towards the other warlock. That was not surprising. It was impossible for Leyland not to have any opinions about the Warlock Union. However, he only cared about himself. Once he broke through the bloodline shackles to arrive at the realm of rank 6, these warlocks would come and surround him instead. In the Magus world, strength meant everything. Though it wasn't as if organizations were useless, but if there was a huge disparity between an organization's power and the individual's strength, it was like gilding the lily. At this thought, Leyland began to snicker as he tapped on a secret imprint in the shape of a bat. "Your Highness Geoffrey? I have something to ask you." "Leyland. I'll be there soon." These rank 5 warlocks all had their main bodies in the Morningstar area, so moving around was easy. Shortly after the call ended, Geoffrey arrived at Leyland's castle. Multicolored petals floated on hot tea, giving off hot steam and emanating a rich fragrance. A few adamantine maids served snacks and then bowed elegantly towards Leyland and Geoffrey before leaving quietly. "Your Highness, these robot puppets of yours have great workmanship. There's something especially unique about their movements." Geoffrey watched the backs of these maids, seemingly deep in thought. In his opinion, Leyland's puppets were created with great precision, and they were at least at the level of a grandmaster alchemist. This was rare, and even Radiant Moons would have to expend some effort for it. The programming of these puppets was such that their movements carried a unique air. Their lack of stiffness was something to reflect upon. As most movements had been thought of and executed, the workmanship of the puppets had attained an even higher appraisal. It's something I did whilst bored. If your Highness likes it, I can send you a few." Leyland laughed. The blueprint was something stored in the AI chip from his previous world, and he had now used it only for some nostalgia. The etiquette in his previous world was different from that in the Magus world, and it was understandable that Geoffrey had noticed it. Ever since the inception of astral experiments, the Magus world had an increasing amount of contact with the other worlds. At most, Leyland's works would be believed to have some influence from other worlds, and there was nothing strange about it. After they made some small talk, Geoffrey finally cut to the chase. "May I know what your Highness has invited me here for?" "Well," Leyland placed his teacup on the table slowly, "I met the leader of Jupiter's Lightning recently. This female Magus, Melinda, invited me to attack the Flame Monarchs organization." Leyland summarized his experiences and, of course, omitted the content about Melinda inviting him to deal with the Flame Monarch himself together. That was just too crazy, which was why he merely mentioned attacking the other party's organization. Even so, that caused Geoffrey to turn pale with fright. What? You're laying your hand on a rank 6 Magus organization? Is she crazy?" Geoffrey shot to his feet, a trace of suspicion on his face. "Melinda? I seem to have heard this name somewhere, but it's been too long and I can't remember. Based on what she said, she's confident she'll be able to keep this under control. When the time comes, she'll split the benefits with us." What do you think? Seeing how he had reacted, Leyland shook his head inside, but still said the words that he prepared beforehand. I don't agree. This suggestion was rejected without hesitation. A monarch is not an existence we can provoke at the moment. Though you'll be working alone, you're still representing the Warlock Union. I don't want you to do this. Jeffrey watched Leyland, eyes showing his sincerity. I know you must be feeling indignant, but what we need to do now is wait. With another 150 years. Will the new bloodline monarch have risen by then? Leyland continued coldly. How did you know about that? Learning that Leyland was aware of this earth-shattering news, Jeffrey's eyes went as wide as saucers, and he almost spit out a mouthful of tea. Melinda told me. Leyland betrayed his teammate bluntly. Seeing Jeffrey's fearful look, he knew that Jeffrey would definitely use all his sources and strength to check up on her. On top of that, I've already heard several lines that seem like prophecies, and some that have to do with me, Leyland answered, as if finding it funny and embarrassing. From Jeffrey's point of view, this was Leyland mocking his own bloodline. They, who were restricted by their rank 5 bloodlines, could never reach rank 6 unless they destroyed their bloodline shackles. However, this was an issue that had plagued countless warlocks since ancient times. How could it be so easily solved? The prophecy of that radiant moon? I've heard of it, Jeffrey nodded. Actually, we leaked out quite a few ourselves, to conceal the true content. What content? Leyland shifted slightly forward. Before the wave of chilliness flows back in the cycle of this world, which means within 150 years, there will definitely be a warlock who will rise to become a monarch. Jeffrey's face flushed, his eyes emitting rays of hope. Warlocks had accrued a ton of hatred during this long period of suppression, and this prophecy had given them great hope as a result. Due to the bloodline shackles, Radiant Moon warlocks like us cannot reach Breaking Dawn even if our true souls have reached the peak of rank 5. However, things are different now. Someone with a rank 6 bloodline has finally begun to grow, and with the bonus strength from his bloodline, his breakthrough to Breaking Dawn will definitely be much smoother than that of regular magi. Afterwards, he will only grow stronger, bringing about the revitalization of us warlocks. Jeffrey began to exaggerate. As for Leyland, his eyes were only filled with pity as he watched the man, another fool who's placed his hopes on someone else. Even if he gets stronger, he's only trash. Intelligence began to flash in Leyland's eyes. How many warlocks out there are like Jeffrey, putting all their hope on that fellow? How many others out there do not wish to see the growth of that warlock? I'm quite interested. He'll only advance in 150 years? You mean, Leyland pretended to make a guess. That's right. The one rank 5 you've yet to meet, our final trump card, is the warlock who carries a rank 6 bloodline. Jeffrey bowed towards Leyland with sincerity. Please forgive us for keeping this from you. It is just too important a matter for us bloodline warlocks. Leyland helped him up, looking solemn. I truly admire your highness for your feelings towards this. Rest assured, I will do all I can to protect him. While Jeffrey didn't necessarily believe Leyland, this show would definitely keep him satisfied. After setting up a specific time and space to meet with that warlock, he got up and left Leyland's castle. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 634, Reflection and Experimentation. Reflection and Experimentation. After Jeffrey left Leyland's castle, the sunny smile on Leyland's face slowly crumbled, a brooding look taking its place. A warlock that has inherited a rank 6 bloodline? Interesting. Very interesting. Till now, the highest bloodlines he'd seen were those of the Sun's Child, which was rank 6, and the blood of the rank 7 bronze female giant who'd comprehended laws. As for the Fire Phoenix, perhaps that wasn't even a bloodline creature at all. Even though he possessed the egg, Leyland had no way to extract a bloodline from it. The bloodline of the Sun's Child had been completely exhausted after Leyland had created 2 bloodline imprints, and the bloodline of the bronze female giant had been a huge driving force in Leyland's bloodline evolution. Not only were the quantities of blood in both cases meager, neither had even come with a real body. After they were used up, they had disappeared. Things would be different with a warlock who had inherited a rank 6 bloodline. The fellow would have a complete body, and even if he were to lose some of his bloodline, he could probably make up for it with the natural regeneration of blood by his body. Based on what Jeffrey said, he has already become a Radiant Moon warlock. The bloodline in his body meets my requirements as well, even if barely. However, if I want the best effects, I should wait till he advances to Breaking Dawn. When his bloodline force is at its best, I can reap the most perfect fruit. Leyland stroked his chin, his lips curving up. Though warlocks had the ability to regenerate blood, bloodlines were not quite as simple. Leyland believed that ancient bloodlines inherited by warlocks could not be extracted without limit, as they had a close connection to their sources. There was no issue if a small part of the bloodline was extracted, but if the other party was used as a blood bank, their bloodline would soon be exhausted. This would have the same effect even on ancient creatures. Whatever it was, the bloodline of a rank 5 warlock, especially that from a warlock who had inherited his bloodline from an ancient Breaking Dawn creature, was basically a moving treasure trove for Lyle. Forget purifying it or making imprints from it, just observing how a rank 6 bloodline interacted with the body would bring great benefits to his bloodline experiments. But of course, the other party would definitely not let himself be treated as a guinea pig. Forget that for now, I'll decide on that after looking at his attitude. Right now, I need to think about the blazing flame monarch. Lyle stood up and entered the astral laboratory. Melinda had tried to entice him into dealing with the blazing flame monarch together, stating that she knew of his weakness. In order to gain his trust, she'd even given him some information, and the AI chip had tested its veracity. However, the most important bit was still in her possession, and there was nothing Lyle could do about that. He obviously knew that she wouldn't divulge key information until the time for the operation came. There was no other way about it. And since the other side would give him no more information, Lyle could only begin thinking of ways to increase his own strength. No matter what the situation was, he could not go wrong with that. Truth be told, it's best that I hole myself up and deal with the blazing flame monarch only after I reach Breaking Dawn. Although Lyle thought this way, it was a pity that he had been attacked by the monarch. He now knew that this was impossible. Lyle could feel an obvious malicious desire from him. It told him the monarch was intent on eliminating him. The only reason for the current silence was that the opponent needed to recover some strength. Once they reacted completely, the most terrifying of strengths would be brought to bear on Lyle like lightning. Shit. When did I ever provoke them? Even if it was the previous time, he was the one who dispatched Magi to attack me. Lyle felt that he was being wronged, and was rather confused. There was no reason for the Flame Monarch's hatred towards him. Of course, the Blazing Flame Monarch had always had a strange temper. Back then, if not for Rafa and the other rank 5 Radiant Moon standing up to the leader of the Warlock's Purge campaign in time, perhaps the Central Continent would not exist today. After cursing the opponent a few times, Lyle found he could not do anything about it. He'd been walking as he delved into thought, and the AI chip's robotic voice sounded automatically the moment he walked through the laboratory. Beep. Host body has entered range of astral laboratory. Beginning sterilization and disinfection. Beginning automatic sterilization and disinfecting. Once the voice sounded, Lyle's body was covered with a layer of black as fiery red light cleaned it top to bottom. This was an essential procedure for interplanar experiments. With such complete measures that cleverly made use of magic, Lyle felt like this laboratory matched up to the high-end laboratories of his previous world, even surpassing them in some aspects. Completing the sterilization and having prepared his defenses, Lyle arrived at the astral laboratory. He did not head for the astral gate straight away, instead entering one of the binding rooms beside it. Blue light rippled in a massive pool made not of water, but condensed lightning. Densely packed confinement and isolation runes separated it from the outside. This sort of strict defense was obviously prepared to confine a creature or material from the astral plane. After he reached Radiant Moon, Lyle's ability to explore the astral plane had improved greatly. With the additional help of the AI chip, he'd obtained various harvests every time he activated his gate. Though he hadn't yet found a foreign world with no world will, he'd acquired quite a few scraps, even meeting a wanderer in the astral plane and making a few deals. There were even a few astral beings who were unlucky enough to charge headfirst into Lyle's side, arriving at this world through his gate. These beings eventually became Lyle's spoils from his explorations, and were all collected here. Large numbers of confinement runes formed several separate frames at the bottom of the pool. Various strange items were placed within each. One of them was a creature similar to a black octopus with numerous illusory tentacles touching the edges of the frames, as if trying to probe something before being frightened back by the terrifying current. Whoa! Practically at the very moment Lyle arrived, the octopus quickly withdrew into a ball, as if Lyle was some horrifying demon. Looks like I was too rough with it, Lyle laughed as he read through the records by the AI chip. Spectral octopus, astral being. Period since capture, 15 days, 9 hours. Currently in good condition, no distinct need to eat. The image that the AI chip provided had numbers all over the different parts of the octopus, with some conjectures included. Everything about this spectral octopus was being shown to him. Training the soul is extremely troublesome. The method the ancients passed down is to constantly probe the astral plane, simulating and understanding its rules to allow one's own soul to evolve. Such a method took too much time and consumed a tremendous amount of astral stones. However, it was safe and effective. The vast astral plane was truly boundless, and it encompassed all things. Experiencing the working of such a thing was very beneficial for a Magus true soul. Leyland, however, had the cheat that was the phoenix egg. He had no need for this. If not for his own vitality being unable to keep up and his fear of the issues that would arise due to a lack of coordination between the body and a rapidly strengthened soul, he would long since have broken through to the peak of Radiant Moon. To him, interplanar experiments carried a whole different meaning. I've already pushed the paths of a warlock and magus to the limits for now. If I need to strengthen myself quickly, the only ways left are in other worlds. Leyland's eyes were calm. He who had the AI chip constantly analyzing things for him knew very clearly the paths of warlocks and magi. He understood that his strength had reached its peak until he could deal with the issue of body-soul balance, which was why he'd shifted his attention to the astral plane. Since he had reached a bottleneck in his own path, it was a good idea to walk on others. Such a thing would definitely be beneficial to him. On top of that, Leyland had never given up his search for the purgatory world. The attention from the Snake Dowager had given him a terrible premonition. He did not want to meet her when he was caught unprepared one day, and wished to solve this problem himself. Finding the coordinates to the purgatory world was therefore of extreme importance. The coordinates to the purgatory world were something the warlocks of the Ouroboros clan yearned for, which was why after obtaining the information left behind by those Kamoyan warlocks, Leyland's progress in this area had increased rapidly. Leyland, who had the innate ability of control due to his Kamoyan Serpent Emperor bloodline, naturally knew how terrifying a creature like the Snake Dowager was. If possible, he obviously did not want to meet her now, but it was necessary to make some preparations for the future. I've been using so many astral stones without care, and I only got so much. Leyland gazed at the items in the restraining lightning pool, speechless. It's no wonder that Morningstar Magi spend so many resources to no avail. Things like this that rely on luck are too scary. This is my result with the aid of the AI chip. Other Magi won't even have this much. Leyland's astral stone consumption had reached a terrifying stage, and he'd even used up all the astral stones belonging to the Ouroboros clan. If not for the Warlock Union replenishing his supply, he would have faced a problem with the energy for his future experiments. Even then, he wasn't lucky enough to have gathered many resources, and he was facing a net loss. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 635, A Feather and Dream. Feather and Dream. A trip to the astral plane is like a sea voyage during the era of exploration. Few people successfully found new continents, returning with gold. Most just ended up as skeletons buried deep under the sea. Leyland sighed. He left the binding room and came before the astral gate, a gray feather appearing in his palm. This feather looked very ordinary, with nothing different about it, as if it was a regular feather from a bird. However, Leyland knew how unordinary it was. The feather had been a gift from the owl which had come from the crack between reality and dreams. Dreamscape is in actuality another world of dreams. I wonder if I can make contact with it using the astral gate. Before this day, Leyland had already used the AI chip to scan the feather multiple times, performing many experiments. However, he'd had no results. The results showed that this was the most ordinary of feathers. Now, with no other ideas, he decided to use it in an interplanar experiment, hoping to link to Dreamscape. In the boundless astral plane, the two most powerful worlds he knew of were the Magus world and the world of gods. Of course, due to the ancient war, both of these worlds had been weakened, though the Magus world was now gradually regaining its former glory. Dreamscape was the strangest and most mysterious world. Time and space were misleading and the place was filled with various indefinite laws. Things that were obvious and followed common sense did not exist there. In other words, everything was topsy-turvy, and it was a world with no real laws. Even the ancient Magus world had been taken aback when met with the invasion by Dreamscape. Of course, it was also due to this very instability that Dreamscape's attack had started strong but sputtered out. Though it's full of all sorts of strange things, that's an opportunity for me. Leyland's eyes gleamed. Other worlds had existences that abided by objective laws. Personal growth required much time and energy there. However, anything was possible in Dreamscape. If he wanted to obtain the most strength in the shortest amount of time, he would have to go in there and try his luck. Of course, he had to be prepared to return with no benefits. AI chip. Leyland commanded inwardly. When he had entered, Leyland's soul force had long since taken control of all the apparatus and energy sources here, and then handed it over to the AI chip to manage. Though Leyland had set up a spirit genie here, that was just a ruse. How could such low-level programs match up to his AI chip? Beep. Energy source beginning preparations. Routes detected to be normal. Rate of wear and tear at 0.0017. Beginning connection with Astral Gate, the AI chip quickly intoned. Along with its robotic prompt, all the apparatus in the laboratory activated methodically. The rays of light and the sounds combined to form the most splendid of symphonies. Under the control of the AI chip, Leyland's usage of everything in the laboratory was as fluent as in using his own arm. Astral gate has been engaged. In the laboratory, the stone gate emanating weak starlight rumbled, being covered by blue light in the form of flames. Countless mysterious links were generated in the flames, and the void crumbled, revealing the shadows of innumerable unknown places. A river of light was formed entirely out of blue stars that were the shadows of these foreign worlds, majestically surging into the darkness unknown. No matter how many times I see this, I can't help but praise it, Leyland murmured as a glint of fervor shone in his eyes. After his advance to the radiant moon realm, the form of this astral gate before his eyes had been changed as well, and his exploration of the astral plane had become more thorough. A great, ancient aura was being transmitted from the astral gate, and Leyland immediately turned serious as he closed his eyes, sensing everything attentively. Bits of blue starlight covered his body, and with the passage of time, the rays on it grew more solid, to the point that they resembled actual flames. Within the point mass, the crescent that was his true soul abruptly emanated clear rays of light. It seemed to have absorbed something from the astral plane, in the process becoming more pure and dazzling. His soul force that had been supplemented greatly by the phoenix egg seemed to be rinsed and purified as it completely stabilized. The mysteries of the astral plane, and its resonance with the soul, Leyland's eyes seemed different as he opened them. I need a complete harmony between my soul and the rest of the world. Once I reach the realm of that fusion, the next step will be to synchronize my soul with the astral plane. No matter what path to power I use, at the end it still feels strangely familiar, like I'm coming back home. It was great that this experience strengthened his true soul. However, when he glanced at the astral gate, the elation on his face turned into a wry smile. The blue flames on the surface of the gate had shrunk to about half their original size, and part of the astral stones outside had lost their luster, becoming fragmented. Leyland froze before asking the AI chip, how long was I out of it for? Beep. Host has been standing for 2 hours 34 minutes and 12 seconds. The AI chip answered faithfully. So much time has passed already. Leyland shook his head and suddenly came to a realization. No wonder most of the energy from the astral stone reserves has been consumed. He now knew why Morningstar Magi did not use the astral gate to train their souls. There was no other reason than that it was too extravagant. Leyland had prepared a lot of astral stones for this experiment. He had merely been a little absorbed in feeling the aura for a short period of time, and this had happened. If he were to be caught in a trance for a while longer, he might just use up all the astral stones here. The amount of astral stones here was something many Morningstar Magi took decades to earn, and would use over 10 years. Since the effort put in and the rewards were not proportional, it was understandable that this method had been discarded. Even Breaking Dawn Magi will find it painful to engage in such an extravagant method of training. Even they might not be able to keep up with the cost. Leyland shook his head and produced the gray feather. The soft feather fluttered and, following a breeze, slowly flew through the air towards the blue flames of the astral gate. What kind of world is Dreamscape? Is this attempt going to be useful? Leyland seemed slightly nervous. Using the feather as a coordinate and throwing it into the astral gate was something he did with no other option. Whether he succeeded or failed, the feather would completely disappear, which was why he was rather apprehensive. Pooh, the moment the edge of the gray feather made contact with the flames, there was a wondrous change. Large amounts of blue fire crawled onto its surface, and with a gentle sound they began to flash. The owl's feather burned to ashes in the flames. Rumble, as if gas had been poured onto them, the flames rose several meters high, being colored a bright orange. The whole stone gate began to shake, as if it had been linked to some immensely powerful existence. Have I succeeded? AI chip. Leyland called out lowly. Record of data from astral gate complete. Beginning search of coordinates, the AI chip's emotionless voice rang out, and the flames grew more intense. The shadows of countless worlds came into view and quickly slipped away, flashing past in front of the astral gate, allowing it a mere fleeting glance. Leyland, whose soul force was linked with the astral gate, seemed to see a very mysterious world. On the exterior, numerous dream worlds formed a long starry river. The world itself was like a twisting hourglass, full of mystery and a feeling of asymmetry. Is this Dreamscape? Leyland muttered. However, this scene did not last for long. A piercing warning sounded. Warning! Warning! Astral gate undulations have grown unstable. Recommended action, halt search. Are you kidding? I've only just seen the edges of Dreamscape, and haven't been able to deduce the coordinates. Leyland's eyes were fixed on the scene in the astral gate as he muttered, faster. Faster. Cracks appeared on the surface of the astral gate, but the scenes behind were gaining more clarity. Leyland didn't bother with the change as he took several steps forward. Rumble, at this moment, however, the fissures on the gate expanded, forming large explosive ripples that swept Leyland within. The virtual image of Dreamscape immediately disappeared. Amidst the explosion, Leyland's roars could be heard, "No, damn it! I just needed a minute, or even half a minute. With that, I can completely determine the coordinates of Dreamscape. Host's laboratory has exploded. Handling using emergency plan number 3. In process of stabilizing space. Allocating usage of rank 2 rune." The AI chip's robotic voice rang. With its operation, groups of robotic puppets went ahead, coordinating with the spell formation and beginning to clean the rubble in the laboratory. A neutralizing water current that carried the piercing smell of disinfectant was sprinkled from the ceiling of the laboratory, drenching everything. In just 10 or so minutes, the rubble in the laboratory had been cleaned, and the radiation from the other world had been isolated. At the heart of the explosion, Leyland stood expressionlessly, a black layer emerging on his body. He had not sustained any injuries in the explosion. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 636, Spatial Conversion. Spatial Conversion. Leyland stared at the large pit in front of him absent-mindedly, hands still maintaining the position from when he had been casting the spell. In front of him, all that was left of the astral gate were ruins. Terrifying electric currents and radiations were still present in some places, but with the AI chip's directions those, too, were quickly isolated and extinguished. Though the explosion of the astral gate was dangerous, danger depended on the individual facing it as well. In the face of Leyland's Chamoyan scales that had been strengthened to rank 5, the stray undulations from the explosion were nothing. Even the area around him was completely safe. Even so, the destruction of the astral gate, as well as the loss of the coordinates, left Leyland's heart aching. The amount of astral stones needed to construct an astral gate again was negligible with the large organization of the Warlock Union backing him, and amassing even more astral stones wouldn't be a problem given some time. However, the loss of Dreamscape was a huge blow to him. "Did I fail?" Leyland sighed, expelling the sorrow in his heart. When he raised his head once again, his eyes were now calm once more. If the coordinates of Dreamscape are gone, then so be it. I was expecting too much when I thought I could use the material from a strange creature and find the coordinates anyway. Furthermore, as I am now, a foreign world is too powerful for me to explore. Leyland shook his head as he ordered, "AI chip, tidy up the place." He turned to leave the laboratory, but when he pulled the door open, Leyland's pupils shrank. This place, in front of him, was a tremendous barren desert. 3 strange suns shone in the skies, boiling heat waves everywhere. The friction between his shoes and the rocky yellow sand was audible. Leyland looked up and around, finding the place completely desolate. At the base of a hill, he could see the broken tip of a building. The thing seemed to have toppled over an unknown amount of time ago, the signs of age extremely obvious on the surface. "AI chip, begin scan." Leyland picked up a signboard that had landed near his feet. He could not read the words, but he felt a sense of familiarity from them. The blackboard did not feel too heavy in his hands and creaked with the slightest application of strength, as if ready to break into smithereens at any moment. Blue light from the AI chip scanned the thing, and it immediately came to a conclusion. Based on carbon-14 dating, estimated age, 21,982 years, 11 months. Over 20,000 years ago? Leyland stroked his chin and tossed the signboard. As soon as the thing hit the ground, it cracked apart into fragments, some bits even turning into powder. "Where is this place?" Leyland raised his head, looking at the 3 strange suns that were still scorching the place. Of the 3, the one on the left was distorted, like a circle that had been twisted multiple times. The one in the middle was round, but there were numerous tentacles on the outside that made it seem rather horrifying. The one on the right? It was a complicated polygon, with its sunlight holding a different tint. Leyland turned back, and found his astral plane laboratory still standing tall, its doors still open. However, the surface was visibly aging. Silver metal was being corroded and fell off. Very quickly, his brand new laboratory had aged to a state where he would have to abandon it. What's going on? The metal on the surface of the laboratory is an alloy known for its resistance to corrosion. Leyland's eyes swept over the place, but he could not find anything in the vicinity that was related to his castle. The situation now was as if he had brought his laboratory along and, as one entity, crossed over to another plane from the castle. Could this be Dreamscape? Or did the accident with the astral gate bring me to another world? In that instant, all sorts of conjectures appeared in Leyland's mind. He took a deep breath and re-entered the laboratory. Boom, he closed the door. If it's another foreign world, I'd definitely have felt like I was traveling through space, and from my experience, there's only one world that can take me elsewhere without any warning, the dreamscape. The phantom of a Kamoyan serpent emperor appeared behind Leyland's back. Its amber pupils blinked open, scanning the area with vigilance. Bring it on! Leyland opened the door once more as the eternal light spell shone ahead of him. There were many small roads around, connecting the laboratory with other constructions within the castle. Leyland raised his head, the shattered sky unique to the Morningstar area entering his line of sight. He glanced at the surface of the laboratory. The signs of aging had long since disappeared, as if all he had witnessed was a mere illusion. Master! With Leyland's will, a few metallic puppets arrived before him. The AI chip confirmed their identities, leading Leyland to ascertain that he was truly in the castle in the Morningstar area. Interesting. Leyland's eyes flashed with curiosity. He pondered over it for a moment and returned to the laboratory. When the door was opened once more, the barren land and oddly shaped suns appeared before him again. Compared to before, however, there were some changes in the surroundings. Traces of yellowish-green weeds tenaciously grew from the seams of rocks, and the collapsed buildings were now covered with vines and seemed full of life. There were even some small shrubs in the distance, growing with vigor. The life force here has grown richer, as if tens of millennia have passed. Leyland narrowed his eyes. The three strange suns now shone with a green hue which he could not get used to. Arriving back at where he'd tossed the signboard, Leyland found that the thing wasn't in pieces anymore, and was instead at its original place. The cracks from before seemed to have faded to an extent. AI chip, test age. Beep. Based on carbon-14 test, estimated age, 1,328 years, 7 months, the chip quickly replied. The last test showed it was over 20,000 years old, and it even broke apart on the spot. Leyland stroked his chin. Time is behaving strangely here. Only an unbelievable world like Dreamscape could be in such a situation, But? The last time I came here, my soul had been caught in a trap, and this time I managed to enter with my body as well. Am I in someone else's dream? What is the boundary between dream and reality? The further he pondered, the more Leyland found that the secrets of Dreamscape were terrifying. However, there was not one riddle he could solve. There are even such strange changes. Is it a space-time wormhole? Or perhaps some sort of garbled effect from Murphy's Law? Seeing the vines climbing all over the laboratory, Leyland walked in and closed the door. Opening it once more, he found himself in the Morningstar area. Leyland immediately ordered, categorize this area as a special first-rank region. Seal the whole region, and move away all nearby constructions. Carve runes to protect it from radiation and contamination. The metallic puppets immediately got to work, startling Freya. What's going on, darling? Freya was currently in a loose nightgown, looking dazed. Leyland went forward and pulled at Freya's hand while consoling her. Nothing, something just went wrong with an experiment, and the contamination from the radiation is growing more intense. It's best you move out for a while, staying far away from the castle. While he didn't really understand the current situation, that explosion in his astral laboratory had resulted in an even more mysterious change. It had now become a bridge between this place and Dreamscape. One needed only enter to change what space it was connected to, something that immediately piqued Leyland's curiosity. He could now move between worlds without consuming any energy. If any Magus were to find out about this, they would go insane. Hence, using the excuse that an experiment had gone wrong and he was afraid that the contamination would leak, he was taking necessary emergency measures. However, the reason for this situation still had Leyland befuddled. Is it because of that owl feather? Or was it the explosion of the astral gate? Or did both those events somehow affect each other, causing this mysterious change? He thought as he stroked his chin. Whatever it was, this accident was a good thing. Not only had he obtained the coordinates to Dreamscape, but he'd also acquired a bridge between the two worlds. However, this can't last forever. Leyland recalled some spatial theory. The Magus world and Dreamscape were like two parallel sheets of paper, and his astral laboratory was a point between the two, the only link between them. However, with how space worked, this point would eventually break. In other words, his laboratory would eventually lose its connection to Dreamscape. I need to speed up my exploration. Leyland's heart was burning. Dreamscape was the most mysterious of worlds, one that had even invaded the ancient Magus world. It was an extraordinary place whose inhabitants lacked true bodies. Formed of the dreams of intellectual beings, it had a mystical strength. If he could find the dreams of some ancient Magus that had comprehended laws and obtain his understanding, he would reap huge benefits. Basically, in front of Leyland was a gigantic treasure trove. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 637, Dreamforce. Dreamforce. Dreamscape is a huge treasure trove, but it holds perilous dangers within. Leyland pondered deeply over this. Unlike the Magus world, Dreamscape hadn't suffered any damage, and was still a terrifying world that retained its ancient splendor. The demons inside this place were beings even ancient magi had been fearful of. On top of that, Dreamscape was even more dangerous than the real world. The slightest of mistakes in there would result in the loss of one's true soul. Whether it was an encounter with a demon or some other danger from the environment itself, everything would be extremely terrifying for him. What if they found his laboratory and used it as a springboard to get to the Magus world? Just the thought of it left Leyland's scalp numb. While he didn't mind being treated as a traitor to humanity, he wasn't going to do anything that would not benefit him. Besides, Leyland had long since begun treating the central continent as his own. He did not want an even stronger organization to occupy it. With the consolidated might of the central continent as it was, just a random demon would cause the Magus world to tremble in fear. There would be nothing for him in that situation. It's better to keep a low profile and focus on exploration. Leyland consoled Freya and immediately made the decision to move the castle. He'd completely sealed off this area, turning it into an observation zone. Freya was very considerate, leaving quickly. It was quite normal for there to be issues during high-ranking experiments. Leyland was the most serious she'd ever seen him, which meant that this particular incident was extremely dangerous. Reasonable as she was, she immediately supported his decision. Truth be told, she had no other choice. Such powerful contamination would be very dangerous for low-ranked warlocks and magi, and she was not going to risk her child for that. As for Leyland, he stayed behind in the name of surveying the contamination. Through many disastrous experiments, the various situations and processes were excellent research material. With the faint traces of a failed experiment formed by the AI chip, many warlocks were deceived, not in the least suspicious of his actions. His secret exploration of Dreamscape could continue unperturbed. His astral gate had now turned into a strange bridge connecting the Magus world and Dreamscape. Leyland currently stood before a half-body statue of a human, looking deep in thought. As expected, Dreamscape's invasion has already begun? Noticing the unwanted presence of this statue in his laboratory, Leyland stroked his chin in contemplation. As the bridge linking the two worlds, the laboratory itself was greatly contaminated by Dreamscape. Especially after a few experiments on Leyland's end, the laboratory had now undergone some changes. Leyland could sense that the invasion from Dreamscape hadn't ceased for even a moment, constantly modifying the materials and other things in the lab. If not for Leyland having moved everyone away from the castle, something big might have happened. The laboratory now seemed extremely dangerous even by the standards of the radiant moon Leyland. He couldn't help but move forward, his hand running along the surface of the statue and allowing him to feel the coarse texture. Beep. Scan completed. Target has no obvious signs of radiation. Style is from the Eiffel era. Determined to be constructed 6,231 years ago. The AI chip projected some densely packed data before Leyland's eyes, but it did not contain what he wanted to see the most. From my past observations, this should be the time when the invasion from Dreamscape peaks. Afterwards, the space between it and the lab will widen until the link to Dreamscape is lost. Dreamscape and Magus world were two completely different large worlds. They were like two parallel lines, and the laboratory was the point that connected the two together. It might have been because of the owl's feather, or the unique explosion of the astral gate. Whatever it was, the chance of such a thing happening was almost negligible, and it was impossible for Leyland to create it. With the movement of space in the worlds themselves, they would eventually separate and the laboratory would lose its mysterious function. This would not last for a long time. The energy required to connect two separate worlds was massive, and though Leyland did not understand the specific principle of how this connection worked, he was quite sure it would break. Through the tests of the AI chip, it was made known that the concentration of Dreamforce within the laboratory had reached its peak. Given how high the rate of corrosion is, demons might be able to come over as well. Looking through the graphic the AI chip had given in representing the corrosion, as well as the graph showing the density of Dreamforce, cold sweat appeared on Leyland's forehead. The connection between his laboratory and Dreamscape had reached a peak, and it would weaken past now. However, this peak was enough for even someone at rank 7 and above to pass through. In other words, if a demon in Dreamscape found the laboratory, it could very well make use of it to enter the Magus world, but this was a convenient path, not requiring all the blood rites and soul sacrifices that were currently obstructing the demon's invasion. Thankfully, there aren't any demons on the other side, and this peak period will last a few days at most. An expression of relief flashed on Leyland's face. In this short period of time, the chances of demons finding the laboratory were extremely low, and his luck would have to be very poor for it to happen. Because of that, he could be at ease and use this time to explore Dreamscape. At this thought, Leyland surveyed the items in the laboratory. Besides the statue, there was now another experimentation table where the astral gate had been, with large amounts of plants and samples gathered atop it. Many items from the dilapidated buildings, such as abandoned coats and hats, were placed in a messy pile. Around it were powerful binding runes, isolating their auras and radiation. Dreamscape is an illusory world. How is it that these things can continue to exist even after they enter the Magus world? This question had vexed Leyland greatly. The owl had told him that Dreamscape was created out of the dreams of all intellectual beings, so all things there should have been virtual. Something in a virtual land could be brought into the real world, and even ancient demons and the like could actually appear in the Magus world. There were too many mysteries surrounding Dreamscape. Could the main culprit of all this be Dreamforce? Dreamscape and the Magus world were different. Even the concept of air might be absent there, and regular humans could suffocate the moment they entered. However, the flora and fauna was still abundant, which confused Leyland further. Dreamscape was permeated by an unusual energy, a power that Leyland had named Dreamforce. He believed that it was this very power that resulted in Dreamscape being so strange and not following any rules. AI. Chip. Engage astral vision and set up the multicolored graphics. Begin automatic filter, Leyland ordered. Beep. Launching astral vision, the AI chip loyally intoned. Astral vision was the unique visual ability of the heavenly astral race. As they were beings of the astral plane, their eyes could see things that Magi could not. Having gathered information about them from Sky City, Leyland had tried to imitate the structure of their eyes. With the ability warlocks had at working with bloodlines, he'd managed to create a strange effect. With the robotic voice of the AI chip, Leyland's eyes were wrapped up in a sparkling blue light, as if having turned into sapphires. Colors were filtered out of his vision layer by layer, leaving behind only a dark red. Unlike the crimson of bloodline force, this red was filled with a certain darkness, as if containing the malicious intent of the world. It made Leyland feel incredibly uncomfortable. The Dreamforce wasn't this dense yesterday. Leyland watched the dark color grow increasingly deep scarlet and shook his head, feeling anxious. He came before the experimentation table, sweeping away the miscellaneous items atop it away to reveal a fine petri dish that seemed to be formed entirely out of crystal. One could even see its contents from the outside in spite of it being covered. Inside was a tiny organism, what looked like a black bug with massive compound eyes and 6 limbs with reverse hooks on them. It was squirming around. Leyland could see large amounts of Dreamforce amassing in his sight, entering the bug as if supplementing it. Dreamforce. A muddled mix of illusion and reality, a power that exists to transcend laws? Leyland mumbled to himself, hands emitting a layer of sparkling white light. Whoosh, dark red streams of air were caught in his hand and quickly dissipated. The soul force of a rank 5 warlock that he was proud of could actually do little to this Dreamforce. It's something of a completely different system, Leyland laughed bitterly, mulling it over for a moment and then submerging the petri dish in another pool crackling with thunder. Begin experiment number 581. Leyland had been performing all sorts of experiments, looking for something capable of interfering with Dreamforce that would allow him to use this strength himself. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 638, Obstruction and Success. Obstruction and Success. Were there treasures in Dreamscape? Yes, and many at that. Dreamscape housed many rank 6 and above beings with various kinds of materials and treasures. They were all enough to drive Radiant Moons and even Breaking Dawn Magi crazy. But the dangers that Dreamscape offered were terrifying as well. The world was ever-changing, and the bug that one stepped on today could grow into a powerful fiend tomorrow, stomping you to death. It was a world full of uncertainties where the real and the virtual, past and future were all mixed up. It was one that Leyland did not wish to easily come into contact with. He hadn't even finished exploring the surroundings of his laboratory yet, precisely because he didn't dare to go in too deep. Furthermore, he didn't think treasures and comprehension of the Dreamforce were the most precious things in Dreamscape. No, Dreamscape's biggest offering was precisely the Dreamforce that was everywhere. Dreamforce was the foundation of Dreamscape. Whether demons or strange treasures, they were all based on it, and if one could control this power, not only could they avoid most of the dangers in Dreamscape and explore it freely, there would also be a great benefit to their body. Dreamforce. I'm afraid it's slightly more powerful than even Soul Force and Bloodline Energy, a higher form. Leyland's pupils sparkled with desire. If I can completely control this power, not only will I be free of obstructions in Dreamscape, I can even just abandon the laboratory and try to form a connection to Dreamscape by myself. The connection between this laboratory and Dreamscape was definitely going to break one day. Leyland wished to take precautions, finding a way to communicate with Dreamscape himself. Activate the isolation layer. Enable circuit number 52, adjust power level to 5. With Leyland's command, terrifying thunderbolts suddenly gathered together in the pool as it rippled endlessly. A few plates made of silver slowly rose, forming a metal box that completely isolated the petri dish within. Large amounts of lightning adhered to the top of the plates, forming a blue surface. It was as if there was a layer of blue at the top. Enter observation mode. The blue radiance grew more intense, almost piercing through the air before him. In his field of view, the dark red Dreamforce passed through the cage of lightning without the slightest obstruction, stopped by the metal plates for only a moment. It then drilled into the beetle's body without hesitation. Experiment failed. The AI chip's cold sound echoed, making Leyland's expression darken. Again. Leyland had already experienced this many times, whether it be in this life or his last. He didn't feel dejected, and instead began once more without expression. None of the third series alloys work. I have to replace. Leyland's eyes blazed with an endless fighting spirit. Time crawled by, making Leyland feel a little numb. His hand movements remained extremely meticulous though, and he made not a single error in replacing the components as he redesigned the parameters of the experiment. A large number of electric runes formed, attaching to a glass-like material in which the petri dish was kept. The black beetle climbed continuously, trying to pry open the seal with its mandibles. Pop! The beetle's movements grew sluggish, as if it was weighed down by something. Its figure suddenly distorted slightly. Dreamforce has been isolated, creature's vital signs are unstable. Beep. Interference detected, unable to scan. Backdropped by the robotic voice of the AI chip, the beetle in the petri dish suddenly turned manic, sounding out harshly. The piecing insect screech was extremely sharp, carrying a hint of anxiousness and igniting Leyland's spirit in an instant. He looked at the outermost glass pane as a blue radiance emitted from his eyes. In his astral vision, he could see a large amount of dark red vapor being blocked out by the glass pane, leaving it unable to enter the petri dish. Due to the simulation from the experiment, streaks of dark red gas were continuously emitted from the beetle's body. Whenever a streak of red gas emerged from the surface of its body, the beetle's figure grew duller, causing the lines to become unstable. It made it seem like this beetle was just a virtual projection after all, and its source was now being disrupted. Bang! After the last bit of Dreamforce was extracted, the beetle let loose another sharp cry as its entire body exploded. A little black light dissipated, finally disappearing entirely without a trace. Mass in petri dish is now 0, no traces of any remains found. The AI chip followed up. Indeed. Illusory things are still illusory in the end, but because they're transformed by Dreamforce, they can exist in real life. Leyland stroked his chin. This experiment's success had also authenticated many of his conjectures. The demons. Although they are almost omnipotent in the dreamscape, in the Magus world and even any other real world they will be weakened significantly. Once the Dreamforce stored in their bodies is nearly exhausted, they'll need to return to Dreamscape to replenish it. Perhaps this is why they ultimately gave up on the invasion, vanishing without a trace. Leyland felt that the events around the invasion and ultimate end of ancient Dreamscape had been lifted off their mysterious veil now. Because of the initial intersection of the two worlds and the abundant Dreamforce, even ancient Magi were rendered helpless by these fiends. However, the Magus world was too big, even containing a 7-layered subterranean world that was not in the least inferior to the surface. As they invaded downwards, the assistance of Dreamforce reduced, and with the separation of the two worlds, it was dwindling anyway. In the end, had these demons not withdrawn of their own accord, what awaited them was probably being annihilated like the beetle. Dreamforce, even if it's a powerful weapon, it still has serious restrictions. Upon reaching this state, Leyland had begun to pity these demons instead. Although they were almost omnipotent in Dreamscape, once they reached the outside world and without Dreamforce supporting them they were weaker than bugs. In comparison, although the systems of the Magi and the gods would be affected in other worlds, they were still quite common and they could retain a large portion of their strength. Precisely because of that, the leaders of the ancient world were the Magi and the gods. No matter how mysterious and powerful Dreamscape was, it was ultimately just short-lived. Leyland looked at the obstructed Dreamforce and fell into deep thought. I can dabble into the system of Dreamforce, but I absolutely cannot make it a fundamental. Otherwise, once I'm target and restrained, the consequences will be too severe. AI chip. Record this experiment, list all the parameters as classification level 1, begin simulating the possibility of affecting Dreamforce, Leyland commanded. The success of this experiment was only the first step. What he had to do next was to grasp the basic properties and regulation of Dreamforce through continued experiments, assimilating it into the path of a Magus so he could develop a spell that mainly relied on it. This was what the ancient Magi did as well. Discover everything, study everything, use everything. It was the essence of the path of magic. Although Dreamforce is extremely limited, if it's deployed as an ambush, the effect will be equally terrifying. Of course, Leyland would not underestimate his opponents because of Dreamforce limitations. The power of the ancient demons had been recorded firmly in the AI chip's database. After I'm familiar with Dreamforce, I can then make use of this period of time to begin exploring Dreamscape. Leyland stroked his chin, a faint glimmer in his eyes. He had lost a great opportunity to explore Dreamscape because of this research. Now, the two worlds were almost separated from each other already. Still, for Leyland this contribution was definitely worth it. Compared to the mere coordinates of a world, his control would now be a guarantee for him in Dreamscape from now. Furthermore, his expectations were different from that of the owl. If he successfully gained control over Dreamforce, he could then enter and exit Dreamscape freely from anywhere. After all, Dreamscape was different from other worlds. It was existing everywhere, and in theory communicating with the dreams of all intellectual creatures was even more boundless than the astral realm. One had to transcend the worlds and dimensions connected. Of course, this was only the best assumption, but Leyland had seen unlimited possibilities in it. One day, all the profound mysteries of Dreamscape will unravel before my eyes. A smile emerged in Leyland's blue pupils. Kacha. Kacha and at this moment, a fine shattering sound suddenly echoed into Leyland's ears. What's the matter? He turned his head over, directing his gaze onto the half-statue that had suddenly appeared today. As the laboratory that connected with Dreamscape was most affected by Dreamforce, some strange things happened almost every day. Leyland had almost reached a point where he was inured to these strange things. A great amount of cracks emerged continuously on the statue of half a human. And yet, once he used the AI chip to scan it, he saw an undamaged statue instead, without the slightest cracks. What's going on? Is it that I can only see the scene through astral vision? Leyland revoked astral vision, and all he saw was an undamaged statue. A profound chill suddenly emerged in his heart. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 639, Accident and Meeting. Accident and Meeting. The sudden appearance of a half-human statue, and the hairline cracks that could only be seen through astral vision, all this caused a chill in Leyland's heart. The things in Dreamscape were way too mysterious, but the attraction they held for Leyland was incomparable. Precisely because of this, Leyland, who had all along been immersed in experiments, had slightly neglected the extreme dangers contained there. Leyland looked at the continuously enlarging cracks on the statue, and could not help but say with a deep voice, "Seal." Ring, a blood-red radiance emerged from underground, instantly transforming into a translucent cage. The runes he'd previously set up near the statue began to flicker as well. Suppressive energy waves gathered together, firmly sealing the half-human statue within. The range of cracking on the statue grew wider even as it was sealed off, all the cracks coming together to form a terrifying large mouth. A wave of tiny black bugs wriggled out of the big mouth, each one the size of an ant. They crawled out of the statue layer after layer, covering the ground in a flash. The concentration of the dark red Dreamforce was amplified several times as it formed a dense whirlpool that rippled back and forth in the air. Why is the Dreamforce circulating so fast? This discovery dulled a lot of the joy from the experiment's success. Leyland began reflecting on himself. With just one insignificant step in the study of Dreamscape, he had only pulled off a corner of the veil. He still needed to be wary of the unknown. The little bit of complacency that had appeared was immediately suppressed. Squeak, accompanied by a creepy screech and a fine gnawing sound, Leyland found to his horror that the binding runes were shattering apart one by one. Even the spell formation on the ground was terrifyingly being corroded. The dark red Dreamforce constantly darkened further, and its strange power even caused Leyland's expression to change. Damn it! If I wait until tomorrow, I'll use up all the isolation materials found today. Leyland's heart was very hateful, but he was helpless. Destroy! He suddenly attacked, and a strange black flame swept across the room violently, completing drowning all the places the half-human statue had previously been. The temperature of the entire laboratory rose to an extreme for a moment, before falling rapidly once more. The original floor had melted due to the high temperature, hollowing out. At the bottom of this hole were all sorts of molten materials that mixed together and solidified again, forming colorful gem-like crystals. Black spots started appearing on these crystals one by one. Although the statue disappeared, those black bugs had impressively survived Leyland's demonic flames. They're based off Dreamforce. I need to solve the problem from its roots. Leyland's eyes turned gloomy. He waved both hands, and the current experimental boards in the lightning pool flew out in a flash, exploding to form dust in the air. As if some power was bringing them together, they then formed a fine membrane, covering the area where the black bugs were. Isolate. A great amount of lightning covered the membrane and formed an isolation layer similar to that of the previous experiment. Dark red Dreamforce was isolated to the outside. A large amount of Dreamforce condensed, unexpectedly causing many holes in the membrane, causing it to crack under the attack. Although the Dreamforce can be isolated, it can also break through the latter. My last experiment only targeted an ordinary dreamscape creature. So this kind of thing can happen when encountering something of a higher rank. Leyland's pupils narrowed. This meant that, if he encountered an even more powerful existence, this membrane he set up would likely be torn apart immediately. Thinking over it once, that made sense as well. A rope net could catch small fish, but how could it catch a tiger shark in the ocean? The priority is to completely eliminate all these hidden dangers before the opponent gains Dreamscape's support. Determination flashed in Leyland's eyes as the demonic flames burned once more. This time, the black ants that lost Dreamforce melted apart very quickly, turning into motes of black light and dissipating. As if due to this event, the Dreamforce outside the membrane grew richer, causing fine cracks to appear on the membrane. It would rupture at any time. Faster! Make it faster! Leyland shouted deeply. Cold soul force merged, being injected into the flames. The black flames immediately burned tenfold more vigorously, burning all of the black ants into ashes. And the instant when the last ant disappeared, the isolation membrane emitted a saddening cry, unable to bear the heavy load any longer as it shattered. The Dreamforce had lost its target though, and it hovered for a while before dissipating automatically. It caused Leyland to let out a deep breath. He turned around. All of a sudden, it was as if the half-human statue was pasted in front of his eyes, the huge cracked mouth seemingly ridiculing him. A terrifying gloomy breath was constantly emitted from the crack that was the huge mouth. Leyland's pupils narrowed as dense Chamoyan scales emerged in an instant, new moon soul force bursting forth from his true soul to cover his body. Squeak, the terrifying black ants emerged once more, covering Leyland's entire body. His Magus robes, which were a magic artifact, did not even manage to block them for a moment, thousands of holes forming on it instantly. The black ants covered Leyland's body, and even the rank 5 Chamoyan scales could not resist the opponent's fangs. An intense pain was transmitted from his skin as countless nicks appeared on Leyland's body. HSS, behind him, the phantom of a Chamoyan serpent emperor emerged, growling as a layer of black flames burned on Leyland's body. Huff, after the flames stopped burning, Leyland was momentarily taken aback. When he came back to his senses, all the black ants had disappeared. However, fine black wounds were still densely packed on his body, making it seem a little horrifying. Is this the invasion of Dreamscape? Leyland looked at the blue lightning pool, a hollow ground, and the scales that had automatically emerged on his body, heaving a deep sigh. Dreamscape was a world where reality and virtuality were mixed, and all sorts of things could happen in there. I'm afraid that with that sort of influx of Dreamforce, this lab has already become a building of Dreamscape. Even the nature of the materials has changed. Such a situation was very similar to the process of a high-ranked Magus irradiating his castle on his own accord, only at a much deeper and more overbearing level. AI chip, raise the alert level once more. Forbid all entry other than my own. As he walked out of the laboratory, Leyland was slightly gloomy. The feeling of being shrouded in an illusion, as if he had been struck by magic but had not realized it, really left him uncomfortable. Moreover, although Dreamforce was not like magic, it could still affect reality. No matter what he experienced in dreams, it would all be reflected on his main body. Dreamscape experiments are indeed full of dangers. Leyland sighed. Even the current him did not dare to live near this laboratory. Your Highness Leyland! You're finally out? Jeffrey's voice was heard as Leyland walked out of the castle. This rank 5 protector of the Morningstar area had actually been waiting outside the castle without his knowledge. What's the matter, Your Highness Jeffrey? Leyland asked curiously. This was considered his personal territory. Jeffrey could not intrude on his own. It would be considered disrespectful to its owner. I tried to contact you several times, but there was some hindrance so I could only wait outside. Jeffrey shrugged his shoulders with a bitter smile. I see. Forgive me, I was immersed in an experiment. Leyland immediately apologized as an embarrassed look emerged on his face. The effect of the pollution and isolation of Dreamforce was much more terrifying than other spells. If a laboratory in such an environment was still able to receive communications from the outside world, that would truly be something fishy. What experiment are you performing? I heard that there was even an accident before, and the pollution caused by the leakage is very serious. Jeffrey looked at the tightly guarded castle behind Leyland that had no signs of life, seeming curious. Of course, the leakage due to an experiment was something Leyland had deliberately made up so he could tighten the vigilance in this place openly and seemingly righteously. Nothing much. Just the leakage from an interplanar experiment. Something seems to have escaped as well. Leyland's words were both true and false, showing the great improvement in his acting skills. Even without the AI chip's coordination, he was able to deceive an old sly fox like Jeffrey. It's a cute, timid creature. In order to play hide and seek with it, I had no choice but to seal off the entire castle. Leyland smiled. Oh. Jeffrey nodded but did not pursue any further. Magi's experimental information was definitely top secret, not to mention that both Leyland and himself were rank 5 warlocks of equal ranks. It would have been way too out of line. This Sir Leyland has not invited us, and even now, isn't he too rude? At this moment, a warlock standing beside Jeffrey spoke up indifferently, actually displaying slight hostility towards Leyland. Leyland was also shocked. Only now did he notice this figure beside Jeffrey. He was very handsome, his eyes containing an exuberance and vitality. His body's aura was extremely abstruse, yet also very easily neglected. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 640, A Bevis. Bevis. This is? Leyland was on guard. This person was able to hide from his sense, which meant he was no ordinary fellow. Let me introduce him to you, Leyland. This is the person I mentioned before. He's Bevis, the last of the Radiant Moon Warlocks in our Warlock Union. Following Jeffrey's introduction, Bevis proudly lifted his head slightly. Archduke Leyland, you come out to meet your guests looking like this. Aren't you violating etiquette? Leyland was stunned, and quickly looked at himself. Due to the mishap previously, his robe was now utterly tattered, and he did seem rather impolite. My apologies, that was my mistake. Please, come to Black Serpent Castle next door. It's not far away, and my wife is there as well. Leyland apologized sincerely, and directed them there while still in front of his castle. He did not intend to invite the both of them in to tour this castle. According to Leyland's plan, this area would be completely isolated and abandoned. After what happened today, he surely had doubts about the safety here. The invasion of Dreamscape came as silent as the night, yet contained a vast amount of terror. Even rank 5 Radiant Moon Warlocks might not be able to effectively protect themselves in the face of such an invasion. Before having complete control over Dreamforce and being able to defend himself, Leyland would maintain distance from this place. His safety wasn't a joke. Seeing that Leyland acknowledged his mistake and apologized so readily, Jeffrey's smile became more gentle. After all, he didn't want to see a divide between the military powers of his own organization. As for Bevis, a trace of astonishment flashed in his eyes, but he concealed it well. Leyland, who noticed all of this, sighed secretly. This Bevis, he isn't the haughty and brainless person he appears to be. Previously, Jeffrey had mentioned that there were a group of warlocks that had the highest hopes of obtaining a throne, and Bevis was the last warlock that did not appear back then. He'd always thought that this fellow was outside of the Morning Star area, but didn't expect that he would actually appear right in front of him directly. Is his ability to block me from probing also brought about by the rank 6 bloodline? Leyland carefully sized up this warlock who possessed the bloodline of a rank 6 creature. As he tried to probe him, a rich layer of bloodline energy that surrounded Bevis like a dense fog warded off any prying eyes. Perhaps it was because of this ability that he was able to avoid the hostility of many magi, and thereby grow to this stage. AI chip, is it possible to bypass this isolation layer from his bloodline energy? Leyland appeared to be talking cheerfully to the two warlocks as they walked along, but he was actually commanding the AI chip and making continuous attempts to gather information about this warlock. Beep. It is necessary to break the protective layer to gather information about this warlock. This will attract his attention. Continue with action? The AI chip swiftly intoned. No. Leyland wouldn't be so reckless, of course. He didn't want to be seen as an enemy. Ancient bloodlines at rank 6 that possess concealment abilities are few and far between. Leyland stroked his chin and glanced at Jeffrey. Jeffrey himself should have the bloodline of a rank 5 creature, an ancient bat. Bevis, on the other hand. A crystal dragon? Or a misty fog giant? The many possibilities surfaced at the bottom of Leyland's heart. After the AI chip made continuous comparisons, it finally narrowed it down to the two most probable bloodlines. Bevis was of course unaware that, within a short span of time, Leyland was already close to completely understanding him inside out. He was aloof throughout their journey, standing at the side while Leyland and Jeffrey conversed. He only occasionally interjected. After connecting to Dreamscape, Leyland had constructed another Black Serpent Castle next to his original castle, and shifted Freya and the servants over. The Morning Star area was extraordinary in that the land available was endlessly vast, hence Leyland effortlessly obtained ownership over a large amount of land. As for the construction of the castle, it was made simple with the assistance of spells and numerous giant adamantine puppets following his orders. A short moment later, Leyland and the guests took their seats in the living room of the new castle. The maid served milk tea and some light refreshments. Freya came out to meet them for a while, but retreated soon after, leaving the space to the three warlocks. Leyland fiddled with the cup in his hands, and didn't take the initiative to speak. He hadn't expected Geoffrey to bring Bevis here. However, since he already knew about the rank 6 bloodline, Geoffrey probably didn't have anything to hide as well. Perhaps he brought Bevis over with the intention of resolving misunderstandings and to remove any grudges that Leyland might harbor. After all, the Warlock Union had intentionally hidden Bevis' existence for a long time. If not for Leyland's discovery, they might have continued hiding him. He could sense how distanced their relationship was merely from their attitude. Bevis' attitude towards him was also worth pondering over. Seeing Leyland behave in this manner, Geoffrey felt somewhat embarrassed. After all, they were in the wrong to begin with, and now could only smooth things over. His Highness Leyland is the warlock who has spent the shortest amount of time in advancing to Radiant Moon in the history of bloodline warlocks. His innate talent is astonishing, and his future is limitless. Bevis spoke coldly. If not the fact that I sealed myself previously in order to conceal my bloodline, I wouldn't have let this achievement go to someone else, but... Judging by the additional strength of a rank 6 bloodline, Bevis might just have been able to surpass Leyland's record. Hence, it was very normal for him to have complaints, but Leyland felt that it wasn't that ordinary. Sounds like he seems to be dissatisfied with me? Leyland glanced curiously at Bevis. Today should have been the first time they met, yet he was in a hurry to show off. What was he trying to do? Could it be that the prophecy led him to feel like he was about to face some kind of crisis? Or perhaps it is purely because he's a spoilt brat? Or even more likely, is he trying to make the other warlocks declare their position through such an attitude? Leyland suddenly had a premonition that his existence would create problems for Bevis. Bevis had always been thought of as the last hope of the warlocks, and one could not imagine the extent to which he was valued. Leyland's appearance at this moment was a forceful attack on his position. He advanced to Radiant Moon faster than him, and was even younger than him. Even though there were bloodline shackles to consider, he had a history of creating miracles, and it was not as if there was no hope for him to break through them. Furthermore, even though Leyland's limit was rank 5, he was already a top figure among the warlocks, and was worth investing in. Thus, the entire Warlock Union was now more inclined to allocate some resources to him. Even though it was just a tiny portion, it was enough to arouse discontent and vigilance on Bevis' end. Afraid that my recent rising will affect your status? Having had an exceedingly rich experience with power struggles, Leyland immediately sniffed out that something was different. Still, this possibility left him speechless. Sometimes it was easy to build animosity. Perhaps it was because of baseless conjectures, or maybe purely because Bevis found Leyland an eyesore. Your Highness, Bevis' bloodline is beyond me. Leyland paused for a moment, then continued, but as the hope of the Warlock Union, what your Highness should do now is break through the boundaries of rank 6 as soon as possible, and become a monarch so you can acquire a larger space for us warlocks to live in. Since Bevis' attitude was clear to him, there was nothing for Leyland to be courteous about, and he directly returned the compliment. Leyland was proud of his age and experience, and this attitude instantly made Bevis turn red with anger. Leyland was practically instructing him like a child. In fact, Bevis was doing pretty well. Leyland didn't have to break through his barrier to find, with the help of the AI chip, that he was already a half-moon Radiant Moon. With the amplification of strength by his bloodline, he could probably match even Offat in battle, albeit with difficulty. He would probably be ranked second in terms of strength within the Warlock Union. Such was the terror of a rank 6 bloodline. Any ranks below rank 6 could be slowly cultivated and broken through with the strength of the bloodline. With such a huge asset on his side, it was perfectly fine for Bevis to have a slightly arrogant personality. Besides, since he had always been taken good care of, he probably didn't have much life experience to speak of. The emotions of rank 6 creatures were far more frightening, and would be a fatal weakness for him. Hence, after hearing Leyland's provocation, Bevis erupted without the slightest hesitation. I am here today because I have something to say regarding your Highness Leyland's suggestion from before. From before? Leyland looked at Geoffrey, puzzled. Your Highness Leyland mentioned it previously. It's about taking action against the powers of the Blazing Flame Monarch. Although I think it's better that we do not take part, we should discuss it. Geoffrey explained awkwardly. Your Highness Leyland, as a Radiant Moon in our Warlock Alliance, how can you enrage a rank 6 being such as the Blazing Flame Monarch because of your personal hatred, without a care about our interests as a whole? Even if it's done in your name, this cannot do. Can you guarantee he won't take out his anger on the other warlocks? Bevis' voice was very loud, and he appeared to speak forcefully and with justice. Personal hatred? Leyland gave a light laugh. The recent persecution of warlocks nearly ended our legacy. It was quite recently that he dispatched assassins to end our excellent bloodlines. The numerous offenses he's made are mere personal grudges in your eyes, Your Highness? Don't forget that you too are a warlock of the Union. Having never experienced such mincing words before, Bevis was at a loss for words momentarily. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 641, Exploring Dreamscape. Exploring Dreamscape. Seeing Bevis flush red with embarrassment, Leyland spoke slowly and deliberately. Our alliance nurtured Your Highness Bevis in hopes that one day you would be able to lead us to break the Blazing Flame Monarch seal. If you don't have the courage to even come to terms with his powers, I am greatly disappointed. When did I? Bevis' face turned red in a flash, yet he couldn't find the words to retort. Even Geoffrey, who wasn't part of the conversation, seemed to be in deep thought. Just as Leyland said, they had spared no effort in grooming Bevis, and didn't hesitate to put everything on the line just so that they could assist him in being promoted to rank 6 so that he could face the Magus Monarchs. However, if Bevis' performance was so weak, then even if he successfully advanced in the end, whether he would fulfill his promise was another question altogether. After all, if he didn't even have the courage to go up against their enemy, what would he defend the interests of the warlocks with? Leyland did this to make the other rank 5 Radiant Moons plant seeds of distrust in their hearts. What was more crucial was that he was telling the truth, which left no room for Bevis to explain himself. Bevis was gloomy, and practically looked as though he was about to cry because of Leyland's sinister motive. The discussion between the two ended on bad terms. When Bevis left, Leyland inwardly stroked his chin as he looked at his retreating back. It probably wouldn't be a bad idea if he made a few more rank 6 bloodline imprints. Inside Dreamscape, Leyland was clad in an entire set of protective gear. Having successfully built new isolation technology, he could now repel a large amount of dream force. Due to the protective gear he was wearing, Leyland appeared very swollen. He was like a humongous human-like stuffed animal trudging through the lush forest with difficulty. The environmental changes in Dreamscape are happening too quickly. After dealing with a gigantic man-eating banyan tree, Leyland stood at the top of a mountain peak. From here, he could see the circular open-air structure of his laboratory not far away. But now, numerous vines surrounded the laboratory, and there were even a few bright red flowers blossoming on them. The lush greenery covered the entire area, nearly blocking off the huge laboratory from view. When Leyland was here for the first time, this area was still a barren plot of land. The second time he came, it turned into a grassland. And now, the landscape had given way to a primitive jungle. The rate of the change in Dreamforce is too high. Even the operational capacity of the AI chip cannot catch up with these undulations. Is this also the reason why there are so many complex changes in Dreamscape? Leyland guessed as he gazed at the sky. The 3 suns hung in the sky, each shaped differently. The circular sun in the center had the brightest corona surrounding it, and the blue rays made it even more dazzling. At this moment, the robotic voice of the AI chip sounded, beep. Gathering Dream Force. Vessel 1 has been filled, Vessel 2 filled to 76%. In front of Leyland were 2 metal balls hovering in midair. Now, one had turned dark red, and more than half of the other was also filled with dark red. Not bad. Leyland nodded, and kept the metal ball that had already been completely filled. Dreamscape is full of treasures everywhere. Leyland was greatly satisfied with his harvest of Dreamscape energy. Such power was more than half a grade higher than bloodline strength, and was even comparable to the legendary power of laws. It was incomparable, and was very attractive to Leyland. With such a huge dreamscape waiting for him to explore, it would be extremely silly to tangle with a warlock like Bevis. If I can thoroughly exploit the power of Dreamscape, and use this as the basis to create spells unique to me, then I'm afraid that even a Breaking Dawn Magus will suffer greatly. Leyland was rather excited. In his previous experiments, he had only found methods that could slightly influence Dreamforce. To thoroughly understand clearly the fundamentals of Dreamforce and even develop customized spells was a heavy responsibility for him, and there was a long road ahead to get there. However, with the assistance of the AI chip, there was hope. He didn't have to completely understand what constituted Dreamforce. That was an impossible task, and anyone who could do so would become the world's master. What Leyland hoped to do was to slightly utilize the formational laws of Dreamforce to allow him to gain a bit of control over it, so that he could make use of Dreamforce in his attacks. As long as he could achieve this, it would be a great spell. However, Dreamforce was ultimately a whole other system of energy, so he still needed a lot of time. Leyland could already feel Dreamscape breaking away gradually, especially after the peak of the two worlds' connection had passed. It wouldn't be long before his laboratory would lose the effects of such a convenient spatial gateway. It was exactly because of this that it was necessary for Leyland to collect a few items and store them up as reserves while he still could. Dreamscape is different from other worlds. It is everywhere and is connected to the dreams of every intelligent creature. Perhaps, after I understand the workings of Dreamforce, I will be able to free myself from the complications of traversing worlds through a laboratory, and instead be connected to this world directly. Leyland was looking forward to it. The snippet of understanding he had about Dreamforce gave him the confidence to explore further away from the laboratory. My puppets have never even been to this place. Leyland stepped foot on a black plot of land, cautious. Due to the unique rules of Dreamforce, even if he used an adamantine puppet or servant or the like, he wouldn't be able to explore beyond a fixed range from the laboratory. Whenever they stepped outside of the confinements of this fixed distance, the puppets and servants would automatically lose contact with him, and Leyland had no way around this. Warning! Warning! Concentration of Dreamforce has exceeded rank 5, and reached top warning level. A red box showed up from the AI chip at this moment. The dark red Dreamforce surrounded Leyland, extremely concentrated. It had already materialized in the real world, and was now trying to break through Leyland's protective gear and enter his body. In a matter of seconds, Leyland felt as though he was at the bottom of the sea, surrounded by a terrifying water pressure everywhere which even made him feel weak and oppressed. If it's to such an extent, it's already very dangerous. Leyland's heart tightened, and he couldn't help but clench his fist tighter. Inside was the scarlet earring. Ding dong, the cheerful and light-hearted sound of a bell sounded from afar as colorful neon lights flickered, making Leyland stop in his tracks. He glanced around his surroundings. The dense forest had disappeared who knows when, and a hazy mirage appeared in the distance that seemed like a gigantic amusement park. Have I entered someone else's dream? Or some other dangerous area? These are still too perilous for me, I must leave, but... Leyland treasured his life greatly, and upon seeing these sights that were out of the ordinary, he made plans to retreat. But at this moment, the AI chip suddenly sent a warning. Beep. Energy undulations detected ahead, rank 1 creature detected. Heat radiation and chemical reactions comply with the criteria, determined to be the characteristics of the existence of a living being. Probability of existence of an intelligent creature, 52.9%. The prompt, which came out of nowhere, dumbfounded Leyland completely. Is it the indigenous people of Dreamscape? Leyland muttered, his pupils burning with fervor. If it's them, their understanding of Dreamforce will be greater than mine. It would be even better if they have their own path to power, which will save me a lot of time. Leyland's pupils twinkled continuously, and he was clearly weighing his options. Although there is danger here, with the isolation provided by the protective gear, I'm very certain that I will at least be able to retreat in one piece. The possibility of finding intelligent beings in other places is very low, so this is totally worth fighting for. After assessing the pros and cons, a trace of resolve appeared on Leyland's face and he entered the hazy mirage directly. Leyland felt his body turn heavy, as though he had jumped into a pool. At the same time, it was just like he had broken through a world boundary and arrived at another world. The Dreamforce around him was extremely active, and the sights that appeared startled Leyland slightly. A merry-go-round moved to a lively melody as colorful lights flickered. Not far away was a humongous Ferris wheel, and other recreational facilities, such as a balloon machine and a Viking ship, could be seen everywhere. Huh? How could it be? Isn't this a replica of an amusement park from my previous world? No. This layout is centuries older than modern amusement parks. I've only seen them in exhibitions that are in fond remembrance of times past. Leyland was slightly taken aback. Were they formed according to my leaked memories, or is this another dream from a similar world? Lights twinkled throughout the amusement park as various kinds of machines operated automatically. A humongous clown statue wobbled back and forth, and let out a gentle chuckle. Not a single living creature was in sight in the entire amusement park, which made Leyland feel a little afraid. AI chip. Activate probe, launch navigation. A blue fluorescent light crept into Leyland's pupils. Beep. Navigation activated, searching for life undulations. The AI chip replied robotically, and it found a response very quickly. Target position, 1,900 meters ahead and to the left. Surrounding Dreamforce undulations are clear, and it is a level 5 threat. Level 5. Leyland was mildly hesitant. It seems to be higher than what I expected, but still within a controllable range. With a stamp of his feet, his body immediately transformed into a phantom that vanished into thin air. Whoosh, a ray of white light surged into the distance, the most splendid brilliance. Regardless of what buildings obstructed its way, be they steel or concrete, they were all cut apart, revealing a sleek incision. The white light seemed to have almost caught up with the fleeing shadow ahead of it in a flash. The shadow grunted and dodged aside, but its arm rubbed against the periphery of the white light. Its sleeve was directly smashed into smithereens, the skin and muscle underneath it cut apart, exposing a violet tissue. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 642, Dreamscape Inhabitants. Dreamscape Inhabitants. BZZT, the white rays that had lost their energy disappeared into the ground. One end was stuck in the floor, and the body of white light was still trembling, revealing the face of a poker card, the 7 of spades. On the white poker card, some traces of purple, as well as the fresh blood spilt by the fleeing figure ahead, was left behind. Even with a heavily injured arm, the short black shadow seemed exceedingly strong, not stopping for even a second as it bounded into a gigantic pool of colored balls to the side. The balls flew everywhere, some landing outside and bouncing continuously. Countless streaks of white whizzed forth, each holding the face of a poker card within. These thin cards seemed to have been bestowed with a terrifying slicing ability, and whether it was the balls or the buildings, everything was cut evenly into halves. The colored balls fell apart, scattering all over the ground, but there was now no sign of the black figure from before. A pair of black leather shoes rubbed against the floor, producing crisp sounds. The poker cards on the walls seemed to be drawn back by some invisible line, and automatically returned to the hands of a person to form a thick deck. This person wore a well-ironed suit with a hat to complete the ensemble. Their features were obscured by a white mask, and they seemed similar to a dealer in a casino. Creak, a robotic sound was transmitted from his body as his head turned a full 180 degrees, aiming at an area beside him. His body swayed wildly as he ran with motions that didn't conform with physics. He collided with a steel railing, bending it out of shape even as the building crumbled down loudly. White streaks were sent forth once more, and the supporting rods of a tremendous Ferris wheel broke down as a gigantic black figure toppled down. Amidst the flying dust, the thin little black figure crawled out pitifully. Turning back to glance at the dealer, fear arose in it as it began to run even faster. Boom, all of a sudden, it crashed into a human body in front. This was someone in white protective attire, with a bloated form. A handsome face could be seen through the transparent glass. Kakmoag Lamville, the thin black figure said something hastily, but Leyland could not understand it at all. However, his soul force picked up a feeling in the general vein of the thing behind is dangerous. Run! Don't worry, little fellow. Leyland gazed at this intelligent being in front of him. It was similar to a human, with 4 slim limbs and a head on top. It looked like a human child, only that its entire being was black, and it was impossible to tell its features apart. It was wearing clothing made of a coarse sackcloth. One other difference between it and humans was the fine purple patterns on its body. They were like tattoos, but emanated a demonic luster. There was a wound on its arm, revealing purple musculature inside. Large amounts of dream force gathered around this wound, allowing it to recover. Leyland's pupils shrank as he patted the head of the little creature, the peaceable undulations he emitted allowing it to calm down. Creak, the figure that looked like a casino dealer from Leyland's previous world appeared before the two, the white mask still covering its face. As it noticed the dealer, Leyland felt the little fellow next to him grabbing onto his clothes tightly, the uneasiness it was feeling peaking. Has he been chasing after you? Leyland turned around, and then laughed involuntarily. I forgot that we can't communicate. A few poker cards whizzed towards him, and Leyland dodged them easily. Fire! He indifferently chanted a word. Though most of the laws in Dreamscape were different from those in other worlds, magic could still be used in other worlds. It was just a matter of how effective it would be. A bundle of crimson flames engulfed the dealer opposite him, the tongues of fire spreading everywhere. The little fellow beside him widened its eyes, evidently not expecting Leyland to be so powerful. Meanwhile, however, Leyland frowned. A rank 4 spell from the Magus world can only do so little in Dreamscape? The paths followed by the Magus world could be used in many worlds, but their effectiveness would vary. Evidently, the suppression caused by Dreamscape was at the limit. Of course, the common power here was Dream Force. Powers from foreign places would not have an advantage. A black humanoid figure slowly walked out of the flames. Swaths of fiery tongues devoured the dealer's black suit, where the wounds festered and even caused terrifying injuries on its body. However, there was no emotion in its eyes. Another conscience that has manifested. How troublesome. Leyland's brows furrowed, the scarlet earring shooting out a blood moon that crashed into the opponent's poker cards. Buzz, the light trembled, and the poker cards were separated into 2. The crescent of scarlet light brought with it the energy of high-grade magic equipment as it swiped across the opponent's neck. The dealer's body froze for a second, and then rumbled in continuous explosions. Let's go! Knowing the opponent would not fall so easily, Leyland took hold of the little fellow's hand beside him and began to run at a rapid pace. Rumble, some red and white powder that Leyland had scattered suddenly fused, forming a complicated energy attack that caused the area behind him to be submerged in a sea of energy. The scenery on both sides quickly disappeared behind them, and with Leyland's terrifying speed, he had brought the little fellow and fled from the scope of the theme park in the blink of an eye, appearing within a primitive forest outside. Upon reaching this place, he could sense from the little fellow's breathing and pulse that it had regained its calm. Kaf Makelmgok. The little fellow struggled and exclaimed. I forgot we can't communicate. Leyland laughed, tapping a finger on the little fellow's head and sending a strand of soul force in. Communication through soul force transcended language. With Leyland's current knowledge of the soul, he could grow proficient in a language in an instant. It's safe here now, the little fellow repeated, and Leyland could now understand what it was saying. Who are you? You're amazing. How did you win against those monsters? It gazed at Leyland, eyes sparkling with worship. Those monsters? Are there a lot of them? Leyland asked. Noticing that the little fellow still seemed slightly weak, he found level ground and passed over biscuits, white bread and the like over to it. It received the items with suspicion, first smelling them with curiosity and, as if it had seen some treasures, gnawing at them carefully. What surprised Leyland was that it only consumed a small portion of the food and kept the rest well. Seeing what it was doing, Leyland nodded inwardly, now having a better understanding of the scarcity of food in Dreamscape. Leyland did not waste any time as the little fellow ate. The AI chip had constantly been sounding out as it scanned all the physiological characteristics of it, sampling it. The priority was the purple patterns on its body. These patterns seemed to be naturally formed, possessing the ability to attract dream force. The wounds on its arms had already completely recovered, leaving behind a mere scar. Thank you for your this, mister. You must be very wealthy. The little fellow seemed rather curious about Leyland, especially regarding his protective gear and the lack of patterns on his skin. Wealthy? Perhaps, Leyland chuckled. What's your name? Jillian, mister, my name is Jillian, the little fellow answered. Leyland laughed as he asked another question, all right. Well then, can you tell me what happened just now? Though Jillian was doubtful of Leyland's question, perhaps Leyland's smile had allowed her to lower her guard. It might have been some sort of bewitching spell which caused her to disclose all that she knew involuntarily. After a long while, maybe tired after a day of running for her life, Jillian wrapped herself in Leyland's blanket and fell asleep. In the meanwhile, Leyland looked to be deep in thought. Is this what Dreamscape is about? Preposterous, bizarre, and even somewhat terrifying. Jillian said she was an inhabitant of Dreamscape. She'd been fleeing for her life along with her family since birth. It seemed like the area was filled with dangers, and even if they found a place to live in peacefully for a few years, it would still meet the ultimate destiny of being destroyed. This seemed to be a common situation. The land and buildings had been wrecked in a night, and her elders, accustomed to this as they were, continued their journey since they had been forced away from their home. Based on what Jillian said, the theme park from before was a node. In Dreamscape, situations like these were common and nodes could appear at any time, engulfing the surrounding people. The items and buildings within were very strange. There were some they knew of, and some that were odd to the extreme. There might even be all sorts of living creatures. Some of Jillian's elders had gathered immense benefits from the nodes, but others had died within. For them, the nodes in Dreamscape were places where risk met reward. A node like this where a terrifying monster appeared was the most terrifying of all, and Jillian had been unlucky enough to be swept in. If not for Leyland's help, she probably would have wound up dead. Based on what Jillian said, her race is the bottommost stratum of Dreamscape. She hasn't even left this region before. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 643, Help and Discovery. Help and Discovery. Leyland was slightly disappointed after listening to Jillian's story. It would be excessive of him to expect any good power system or training method from such a weak race. However, they are the natives after all. There should be some valuable items or information. Leyland stroked his chin. Furthermore, Dreamscape can't be judged with common sense. Perhaps the next time I come, she'll have turned into a terrifying existence. Of course the chances of that are so meager they're negligible, but even if she's more likely to die instead, there's some hope. No. No. Don't go. Jillian seemed to be restless in her dreams, her hands clutching the blanket and her brows deeply furrowed. Her eyeballs were rolling around under her eyelids, and she looked miserable and pitiful. Don't leave me. Ha! Ha, it was a dream. She suddenly sat up, looking bewildered. It was only after she saw the bonfire blazing constantly that she huffed out a long breath. Nightmares? Leyland laughed and pushed a piece of roast meat in front of her. Grease and roast meat combined to present the most tantalizing of scents, one that caused Jillian to swallow. This is, for me? Jillian's stomach growled, much to her embarrassment, but she still questioned in disbelief. Of course. Leyland's smile was very gentle. There had not been any unhappiness between them, and was giving her roast meat and bread considered a waste? This bit was nothing at all to Leyland, so he obviously wouldn't mind being gentle and kind. Experience told him that such a pretense was very effective in concealing him in an unfamiliar environment. On top of that, Leyland didn't mind showing benevolence to stray cats and dogs. Thank you. Jillian spoke in a low voice, and immediately grabbed the meat and began to bite at it ravenously. Halfway through, she suddenly sounded like she was choked with emotion and began to sob. There's no hurry, I still have a lot of food. Finish eating first, then I'll bring you to your companions. Leyland understood what she was feeling very well. He comforted her slowly, and the girl eventually calmed down. Ka-cha, withered branches snapped when stepped on. Leyland and Jillian carefully skirted the theme park, pushing through the primitive forest. Those terrifying monsters never leave the scope of the node. As long as we don't go there, there shouldn't be any problems. Jillian was wearing the hunting attire that Leyland had given her, her cleaned face revealing a vigorous spirit that made her seem pretty. What's truly scary in Dreamscape are the Wanderers and Masters. They can cause tempests to descend at any time, destroying homes and crops, resulting in massive casualties on our end. Her voice became low. If not for them looking down on us and treating us like ants, we would probably have all died long ago. At this point, she gazed at Leyland. From what she could remember, the methods Leyland used were very similar to those employed by the Masters. No need to worry, I'm not anything like that. I've only just studied some other methods. Haven't any of you met with other intellectual life forms and interacted with them before? In front of Jillian, Leyland did not conceal his identity as a foreigner. Yes. It's not just in the forest, but even in the nodes. There are existences that we can communicate with, but they seldom appear. Normally it's just monsters that only know how to kill. Jillian tilted her head as she thought it over. I heard from Father that long ago, a giant castle appeared at a node. An old grandpa with a white beard lived inside, and he was like the Masters with the ability to control lightning and fire. He even passed down methods to manipulate these powers to Uncle Morin. Leyland's interest was aroused, for this sounded quite similar to Omegas, and then? Jillian's eyes grew dazed. After grasping the tremendous power, he said he would take us away from the forest to see the outside world, and then, he disappeared, never to return. What a sad story. Oh, my apologies. Leyland had nothing to say in response to that. It's nothing. Jillian seemed rather strong, and after seeing a sign by the road, she even cheered excitedly, we're quite close to our camp. Whiz, a bone arrow landed in front of Leyland, the arrow's feathers still shaking. Who is it? A deep voice sounded from the forest. Leyland laughed, not answering. He had actually noticed the other party long ago, but it was obviously better for Jillian to deal with him. Uncle Mark. It's Jillian. She happily yelled into the depths of the forest. Little Jillian. The trees on the opposite end began to shake, revealing a middle-aged burly man with sideburns. This man, who was clothed in animal hide, spoke out, I heard that you'd fallen into a node. I thought you'd died. Do you know how much I cried for you? Uncle Mark. Jillian went forward and hugged him tightly. I'm sorry for making you worry. Here, let me introduce you. This is Mr. Leyland who rescued me from the node. Jillian pulled at Mark's hands and dragged him before Leyland. Evidently, the lack of purple patterns on Leyland's skin left the man on guard. Leyland chuckled, not minding at all. It was fine as long as he found the place. After all, given his abilities, could the natives even block his attacks? Of course, Leyland did not dare overstep his boundaries due to the mysteries of Dreamscape. It was best not to use violence when it could interfere with him obtaining any harvests. After all, this was a world filled with the unknown. The warped reality and complexities in here far exceeded his expectations. Perhaps the next time he came here, these natives would have undergone a tremendous change. If he were to invest some effort here and strike up a good relationship with them, it would be worth it in the future. What happened next was obvious. After Leyland displayed his kind intent, and with Jillian's vouching for him, Mark brought Leyland to their camp. Leyland took a look around. This was evidently a temporary base, with many wooden piles that had been cut down and were yet to be tidied up in the surroundings. At the back of the camp were traces of a large fire, as well as a small plot with vegetables and the like. These farming methods are rather ancient. Leyland shook his head, but he knew this was inevitable. These natives could find the next time they woke up that their land had lost all fertility, turning into an arid desert, a forest, a river, or even a volcano. There was no need for more effort than this. Such simplicity extended even to the buildings. A wooden house was made with a few trees put together. Many of the natives chose to rest out in the open or found a hole in a tree. Leyland felt that the tent he had brought along could be considered a palace compared to this. In the simple and crude wooden house, Leyland met Jillian's father. He seemed like a haggard middle-aged man, hard work over a long period of time making him look as if he already had one foot in the grave. Cough cough, thank you, guest from distant lands. Jillian is my everything. I really don't know what I can do to show you my gratitude. There's this food as well, this. The middle-aged man surveyed the white bread, biscuits and other food piled in front of him, a flush rising on his face. Such first-rate food was something he could not normally enjoy. Please don't mind it. Jillian is a very lovable girl. Nobody would want to watch her come in harm's way. Leyland smiled gently. Please forgive my bluntness, but based on what Jillian has said, you are a magus? The man coughed for a while before asking suddenly. Yes. Leyland's astonishment was outweighed only by his curiosity. Have you seen a magus before? Where did you make contact with them? Cough cough. It was Morin who told me this. The flush on the middle-aged man became even more serious, to the point that Leyland sensed that the fires of his life were about to be extinguished. Morin was once viewed favorably by a magus and studied under him for a period of time. We were told many epic stories, but unfortunately, Leyland had heard about what happened after from Jillian before. May I know if the node where the castle was still exists? Leyland was rather curious about his kind. No. On a certain day, the entire castle and the node completely disappeared. If not for Morin spending the night elsewhere that day, I'm afraid. The man shook his head, and seemed to think of something. Shivering uncontrollably, he produced a portion of animal hide and respectfully placed it in front of Leyland. This is what Morin left for me. Though I can't understand it, it's definitely got to do with the magus. Take this gift as my thanks. This, after taking the skin, Leyland's pupils suddenly shrank. Atop the animal hide were some brown designs and runes. It was no wonder that the man couldn't understand it. The real information was concealed by spiritual force within the hide. Beep. Discovered data interface. Information being transmitted. The AI chip's voice was transmitted as well, and a look of glee appeared on Leyland's face. I am Morin, what Mentor calls an inhabitant of Dreamscape. If you see this information, please treat my clan members well. What you will see next is the path that Mentor has come up with after spending decades studying my body, a magus. The information on the animal hide gave rise to a look of elation on Leyland's face. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 644, Exchange and Consternation. Exchange and Consternation. A magus coincidentally chancing upon Dreamscape who was enchanted by the bizarre environment here and took in an inhabitant as his acolyte, Leyland secretly made a guess about what happened at that time. To adapt to this environment, he even specifically targeted Dreamforce and the acolyte's vitality, developing some kind of customized meditation technique and spells. And due to some external factors which could not be resisted, the castle of this magus had turned into ashes overnight and that acolyte disappeared soon after. That should have been the gist of it. Leyland wasn't all that interested in investigating the incident. As long as he gained information, this expedition into Dreamscape would be considered a success. That magus that was stranded here was at least a breaking dawn, and might even been a higher existence that comprehended laws. The more he studied the information on hand, the more Leyland grew to admire that magus. The AI chip's assistance was why he could make an analysis of Dreamforce relatively effortlessly. However, other magi did not have such convenience on hand, and this one had to have slowly worked out and perfected an energy system that suited Dreamscape using his own experiences. To Leyland, obtaining this system of Dreamforce was more important than anything else. The uses for it would aid him greatly. Thank you so much, this information is very important to me. Leyland put away the animal skin with a cautious expression, interrupting the hesitant speech of the middle-aged man opposite him. I have important matters and there's always great danger beside me. I'm afraid I cannot reciprocate your kindness enough. These two documents contain methods to obtain strength. I hope you will accept them. Light shone in Leyland's hands and two rolled documents emerged. These were methods for the cultivation of knighthood in magic. Although each only contained a basic portion, that was already enough for these inhabitants. The steps for cultivation were very easy to follow. Leyland even wrote it down in their language so that they could understand it. Truly, the middle-aged man looked to be taken back by surprise, but he still accepted the 2 gifts. After all, these things Leyland was giving him were way too important for his tribe. This left Leyland slightly doubtful. Why hadn't that Morin spread the power system when he obtained it? Once he mulled over it, he thought it might be because the Magus left him with strict orders at that time. Either way, he had already disappeared, and this would probably remain a riddle. Leyland's eyes sparkled upon seeing his gift being accepted, and he said with a smile, "I actually have more diverse types of food as well. I was thinking of a trade, are you interested?" "Trade? Of what sort?" The middle-aged man was a little doubtful. What would this Magus from a world rich with products need? Various kinds of specimens, be they plants or animals. Also anything of unknown purpose. You can sell it all to me, and I'll purchase them with food. Leyland spoke without even blinking his eyes. He had many spatial artifacts with him anyway, and he'd grown into the habit of bringing piles of rations with him whenever he went out. As such, his supplies were extremely abundant. Moreover, even if there wasn't enough, he would have to make a trip home at the worst. With the rich resources in the Magus world, who would be afraid of a lack of food? Specimens? That sir from last time asked for the same thing as well. Please rest assured, I will definitely fulfill this request of yours. The middle-aged man patted his chest as he made the guarantee. Then I'll be here waiting for good news. Leyland smiled faintly. He was a single person, with only so much time and energy. Matters like gathering ordinary specimens were best left to the inhabitants. Moreover, the animal skin they'd given him had inspired him greatly as well, giving him hope that there were even stranger things on their hands. Food was abundant in the Magus world, but it was scarce here. This gave Leyland a bargaining chip, and for the sake of his benefits Leyland didn't mind becoming an unscrupulous businessman. Compared to everything he had invested, those gains would only be insignificant. Once this news was announced, the entirety of the temporary camp went wild. Large amounts of plants, animal tissues, and even rocks were sent to Leyland. He welcomed it all, as long as it was a specimen he hadn't seen before. He would give them a portion of food for it. Because they lacked manpower, even Jillian and her father were hired specifically to do this work. To these inhabitants, Leyland was a fool who used precious food to exchange for these items. Unfortunately for Leyland, this kind of opportunity to make unrestrained purchases was quite rare. Given that the value of all this food added up wasn't even worth a few magic crystals, he was simply making a huge profit. For now, both parties were very satisfied. Uncle Leyland, take a look at this. Jillian passed Leyland some bizarre flesh that looked like numerous eyeballs bound together. I've never seen this thing before. Leyland tried to analyze this bizarre material, a blue glow being emitted from his eyes. Detected unknown article, unable to scan. The AI chip immediately responded. Where did you find this? Leyland glanced at the inhabitant behind Jillian. It was a youth, the purple pattern on whose forehead formed an odd flower bud-like shape. When Leyland's gaze swept over him, the youth grew very tense, even beginning to stammer. Near the new node, ... This is pretty good. You can get 3 pounds of black bread for it, or anything else of equal worth. The youth immediately laughed when Leyland nodded. Something that he'd casually picked up already had such value, it was simply a giveaway. Leyland casually took the item from Jillian's hands and stowed it away. Truth be told, this bit of expense was nothing at all to him. Even if the items they handed over was worth nothing much to him, as long as Leyland hadn't seen them before he would basically accept it. With such a high rate of accumulation, it was a short period of time before Leyland effectively controlled the surrounding geological and botanical specimens. Plenty of strange, unknown items were now in Leyland's possession. Although most of it was junk, as long as even one bit had value he would profit. Uncle Leyland, the number of people is much smaller today. Jillian came before Leyland, both eyes turning round and round. Her thoughts were indecipherable. That's obvious, of course. I already have the basic specimens with me, and specimens from distant areas require time to collect. On the contrary, Leyland had already guessed this long ago. He had the AI chip after all. As long as things were already stored in his database, he wouldn't need a second copy. That. Uncle Leyland, Jillian also had a hesitant look. I know what you want to say, little Jillian. Leyland stroked Jillian's head, but it's very dangerous beside Uncle, and also very troublesome. If you follow me, it'll be a disturbance. Watching Jillian lower her head, Leyland comforted her again with a laugh. Hasn't your father found a batch of youths, preparing to pass down what I've taught him? You can go and learn as well. Also, I'm preparing to make a trip back home. I'll come back in a few days. You can hoard all the items you receive for now, and I'll bring even more food and supplies next time. Leyland sent Jillian away and began checking the day's gains. After the botanical and mineral specimens were sterilized, they were numbered by the AI chip and kept away properly under their own categories in his waist pouch. The resources in the Warlock Union were very abundant, and a radiant moon like Leyland could deploy some of them as long as he didn't touch the bottom line. He'd found himself a magic equipment pouch, whose capacity greatly exceeded his original storage pouch. Even so, his food reserves were almost all used up. After all, he'd stored it with only himself in mind, and it was already a big thing for it to have lasted all this while. In fact, if not for the restrictions on astral gates, trading with other worlds would be the best. Leyland's eyes sparkled, and he sighed. Trading, then colonization, followed by complete dominance. Although other worlds have differences in power systems and other aspects, they still follow this principle. Of course, Dreamscape is different. This world is too strange, and any investment can cause us to lose everything. The next day, he bid farewell to Jillian and the inhabitants at the temporary camp. Loaded with specimens and strange items, Leyland embarked on a journey back home. Judging from the laboratory's energy waves, this space-time travel can still be supported for a period of time. I'll have just enough time to get a hold of all the surrounding specimens and strange items littered throughout this camp. Leyland stroked his chin, moreover, that Jillian seemed to be leaning towards me. So long as I tempt her a little more, she will enter the Magus world willingly. At the same time, I could secretly capture some inhabitants, which would guarantee enough specimens in the future. The current Leyland was taking precautions in case he couldn't use his astral lab anymore. However, no matter what, the Magus message on the animal skin is already a great harvest. Leyland smiled in satisfaction. Warning! Warning! Astral laboratory under attack. Activating rank 1 runes, stored energy at 34.7%. At this moment, the AI chip flashed a red warning, immediately making Leyland anxious. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 645, Spider and Breakage. Spider and Breakage. After all, if the astral laboratory was destroyed, not only would he lose his channel to Dreamscape, he would be trapped here, forever. Impossible. I set up a concealing technique and spell formation before leaving. I even left behind. Leyland's mind began to work rapidly. He was confident in his setup, but the warning from the AI chip definitely wasn't false. Could it be some kind of unique creature that can see through my illusory spell formation? Or, is it demons? The possibility instantly turned Leyland gloomy. He suddenly sped up, coming to the area where his laboratory was. But the scene that came into his vision made Leyland's eyes widen gradually. In his sight was a huge spider the size of a tall mountain, spitting out threads that wrapped up the entire laboratory. The runes around the laboratory flickered continuously, rippling with a dazzling luster. The defensive layer and spider web depleted each other. On the spider's abdomens were large numbers of patterns, coming together to form a distorted male face. A whimpering sound echoed from its wide-open maw. Warning! Warning! Formation genie energy reserves at less than 10%, approaching critical value. Immediate countermeasures recommended. The AI chip's red warning window shot out again. Is it possible to scan the opponent? Leyland quickly asked. Mission established, attempting to scan. Beginning to break through opponent's force field. Chick, even as the AI chip sounded out mechanically, the huge spider in midair seemed to be provoked by something. Its compound eyes turned, aiming directly at Leyland. A forceful scan would release a feeling of a malicious invasion. It was likely to trigger the opponent's hatred, something Leyland expected long ago. The male face on the spider's abdomen let out a sob, and terrifying sound waves swept past the area where Leyland was, tearing off the topsoil to reveal the thick bedrock. Leyland had taken precautions the moment he commanded the AI chip to scan. His body was covered in a layer of Chamoyan scales, and a few blood-red shields emerged. Kacha, the blood-red shields and the sound waves came into contact, and it seemed to be unable to defend for much longer. Many cracks emerged on the surface of the shields, and they soon shattered. The sound waves swept across Leyland, causing intense pain to be transmitted from his Chamoyan scales. Arg! This power! Weirdly enough, a hint of happiness emerged in Leyland's eyes. At the very least, he could confirm through this attack that his opponent had not comprehended laws. The opponent was not a regulatory existence. This was more important than anything else. If not, he could only have turned around and fled, abandoning the laboratory and wandering alone in dreamscape. Beep. Target has resisted scanning, not all data has been obtained. Display what is available. The AI chip asked mechanically. Of course, Leyland assented unhesitantly. The AI chip responded immediately, projecting a data panel with many incomplete fields before him. Beep. Unknown creature. Power, 200 plus, agility, 100 plus, vitality, not enough information, spiritual force, 2000 plus, estimate, abilities, 1, detection, has a keen perceptivity towards the energy waves in its territory, 2, unknown. 3, unknown. That detection ability should be why the opponent could discover the laboratory in spite of my meticulous concealment. Leyland sighed. He was reminded of the saying, man proposes, God disposes. He had observed this area for a long time. Only after ensuring that there weren't any terrifying creatures did he go out to explore with peace of mind. He hadn't expected that such a terrifying monster would be attracted when he was out. The opponent is a rank 6 creature at most, there's still a chance. Leyland's figure twinkled endlessly as he dodged the snow-white spider web in midair. His thoughts were running endlessly. Of course, the beings of Dreamscape did not follow the Magus World's rankings. Because of the inherent uncertainty of Dreamforce, their rankings were very vague. But through the AI chip's detection and his own observations, Leyland could already confirm that the opponent was at least a rank 6 creature, ferocious and powerful /. These kinds of creatures all occupy their own territories normally. Why did it come out for no reason? Leyland immediately shook his head even as this thought came to mind, I'm too foolish. This is Dreamscape, why would it follow such rules? Right at this moment, the abdomen of the spider in midair suddenly bloated as it let out a cry, expanding and lastly exploding. Large quantities of densely packed spiders fell from the sky like raindrops. A translucent thread at all their tails connected them to the main body. An even finer radiance flashed across these closely packed threads. Terrifying amounts of Dreamforce condensed with a bang, converging on that man's distorted face as he let out a horrifying growl in the sky. Dogmok. Terrifying Dreamforce crashed down on Leyland's body, causing the defensive suit to begin cracking inch by inch. So powerful. Is this the power of rank 6? As Leyland mumbled, a blood-red radiance burst out from his body. The power from his point mass had concentrated to an extreme as it boosted a spell, resulting in a new transformation. Radiant Moon Arcane Art Kamoyan Transformation. Along with a terrifying hiss, an enormous serpent over 100,000 meters long suddenly appeared in the sky. The large bones at the top of its head formed something like a crown, the smooth and elegant lines of its scales emitting the aura of nobility. This was the ruler of the ancient giant Kamoyan serpents, the rank 5 Kamoyan Emperor. Whoosh, a huge phantom flashed across the sky. The Kamoyan Emperor suddenly flung its tail out, which struck the face in the sky and caused it to explode. Mysterious petrifying light shot from the amber pupils that were like morning stars. Many of the tiny spiders were petrified right in midair, turning into rocks and falling down. Innate skill, Devour. Along with Leyland's soul force, the Kamoyan Emperor suddenly widened its serpent's jaw and a big black hole formed faintly before him. The spider web in the sky was directly broken, disappearing into the terrifying black hole with the surrounding rocks, branches, and even light itself. Get out! Accompanying Leyland's explosive shout, the enormous serpent suddenly crashed into the large spider in the sky. With a mountain cracking, space-shattering rumble, terrifying shockwaves of air swept out in all directions. The large spider that was hovering in front of the laboratory was struck some distance away. Chick, this kind of attack obviously enraged the spider. With ear-piercing yells, a few blades of dark light suddenly burst forth, leaving deep scars on the Kamoyan Emperor's body. Large scales fell down as blood splashed in all directions. Yet, under the effect of the innate Devour skill, the serpent recovered very quickly. A poof sounded as countless black streams of air gathered together, restoring Leyland's true body. There was an unusual blush on his face as numerous black flames formed on his body, making him resemble a demonic phoenix. Soaring demonic phoenix. Together with an exalted phoenix cry, the Blackfire Phoenix tore open the layers of webbing that had wrapped around the laboratory and Leyland dashed inside. Go! Various potions were thrown out from Leyland's body, forming a terrifying combination spell. It mixed with attacks from the Scarlet Earring, and they drowned the enormous spider that was rushing over. He did not even look at the outcome of that, suddenly closing the door of the laboratory. Bang, when he opened it again, the surroundings of the laboratory had already transformed into the scene of an ancient castle. I'm back, Leyland murmured. His expression suddenly changed and a great amount of dark red dreamforce shrouded his body, forming the phantom of a huge spider. Indeed. I still can't resist the attack of a rank 6 creature, he mumbled with a bitter smile on his face. Suddenly, his expression showed another drastic change. Rumble, glaring blue lightning bounced around the surroundings of the laboratory, even emerging in dreamscape. A huge red spider spat out a large amount of thread from the other side that seemed to stretch across the void. With his astral vision, Leyland saw a large amount of thread twisting on top of the laboratory, aiming to drag it back into dreamscape. No! If this goes on, no matter whether the laboratory is dragged over there or that thing gets access to the channel leading here, it isn't going to be something I wish to see. A rare look of hesitation emerged on Leyland's face, but ultimately dissolved into resolution. I need to break the connection. Leyland had studied this space switching of the laboratory extensively. Although he hadn't had many results, he'd still deduced how to stop this phenomenon. Leyland's right hand dropped a little powerlessly. AI chip, command the formation genie to activate self-destruct procedures. Beep. Authority confirmed, enforcing command. Without human thoughts, the AI chip only carried out his orders mechanically. As it sounded out, a slightly dark red gas emerged from the floor of the lab. The dark red dreamforce grew more concentrated as it converged, eventually even forming a layer of dark red flames. With a series of bangs, a great amount of webbing melted and broke apart. Even the laboratory itself began to melt slowly. Chick chick chi, Leyland felt like he could hear the furious growls of the spider all the way from the distant dreamscape. The loud sound was originally very intense, but is soon softened as it gradually disappeared. The dark red flames then extinguished, leaving a big black hole where the laboratory had originally stood. It had disappeared without a trace. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 646, Dreamscape Alteration. Dreamscape Alteration. Dreamscape, Leyland sighed. He could sense that the unusual area that connected two spaces had vanished. From here on, this place would completely lose its link with Dreamscape. Though he had expected this day to come, Leyland was still dejected. This is only a temporary farewell, Dreamscape, Jillian. With large amounts of Dreamforce and valuable information at hand, Leyland was confident that he could enter Dreamscape on his own. However, that would require a lot of research and experiments. He would not be able to make contact with Dreamscape in the near future, but he would eventually establish a connection between the two sides using his own strength, then return there. What a pity, Leyland's eyes showed sadness within. With how things were, he could have continued interacting with Dreamscape, getting even more profits. Still, Leyland would not regret his decision. After being discovered by a rank 6 creature, keeping a spatial node around was just irresponsible towards his own safety. That gigantic spider had almost descended into the Magus world. If it attracted even more high-ranked existences, Leyland would be left with no option but death. It was worth losing this channel. Thankfully, most of the specimens and research materials from those surroundings are with me. Most important is the Dreamforce system I obtained from the natives, and the runic structures on their bodies. Leyland's eyes flashed as he pondered. With all this, I'm more confident in deducing a Dreamforce spell that's suited to me. I can use it as a fatal secret attack. Leyland had experienced the mysteriousness of Dreamforce himself. It was a powerful force that was comparable to laws, and it could even suppress them. Even existences at or above rank 6 would be troubled by it. Hence, a spell that relied on Dreamforce would be a terrifying issue for many rank 6 magi, even though he himself was at rank 5. The information I got only details the usage of low-ranked Dreamforce, and is specifically targeted at the natives. I'll still need a lot of time to alter it to construct a rank 5 spell model. Leyland touched his chin. At this moment, he suddenly jerked. Large amounts of dark red gas condensed to form various faces and spiders that crawled on his clothing. Boo-hoo, wails crawled into Leyland's eardrums, causing him to go deathly pale. Go away! His eyes immediately turned into amber pupils, a terrifying phantom of a Kamoyan emperor appearing behind him. Asterisk boom. Boom. Crackle, asterisk large numbers of faces exploded, but the rest persevered on as they surrounded Leyland's body. Dreamforce. It's from the injury. Leyland's expression darkened. The gigantic spider was a rank 6 existence after all. Leyland had been extremely lucky to catch the spider off guard and enter the laboratory, but he had suffered an injury while doing so. Even though he devoured matter to make up for the loss in life energy, the Dreamforce from the attack still lingered on. The mysteriousness of Dreamforce was something Leyland knew quite well. If not for him having done some research in the area and producing some antibodies, the backlash would not be so meager. It looks I need to solve the issue with my body before I deduce any new spells. Leyland laughed wryly, a dense layer of black air covering the surrounding masks and spider figures. A few months later, within a laboratory. White fog at boiling temperature caused a wave of hot air. Crimson light reflected off the wall, forming a projection of something like fire. In the middle of the laboratory, Leyland sat within a gigantic red pool, his eyes closed as if in thought. Within this red pool, one could see a lustrous black ink-like fluid constantly oozing out from Leyland's pores. After leaving his body, the black ink quickly dispersed and contaminated a large region. Faint sounds of wails were emitted from it. Scree, a large phoenix phantom, appeared above the red pool, spreading its two flaming wings over it as scarlet flames arose. Whoa, the cries grew even more mournful as the black ink gradually became fainter within the red flames. It even began to evaporate, returning the pool to its original color. A few hours later, there was even more steam in the laboratory, practically becoming a fog that shrouded the entire area. Within the scarlet pool, the thin threads of black that seeped out from Leyland's pores gradually turned brown, weakening completely. Malicious intent and hatred from a foreign world is truly difficult to deal with, Leyland muttered to himself, grabbing at the towel on his face as he gazed at the red pool. The injuries caused by the gigantic rank 6 spider in Dreamscape had been very serious. It took till now for the harm to be somewhat dealt with. Thankfully, that annoying resent has been completely expelled. All that's left is pure Dreamforce, which I have other uses for. Leyland changed out of his loose robes and arrived at the other end of the laboratory. Beep. Retinal scanning passed. Brainwaves verified. Unlocked through Soul Force. Opening. With the AI chip's robotic voice sounding, a wall section opened up to a crevice. The walls on both sides automatically withdrew, revealing a large, glossy door. One could see 2 rows of shelves lined with precious materials upon entering, intricate runes carved into the wood like the most delicate of artwork. Thud, the large door closed automatically, causing the light to dim. Once Leyland grew accustomed to it, he could see the many items on the shelves flickering with a dark red luster. Atop the shelves were a few leaves kept in glass bottles, as well as ores and the like. Thankfully, with the other Dreamforce I collected before and the Dreamforce the items themselves have, they can stay in this world for a large period of time. Leyland was very pleased. This was his dream laboratory, in which the AI chip took care of central administration. The defensive measures here were especially strict. Most of the things he had obtained from Dreamscape previously were placed here. I've finally expelled all the malicious intent from Dreamscape. If not, I wouldn't dare meet Freya. Leyland went past the shelves and came before a black metallic instrument. Seeing the results of the scans, he heaved a sigh of relief. He had antibodies against Dreamforce, and was a rank 5 Radiant Moon Warlock. The Dreamforce in the attack before had merely caused him some troubles. However, things were different for Freya. She was still a rank 3 Warlock, and being contaminated by even a bit of Dreamforce could have a terrifying effect on her. Hence, before he was certain he had completely rid himself of all Dreamforce, Leyland hadn't dared return to the castle. He'd stayed here instead. It was only now that the malicious intent that Leyland had on his body was completely expelled. Leyland gazed at his arm. The skin now had a dense layer of red around it, filled with a type of energy. This was not bloodline energy. It was the Dreamforce that had been purified after the ill intent was eliminated. Great timing. I'd already determined that I'd need to alter my body to employ Dreamforce. This dense Dreamforce from a rank 6 being can help me build my foundations. Leyland's eyes flashed with intelligence as he commanded, AI chip, begin. The AI chip's robotic voice sounded out, beep. Beginning Dreamscape alterations. Microscopic scanning used, searching database, affirming runes. Meanwhile, the large instrument in front of Leyland changed its shape. A few large metallic arms extended forth with crackling noises, all sorts of strange tools on them. Partial adjustment to host's body beginning. With the AI chip's voice, the skin on Leyland's arm first experienced some changes. A layer of dark red light appeared, forming fine patterns. These were very similar to those on the body of Jillian from Dreamscape, but even finer. They were more orderly and had a unique feel to them, with a beauty to this smoothness. With the AI chip in charge, and the large arms of the instrument helping, Leyland's body was branded with a layer of red runes. Why does this remind me of branded swordsmen? There really is a certain amount of similarity here. After the modification was completed, Leyland snapped his fingers and a silver mirror immediately appeared in front of him. The image within was that of a human body filled with strange red runes. A demonic lotus pattern was on his forehead, and he looked very similar to the branded swordsman he'd created before. It looks like no matter what kind of path one takes, there's bound to be some similarity somewhere. AI chip. Leyland commanded. Beep. Beginning second procedure. With the AI chip's robotic voice, the demonic red runes abruptly emanated bright rays of light, completely absorbing all the dreamforce that the rank 6 spider had left on Leyland's body and disappeared into his skin. Leyland called out in a low voice, feeling powerful energy flowing in his body. At this point, with the disappearance of the large amounts of dream runes, he had regained his original appearance. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 647, Dream Spell. Dream Spell. Beep. Host's dreamscape alteration has been completed. Dreamforce adaptability has increased. Host has absorbed the remaining dreamforce. Vitality and spiritual force increasing, recalculating data. Following the AI chip's voice, Leyland saw his stats being refreshed. Leyland Farlier, rank 5 Warlock. Bloodline, Kamoyan Emperor, complete form. Strength, 76, Agility, 62, Vitality, 155.7, Spiritual Force, 1821.5, Magic Power, 1821, Magic Power is in synchronization with Spiritual Force. Soul Force, 182, New Moon, dot. I didn't expect the alterations from Dreamforce to have so many benefits. Leyland nodded, rather satisfied with the upgrades. The most important thing about this alteration was that with the absorption of Dreamforce, his body was beginning to get used to this strength. That was a prerequisite to employing Dreamforce-based spells. Now, Leyland could see a strange red bar on the histogram that showed his elemental affinities, a third place below darkness and fire but still ahead of even his ice affinity. Affinity with Dreamforce? Leyland muttered to himself, knowing what this represented. Elemental affinity, or the attraction of specific forces, was the prerequisite to Magi being able to cast spells. His affinity with Dreamforce surpassed his expectations? Beep. Host body's dreamscape alterations completed. Gained dream ability, Illusory Dream. Might when casting illusory type spells increased by 50%. Resistance to illusions increased by 35%. Host has a possibility of creating a dream force field around the body, bewitching intellectual creatures. The AI chip called all this to his attention. It seems like this dreamscape alteration had a lot of benefits. If not for Dreamforce being too unstable, it wouldn't have been bad to focus on training it. Leyland stroked his chin. Dreamforce was very powerful. If a Magus were to train in this area, the rise of their strength would definitely be very quick. However, Leyland was not going to consider this. There was the aspect of his own affinity to it, but more importantly the instability of Dreamforce left Leyland unwilling to gamble on it. Leyland's view was that the Dreamforce would have restrictions when being used in a different world, and also had terrifying variance in the power. If other sources of power ranged from 1000 to 1500, then that of Dreamforce would be from 1 to 10,000. This meant that creatures in dreams might be frail little bugs a day ago, but could turn into a demon god the very next day. Beings that were demons the day before could very well turn into creatures not even comparable to bugs due to the weakening of Dreamforce. More importantly, these changes had no pattern. They might never happen, but could also happen continuously, which made it seem like a fraud. Hence, Leyland would at most use Dreamforce as a tool, but not train mainly in it. However, with an affinity with Dreamforce, I can now cast basic dream-based spells. Leyland came to the center of the laboratory. A thick isolating glass there held within a gigantic ball of dark red Dreamforce that was dense to the extreme within. This was all the dream energy that Leyland had collected in this period of time. With the push from a few incantations in Soul Force, an illusory spell model floated above his hands. Opening Sluice Gate number 1. Along with the AI chip's voice, one of the channels on the glass revealed a tiny opening. Dark red Dreamforce squeezed out like an earthworm, revolving around Leyland and seeming extremely lively. Seeing that the Dreamforce was enough, the sluice gate ruthlessly closed once more, leaving the Dreamforce that had escaped outside. Rank 1 Dream Spell Eternal Light. A spell model that was complex and strange, with the energy node within constantly changing, was sent from the AI chip to Leyland's memories. With the push from a few incantations in Soul Force, an illusory spell model floated above his hands. The Dreamforce around Leyland immediately disappeared into the model. Rumble, the energy from a rank 1 spell caused dazzling white rays of light to fill the laboratory. Beep. Casting of rank 1 spell Eternal Light is successful. Undulations in data has been recorded. Recording into spell database under Dream Spells, rank 1, the AI chip quickly intoned. Eternal Light, a rank 1 spell that creates light for eternity. Estimated duration to be 50 years, 8 months. Power, 100 to 300 degrees. Following that, even more detailed information was shown on the screen of the AI chip. A regular rank 1 spell should have a power between 20 and 80 degrees. The amplification from Dreamforce is so terrifying. Leyland touched his chin, gazing at the light on the walls that would not extinguish. Regular light magic and even eternal light can last for at most a few years. However, the energy provided by Dreamforce can last for 50 years. It had to be said that the great effects of Dreamforce surpassed Leyland's expectations. Once I research and create an offensive rank 5 dream spell, even rank 6 magi can only tremble under it. Leyland's eyes flickered with a fervent heat. The spell model of the rank 1 dream spell he had just cast had come from the animal hide of the natives that had come from Dreamscape. The anonymous Magus had spent decades and come up with a system suitable for natives of the Dreamscape to use. He had even invented a series of dream spells. Though they were only from rank 1 to rank 3, that was still astonishing to Leyland. To be able to incorporate Dreamforce into a Magus path and then invent usable models meant that this Magus attainments and spells could even surpass himself. The information left behind by this person had allowed him to avoid detours, and even aided him in creating a good foundation, thus saving him much time. Even with the foundations and systems, deducing rank 4 and rank 5 content would usually take Magi a long period of time, but for the AI chip it was just a matter of how much power it allocated. With such sensitivity towards spells as well as knowledge of laws, the Magus who accidentally landed in the Dreamscape should at least be rank 6, or even a rank 7 Magus who grasped laws. Leyland's eyes shone with yearning, and he threw himself into the nerve-wracking experiments. Time was fast approaching to fulfill the arrangement he had with Melinda. Before that, he had to constantly amass more strength so that he had enough to save himself, and even escape her schemes. Whatever conspiracy there was, strength would be key. Once the difference in strength grew insurmountable, any conspiracies or plots would be useless. Whether it was dealing with the Blazing Flame Monarch or other dangers, dream spells could be used as Leyland's hidden trump card and be the deciding factor of victory. Hence, Leyland dedicated most of the AI chip's operations into the experiment. One needs to employ Dreamforce for dream spells. Though I've done all I can to prepare some, I can't use it more than a few times. The energy needed for spells at and above rank 4 is terrifying. Leyland donned a large white gown, translucent goggles in front of his eyes. Watching the ball of dark red Dreamforce behind the wall, his eyes twinkled. Dark red Dreamforce constantly drifted from the ball. It was similar to a scarlet python that swept across the wall, but it was forcefully blocked. This was the material that Leyland had identified to isolate Dreamforce over many experiments. In a situation where no people rigged it, just the instinctual attacks of the Dreamforce could do nothing against the isolating reinforced glass. Based on my estimations and the AI chip's calculations, this dream energy can only be used to cast a rank 4 spell 6 to 10 times, while a rank 5 spell can only be cast 3 times or less. Leyland's expression was dark. After breaking the connection with Dreamscape, gathering Dreamforce had turned into a large issue. No matter how he tried to store them properly, Dreamforce was constantly dissipating. While this was a slow process, the keen AI chip had discovered it. Finding a way to store and transport Dreamforce was another aspect that it was working hard on. Spells that use Dreamforce as a base are most effective when related to illusory spells. Dreamforce and the illusory magic are extremely similar, and fusing them is the best option. The spell model that the AI chip was calculating constantly improved by his conjectures, and gradually revealed its true form. A spell model with numerous illusory runes flickering to and fro, emanating multicolored misty brilliance that all seemed like a dream began to take shape in the AI chip's simulations. Remaining time till rank 5 Dreamforce spell is deduced, 3 hours 41 minutes and 12 seconds. The AI chip had now given an accurate prompt. 3 months and 9 days for the deduction of a rank 5 spell to be completed? Leyland's excitement could not be concealed. While he had been recuperating and altering his body, the AI chip had not been idle, analyzing and studying this area. Now, the fatal dream attack that he had been anticipating was about to be completed. While he was waiting, time seemed to flow incredibly slower. Finally, Leyland heard the prompt from the AI chip. Beep. Rank 5 dream spell deduction completed. Progress of construction of spell model, 100%. What had always been a robotic voice sounded incomparably gleeful in Leyland's ears. It's finally done. Leyland clenched his fist and immediately read through the content given by the AI chip. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 648, Communication and Stealth. Communication and Stealth. In the simulation space of the AI chip, a spell model that was extremely intricate and had multicolored flowing runes had completely taken shape. The AI chip's voice transmitted at this point. Beep. Rank 5 Dream Spell Radiant Moon Dream Force Spell Distract Dream. Type Dream Force. Illusory effect, causes target to sink into their own dream realm and lose all senses with the external world. 90% chance of causing confusion to a Radiant Moon Magus True Soul. Effects weaken slightly depending on number of times used. An illusory technique that targets the True Soul, with a success rate of 90%. Leyland's pupils shrank. He had experienced the mysteries and dangers of Dreamscape for himself. If not for the AI chip and some luck, he might not have been able to escape at all. It had such a high rate of success amongst those of the same rank, and could even bypass ranks even if the effects would be weakened. Still, the rate should be above 50% then as well. In other words, the moment Radiant Moon Distract Dream was employed, there was a 50% chance that even a rank 6 Breaking Dawn Monarch's True Soul would get lost in confusion. A Magus who lost their True Soul was basically a piece of flesh anyone could take advantage of. Even as the creator of the spell, fear lingered in Leyland's own heart for the terror it held. It's a pity that I need to use Dreamforce sparingly. I can't test the might of this spell in the real world. A look of regret rose in Leyland's eyes, before he grew dazed. AI chip, begin the simulation of a dream. Create a virtual world using the rank 6 spider as a standard. This was a unique ability of the AI chip. It could run simulations in virtual reality, and after its upgrades, it could simulate all existences under rank 7, under those that comprehended laws. White light flashed, and Leyland appeared in Dreamscape once more. Not far away, a large spider with a strange male face on its stomach hovered in the air, countless webs shooting out and covering the laboratory. Every single thing was the same as it had been in Dreamscape. Dense Dreamforce continuously surged from around Leyland, causing him to almost feel suffocated. It can even imitate Dreamscape to this extent. Leyland gazed at his hands. There seemed to be no issue when he launched Soul Force, so he could not help but nod in satisfaction. Even a rank 6 existence was imitated flawlessly. There's practically no difference from the being I saw before. Though this was all simulated by the AI chip, everything had been reconstructed exactly the same as the scene from before. Chick chick, the gigantic spider ahead discovered Leyland and immediately began to snarl, its abdomen exploding to release a large amount of tiny spiders. Good, I can test this out against a rank 6 existence. Leyland chuckled and darted forward, terrifying dark red Dreamforce forming a tide around his body. Rank 5 Dreamforce spell Radiant Moon Distract Dream. Strange ripples spread with Leyland's voice, swirling around the gigantic spider. In the real world, Leyland's pupils flashed and he regained his consciousness, though the amazement on his face did not decrease. A rank 5 Dreamforce spell has such a frightful effect. It had to be said that even though he'd already had a conjecture about it, the shock that came from watching it in a real test had rendered Leyland speechless. Very good. With this spell, there's a much greater chance of me surviving against a monarch, and I'll even have a fatal attack. Leyland touched his chin. He had always liked planning ahead, first considering the losses before the victory. With confidence that he could retreat unharmed, he was even more interested in the hunting scheme that Melinda had proposed. After all, the Blazing Flame Monarch had never expressed any interest in letting him off. Even when Leyland had been hiding in the Morningstar area, he'd received a lot of intel regarding the Ouroboros clan being spied upon. Even Emma and Gilbert had met with danger several times. If not for the warlocks from the Morningstar area lending a helping hand in time, the two dukes would probably have died already. He evidently wanted to use the two dukes to lure Leyland out, but Leyland hadn't fallen for that at all, instead holding himself up. This had allowed him several months of peace. Sometimes, compromising in the face of a threat would only cause the other party to become even more aggressive. Only when the enemy knew you didn't care for their blackmailing could the passive side grow active and gain the upper hand. The Blazing Flame Monarch found that Leyland had no intentions of making a move, and didn't care for his side's lives. Hence, any plans he had along those lines were dismissed, and the harassment the Ouroboros clan faced was reduced. If Leyland had made the wrong choice, the situation would have turned worse and worse. The Blazing Flame Monarch. A Breaking Dawn Magus who is like a blazing sun, eternally illuminating the entire Magus world from the horizon? Ha! A cold smirk appeared on Leyland's face as he stroked his chin. Even a star will lose its light and warmth one day, turning into a black hole. You're merely a rank 6 Magus. The underlying tone of his words lay a boundless bloodlust. Having thought this through, Leyland placed a call through a secret imprint, on the encrypted channel Melinda had given him before. Melinda? It's me. You finally made up your mind. Melinda's voice sounded from the other side. It was a mature female voice, not the voice of the small girl. Yes. I cannot stand an opposing organization constantly eyeing me from the shadows like a vermin. I believe you feel the same way. Leyland's voice was low. A mouse? I like your metaphor. Melinda's cheerful laughter came from the other side. She was just like Leyland, caring little for law and having no natural morality. Hearing the meaning in his words, she grew excited as well. I know all the weaknesses of the blazing flame monarch. Sometime in the near future, his strength will be at its lowest. With a few other helpers I've found, we can definitely kill him in one go. I hope things are as you say they are. Leyland began to tap the table with his finger subconsciously. He expressed his tentative support of Melinda's plan, but not so much so that he would involve himself in some trap. In all honesty, even if he was cooperating with her, he would not let himself become a leader. When working together with a sly old fox, just a slight blunder would result in him falling into a trap. Leyland was very cautious about this. What he wanted to make use of was her knowledge of the pathways and the opponent's weaknesses. Once he gained all of that, he would come up with a plan of his own. Melinda then tossed out some bait. The items we get afterwards will definitely be able to satisfy you. I'm anticipating it. Leyland's voice was extremely calm. After agreeing on a time and place with her, he ended the communication. Rank 6, only Leyland was left in the room. He sunk deep into thought for a long while, and then rubbed his temples. Time is scarce. I'll need to start preparing a lot of things. In the central continent, rank SIXS were at the top of the pyramid. They were emperors among magi. The current Leyland didn't have any hope when dealing with them, but even he had little confidence. Other people would even think he was crazy. However, Leyland and Melinda were both clever. They possessed battle strength at the peak of Radiant Moon, and if they found a few other helpers at the same rank who would fight with their lives on the line when the opponent was weak, there was a huge chance of success. With ample preparation, Leyland could practically be in an invincible position, something which made this transaction acceptable. Silver spatial turbulence streaked around outside the Morningstar area, bringing a dark silver luster to the pitch-black galaxy. A bit of faint light appeared in the distant starry skies, like that from a firefly. Black light flashed at the edge of the space, and Leyland's figure appeared. His eyes were bright as they scanned the area, his thin and nice eyebrows furrowing before they relaxed. Come out. It was tranquil in the void, with no sound at all. Leyland snorted, and two streams of black air converged to form a double-headed snake that pounced on an area not far away, the space there fluctuating. Your Highness Bevis, did you think I was playing with you? Crash, space was pulled apart as if it was a door, leaving behind a bundle of fog. Large amounts of this fog converged to form a human body. The face was that of Bevis, who had previously visited Leyland and left with the two on bad terms. How did you see through my innate fog? Large amounts of white fog emanated from Bevis' body, drowning the double-headed snake. Bevis' expression was dark as he stared at Leyland with malicious intent. It seemed like he was quite miffed at being discovered. Why should I tell you? Leyland gazed at Bevis as if ridiculing him, causing the latter's face to flush red. Leyland Farlier. On behalf of the organization, I'm here to stop you. You act willfully as if the resources you obtain from us are a trifling matter. Bevis yelled. Whomf? Representing? Who are you representing? Alpha? Wade? Or Jeffrey? Leyland glared at Bevis as if provoking him. Where are they? Did you think you alone could represent the Warlock Union? Even if you ascend to Breaking Dawn, you won't possess that kind of authority. In the Morningstar area, Alpha and the other two Radiant Moons were huddled together, watching the scene through an old stone basin. Multiple scenes and voices were transmitted through the basin, of the confrontation between Bevis and Leyland. Everyone. Isn't how we're treating Leyland and Bevis a little? Jeffrey spoke slightly anxiously. This is a matter between the two. It's not right for us to interfere. Besides, there's one thing that Leyland said that was absolutely correct. Alpha spoke coldly. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 649, Fog Giant. Fog Giant. The Warlock Union isn't the personal property of a single warlock. It's an alliance between all warlocks, each of whom have their own wills and requirements for benefits. Alpha's voice was icy. Even when Bevis reaches Breaking Dawn, he still won't have the authority to represent us all. Wade and Jeffrey did not refute out of their desire to protect their own interests. Furthermore, Leyland wants to raid the Blazing Flame Monarch in his own name, and Bevis is trying all he can to stop this. In principle, neither of them are wrong. Hence, let's give them a chance to sort it out among themselves. We'll appear later to adjudicate. Isn't that appropriate? An intelligent glint flashed in Alpha's eyes. As the oldest and most powerful Radiant Moon Warlock, his might in the Warlock Union could not be underestimated. That's true. They're young people after all, They need to be hot-blooded sometimes. Wade exclaimed from the other side. Completely golden, he looked like a god of battle. But Bevis is someone who can advance to Breaking Dawn. If some enmity arises between the two warlocks because of what happens today, the future of the warlocks of our union, Geoffrey was slightly worried. Bevis has yet to attain Breaking Dawn. Besides, how are you so sure that he will be the one to become a rank 6 warlock? How can I not be sure? He has, Geoffrey instinctively retorted, and then saw Offa's expression that was somewhat like a smile but not quite. He immediately went mute, sinking into deep thought. Though Offa kept saying he wanted to be impartial, one of the two involved was a warlock with a rank 5 bloodline and the other a warlock with a rank 6 bloodline. Letting the two fight out a personal battle was already unfair to some extent. Perhaps Offa has great expectations of Lyle? Geoffrey suddenly understood this fact. Seeing his look of sudden realization, Offa nodded in gratification. The prophecy didn't indicate who it was that would reach Breaking Dawn. Although Bevis being the one is most probable, Lyle still had hope as well. Even you and I, as well as all the warlocks limited to Morningstar, have a chance. That's why we need to make some bets when we need to, that is how we can maintain our influence. Although we're putting a lot of our hope on Bevis, we can't reduce our support towards other warlocks. I understand. Geoffrey nodded solemnly. Offa beamed as he spoke. Good. No matter who wins or loses, you just need to express goodwill to the loser and show our kindness. Could it be that your highness thinks Lyle has a chance of winning? Geoffrey gaped. Not only has Bevis reached Half Moon, he has a rank 6 bloodline. He. Someone who can become a rank 5 warlock with his own abilities isn't a nobody. Offa laughed, as if hinting at something. He pressed in closer, his eyeballs that were glazed over glinting with a strange light. Lyle is someone who can create miracles. Nobody can tell the results of this fight, but whatever it is, it's pointless to speculate further. Let's watch. Hearing Offa say this, Geoffrey and Wade watched the battlefield grimly. Lyle had long since noticed the concealed Bevis with the AI chip scans. The other Radiant Moon warlocks weren't around, something Lyle found strange. Offa and the rest didn't come with him to put pressure on me. Are they maintaining a neutral stance? Rather unexpected. Leyland's eyes flashed with intelligence. Their meaning is quite clear. If I don't exceed Bevis, there's nothing else to say, but if I achieve victory over him or breakthrough I can do as I like? They're placing their bets on both of us. What a bunch of sly old foxes indeed. Leyland lamented. Immediately after, his gaze towards Bevis turned piteous. No matter how talented he was, he lacked experience. He evidently hadn't pondered over this, and was still frustrated by the previous events. Leyland Farlier, I won't let you off. Come back with me obediently. Bevis roared, a large fog surging from his body. Just as well. I'll play with you as a warm-up. Besides, Leyland laughed, and large amounts of demonic black flames suddenly emerged from his body. High-pitched phoenix cries sounded from within. All of a sudden, the flames flew into the sky, gathering to form a devilishly enchanting blackfire phoenix. Soaring demonic phoenix. With the high-pitched buzzing of flames breaking through space, the arrogant phoenix spread its wings, spurring on immense tides of black flames. Space itself was melted down, and the fog that Bevis emitted was devoured and absorbed. After acquiring the devouring ability of the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor, Leyland found that the same ability of his black flames had been upgraded as well, the two seemingly complementing each other well. Is that what you're so confident in? A black phoenix? What kind of bloodline ability is that? The vigorous fire energy and the demonic devouring ability caused Bevis' expression to change slightly. Whatever it is, in front of my bloodline, all odd abilities need to bow down. His eyes immediately turned crimson. A powerful and profound force from an ancient bloodline emanated from his body, even suppressing Leyland to some extent. That unique aura that came from an ancient rank 6 bloodline was something regular rank 5 beings did not dare offend. Just this alone gave Bevis a huge advantage when battling warlocks with bloodline sources of a lower rank than his own. However, Leyland was different. As the ruler of a race, the Kamoyan Serpent Emperor had a high resistance to the pressure from a rank 6 being, and the suppression was far lesser than what Bevis had expected. Beep. Host affected by opponent's bloodline suppression. All statistics have decreased slightly. Leyland was speechless as he saw his stats. The only decrease was in the unit place. Is the suppressive ability of a rank 6 bloodline so weak? Or is the Kamoyan Emperor too overbearing? Chirp, under Bevis' disbelieving gaze, the Blackfire Phoenix flew before him without being affected in any way. Two wings that were like long flaming blades crossed each other, and terrifying black flames instantly devoured him. How is this possible? My bloodline is rank 6. How can it suppress a mere rank 5 bloodline? After the wave of black flames passed, Bevis looked to be in a sorry state. There was a thick layer of fog armor wrapped around his body, resulting in him receiving very slight injuries. The blow to his ego, however, was incomparable. Isn't it just the bloodline of the Misty Fog Giant? It's not as if it was the peak of ancient rank 6 beings or something. Is there a need to conceal this? Leyland snickered disdainfully, and Bevis froze up. How did you find out? What do you think? A look of satisfaction hung on Leyland's face, which only made Bevis want to vomit blood. His bloodline had the innate ability of concealment, which was one of his trump cards. Even those other Radiant Moon warlocks had not seen through this, and yet it was nothing in front of Leyland. Fear of Leyland rose in Bevis' heart. It grew increasingly intense, and much of it transformed into hatred. You must die. You must die. Bevis howled. Rumble, large amounts of fog exploded, forming the figure of an immense giant. This giant had 4 thick and sturdy arms, and a vertical eye at the top of its bald head. Its skin was colored in the green of marble, large amounts of gray fog being produced from its pores. Its body seemed rather misty. Since Leyland had seen through it, Bevis had nothing left to hide. Oh, the gigantic Misty Fog Giant's 4 large arms were held high as it began to howl fiercely. The dense dog spread to form a large gray fog space. It really is the Misty Fog Giant. Leyland's pupils flickered. Now that they were fighting, Leyland had nothing holding him back. He immediately ordered the AI chip to forcefully break through the opponent's force field to obtain the correct information on his bloodline. Everything about the Misty Fog Giant was presented to him in detail. Appearance of Misty Fog Giant, rank 6 being, ancient times. Habitat, a wetland with dense fog or in abandoned megacities. Rumored to be the descendants of the ancient Thunder Giant, with the ability to manipulate fog. Likes eating plants like green algae. Gentle nature. Special ability has been concealed. Innate talents: 1. Fog concealment, covers up one's aura and information about their bloodline. 2. Gray fog space, creates a subspace that can be maintained for a short period of time. Ah! Leyland! I want to kill you. Kill you! Bevis snarled, the insanity in his eyes growing even more obvious. Arcane Art Giant Transformation. His body crackled as his body grew larger, fusing with the phantom behind him. 2 extra arms grew underneath his ribs, and with the execution of the arcane art, he turned into a real Misty Fog Giant. It's a head shorter than the one in the database. It should only be half-grown at rank 5. Leyland laughed, red rings of light fusing behind him. He dissipated, turning into large amounts of black gases that reformed into a terrifying Chamoyan Serpent Emperor. Innate Arcane Art Chamoyan Serpent Transformation. Rumble, within the gray space, a giant serpent with a body over 100,000 meters long collided with a 4-armed giant. Much of the void shattered under this power, the stray undulations causing the Morningstar area nearby to shake slightly. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 650, Drawing Blood. Drawing blood. What's the matter? Didn't we agree before that he'd only stop his opponent? Why has it gone this far? Jeffrey was a little stunned at the side. This isn't good. I'm afraid Bevis' extreme personality has led to an emotional breakout at rank 6. Quickly, go and stop him. If not, His Highness Leyland. Even if the warlock themselves weren't as strong, metamorphosis to a rank 6 creature was definitely more powerful than that to a rank 5. Jeffrey was worried that Bevis would harm Leyland, which wasn't good for the Warlock Union. After all, Leyland was in the Radiant Moon Realm and was one of their executive members. That's a rank 6 bloodline growing emotional. I'm afraid it will affect us as well. Wade, standing at the other side, grew very worried instead. There's no need for that. His Highness Leyland is still there. Offa waved his hands, seemingly very relaxed. Not only he did see through his opponent's bloodline, he even forced Bevis to fall into his own trap step by step. His Highness Leyland is truly growing more and more amazing. Perhaps he'll give us many more surprises. What? Jeffrey and Wade exclaimed involuntarily. Does His Highness still have more strength remaining? I cannot say. Offa waved his hands as he watched the battlefield with more concentration. The Misty Fog Giant growled, and large amounts of gray fog seeped out of its pores, forming armor and a weapon. Its destructive power was great enough to shatter space itself with every attack. Bevis' heart was already filled with anger, and he even wanted to directly kill Leyland. This was very different from his previous intention of just teaching him a lesson. His shame and anger at being discovered and irritation at his pride taking a blow had erupted. Especially after seeing Leyland's unexpected and incredible strength, the flames of jealousy and insanity in the genes from his bloodline mixed together to form something even more terrifying. The result was that Bevis' rationality had all but disappeared, and he was prepared to kill Leyland here regardless of the consequences. What a pitiful child! Leyland's voice was transmitted from the enormous body of the Kumoyan Emperor. Layers of black runes constantly emerged from its scales, easily blocking even the Misty Fog Giant's fog attacks. Leyland watched the four-armed Misty Fog Giant in front of him attentively, and it seemed as if a mysterious radiance was shot out of his pupils. Eye of petrification. The Kumoyan Emperor's gaze turned the four-armed giant sluggish. A layer of ash-gray stone instantly emerged on his skin. "No, how can my bloodline lose to this low-ranked creature?" Bevis growled frantically as large amounts of blood-red light burst forth from his body, forcing the petrification out. However, the Kumoyan Emperor had taken this time to rush directly in front of him, its huge tail sweeping across the horizon. A power that seemed like Armageddon burst out from it. An explosion sounded as the Misty Fog Giant was swatted away. The large amounts of fog in the surrounding area shattered, exposing the original starry sky. "This rank 6 Misty Fog Giant bloodline, I'm taking it." A whisper sounded in Bevis' sea of consciousness. Before he could even figure out the situation, the Kumoyan Emperor had already opened up its maw, its two fangs ruthlessly piercing into his neck. A terrifying attractive force was transmitted from its fangs, causing Bevis to shriek hysterically. Large amounts of fog shattered with a bang, and the Misty Fog Giant began cracking up inch by inch. Light flashed within the gray fog, and Bevis' true body appeared once more. Only, the current him had two large bloody holes in his neck, and looked battered and exhausted. His gaze towards Leyland was as if he'd seen some sort of demon. When he gazed at Leyland's pupils, Bevis seemed to receive a great deal of shock. He let loose a weird shriek as his body transformed into a ray of blood-red light that rushed back to the Morningstar area with extreme speed. Indeed, small and weak, radiant flames emerged and Leyland returned to his normal form as well. The lack of battle experience and willpower was a shortcoming that had caused Bevis great losses. With a card like the AI chip up his sleeve, Leyland had abundant experience and strategies that were shrewd and ruthless. "It's more or less enough, time to go," he sneered, looking at a point in space with a dazzling radiance in his eyes. Soon after, his entire body turned into black flames that disappeared in the sky. Within the Morning Star area, Alpha and the other two Radiant Moon Warlocks looked at each other in dismay. His Highness Leyland actually discovered us spying on them? But this tracing pensive is a piece of high-grade magic equipment. Forget that. I'm more amazed by his battle strength. Even a half-moon magus like Bevis isn't his match. Wade crossed his arms, and a strand of short golden hair stood up vertically like a steel spike. One had to admit, Leyland's military strength gave them a great surprise. Not only was Bevis at the half-moon stage, he also had a rank 6 bloodline inheritance in the Misty Fog Giant. Originally, he was only second to Alpha in the Warlock Union. And he was defeated just like that? Didn't that mean that Leyland had strength comparable to a peak Radiant Moon? This conjecture was something too crazy for Wayne and Jeffrey to accept immediately. Moreover, His Highness Bevis' bloodline seemed to be slightly damaged at the end. Should we tell His Highness Leyland about this and hope he returns that blood? Jeffrey asked a little hesitantly. Do you think that's possible? Alpha speechlessly rolled his eyes. Now that he recalled, he felt like he'd underestimated Leyland. From the start, he had obviously laid a trap for Bevis, who walked in like a fool. Leyland had played him step by step like a marionette. What an interesting kid. He started by stimulating his opponent and causing him to harbor killing intent. Then he defeated Bevis openly and righteously, seizing his bloodline. Did he plan all this out before? Then, if we appeared, did he have other plans for it as well? The more Alpha thought of it, the more his previous indifference was replaced with fear of Leyland. This junior's tyrannical strength and meticulous planning had left him heavily surprised. Maybe he's the one who'll fulfill the hopes of the Warlocks. Alpha found growing expectations in his heart. Then what about us? Jeffrey didn't really know what to do. Bevis' defeat was a totally unexpected situation to him. What else can we do? Just allow Leyland to go out, he's attacking under his own name anyway. With the Morning Star area's fortress, even if it's the Blazing Flame Monarch, can he break through our defenses directly? Alpha flicked his fingernails, his tone carrying a will that did not allow any questioning. Also, increase the security of the Ouroboros clan and Leyland's relatives by a level, especially for Lady Freya. We cannot allow the Blazing Flame Monarch or any others to find even a single loophole, get it? Alpha looked at Jeffrey meaningfully. Yes. I will visit Lady Freya myself soon. Jeffrey nodded with a bitter smile. Our rules cannot be broken. There shouldn't be any desperate infighting within us warlocks, that is our bottom line, Offa said. I'll go and remind Bevis about this in the near future. All the warlocks present nodded in agreement. After all, if such a thing happened internally to an organization that was supposed to be unified, it would be a huge blow to their soldiers' morale. Furthermore, if one person crossed the bottom line, the enemy would definitely counterattack with the same level of danger, causing both sides to suffer. Magi were intelligent people, they knew what to do. The only thing that needed to be done was suppressing Bevis' emotional craziness. After he calmed down, everything would become easy. We cannot relax our support for Bevis either. Send the skeletal remains of the Misty Fog giant in the warehouse to him after this. Offa suddenly said something that shocked Jeffrey greatly. Your Highness. Why? Jeffrey's jaw dropped. If Leyland advances to Breaking Dawn, what will we use to suppress him? At this moment, Offa stroked his beard and said something that left a deep impression on Jeffrey. I've gained quite a bit this time. On the other side, Leyland looked at the bloodline in the test tube in his hands that was emitting a misty luster. A hint of happiness emerged on his face. Although the Misty Fog giant isn't some kind of high-grade being amongst ancient rank 6 creatures, it creates bloodline imprints using its blood as materials. This explains its ability to cast ordinary rank 6 spells, but it could be said that Bevis had fallen into Leyland's scheme from the moment they met. Moreover, because the opponent had displayed his killing intent during the battle, even if Leyland forcefully extracted his bloodline, those warlocks could not say anything. After all, compared to Bevis, who was in hot pursuit of him, Leyland was instead very magnanimous, even letting Bevis go ultimately. Probably, even if the current Leyland were to draw blood from him, Bevis himself wouldn't have the face to ask for it back, as it was too embarrassing. Seeing from the attitudes of Jeffrey and the others, we can still temporarily ease our worries regarding the bloodline alliance. Surely they will also try their best to contain Bevis, making him calm down. They won't attack my forces. A thoughtful glint flashed across Leyland's pupils. These kind of things were mutual. Once Bevis exceeded the bottom line, igniting the flames of war with him, Leyland would definitely follow suit, even paying back tenfold. Hence, so long as Amagus had a little rationality, he would not do something like this that caused both sides to suffer. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 651, Convergence, a plot hatched. Convergence, a plot hatched. A chandelier hung loosely and emitted a dim orange light in the hazy night. The light from the street lamps was diffused, making one feel sleepy. Beside the chandelier was a bar that was already closed. A thank you sign was hung on the door, the surroundings quiet. After a day's hard work, the residents nearby had already entered slumber in their tiredness. Even the drunkards, tramps, and the like had found their own cozy kennels, not intending on sleeping outdoors on the streets in such cold weather. At this moment, the sound of leather boots rubbing against the ground echoed through the area. A tall figure walked out of thin air, coming before the door and knocking on it. Thud thud thud, the dull sound carried a unique rhythm and charm. The door opened after a while, exposing the face of an old lady. There was a slight reverence amidst her vigilance. Sir, you're finally here. I was slightly delayed by some matters on the way. The person walked into the bar and took off his hood, exposing his original appearance. His handsome face was strange, and his long black hair casually stuck to the back of his head. He seemed very youthful and capable. Mysterious spirals spun continuously in his black pupils, even a single glance able to draw on a person's soul. After defeating Bevis and obtaining his bloodline, Leyland had worked incessantly on turning it into an imprint. He'd even almost missed his appointment with Melinda because of this. However, Leyland felt like all this was worth it. Spending more time here would add another bloodline imprint to his deck, and was definitely worth more than the cost. After all, he was here this time to deal with a Breaking Dawn monarch. This was the highest level of existence in the central continent, and Leyland could not afford to not be more careful. After entering the bar, Leyland followed the old lady to a cellar. Passing through a helical dark and damp passageway that smelled like rot, Leyland finally saw Melinda once more. Leyland! You're finally here, we've been waiting for a long time. Melinda's eyes sparkled upon meeting Leyland, and she spoke a little coquettishly. We? Leyland's gaze twinkled, immediately looking at the few other people in the room. The old lady had already withdrawn respectfully. There were 3 other strange figures remaining in the room besides Melinda. One of them was a hefty fellow who wore black armor, and another was a woman whose entire body was wrapped in a black magus robe. The last one didn't even look human anymore, and was simply a black shadow in the mirror. Spirit Magus? Leyland looked at the shadow in the mirror attentively, and could explicitly sense that he was not using any kind of clone. He couldn't help but utter a deep sigh at the fact that the shadow was his main body. The spiritual force of a magus was tyrannical like no other. Even after death, there was a very high chance of transforming into some sort of evil spirit. And if this kind of evil spirit still held their rationality, they could learn spells and become a spirit magus. And for a Morningstar who possessed soul force, transmuting the soul was but a small operation. Although Leyland had heard some things about spirit magi, that circle was very narrow and remote. He'd never expected that Melinda would actually be able to get one here, and a Radiant Moon magus one at that. Your insight is still as good as before. Melinda gasped in admiration. This Jean, he was once a good friend of mine. The other two are Clark and Joanna, assistants I've hired. As for the twin Gemini, I've long since heard of you too. I didn't expect that Melinda would actually be able to bring you here as well. Leyland greeted Clark and Joanna with a smile. According to his intelligence, these two Radiant Moon siblings assisted each other in the central continent, and each was fairly famous on their own. They were also the rare type that didn't have any organizations attached to them. Your Highness Leyland. Joanna, whose entire body was wrapped in a black robe, seemed to be bad at socializing. All of these matters were settled by the hefty black-armored Clark. And Sir Jean. Leyland looked at the shadow in the mirror again. Although he knew perfectly well that he was a spirit magus, he still felt as if there was something hidden to this person, their aura making him uncomfortable. ZZZ. Your good body, the shadow in the mirror suddenly fluctuated for a moment, emitting the strength of a conscient, has something that makes me feel danger. It's what I specially prepared for this operation, Leyland smiled. His right index finger suddenly felt tighter, and a gray ring now on his finger emitted a mysterious light. This ring would normally be very inconspicuous, as if the shoddy work of some slipshod salesman in an ordinary shop. However, it was indeed notable when it appeared in the hands of a Radiant Moon warlock like Leyland. After hearing Jin's words, Clark and even Joanna, who'd been quiet all this while, looked at Leyland with interest, as if wanting to find out about his cards. All right. No matter what Leyland brought, it'll be useful to our operation this time. Melinda clapped her hands. Comrades, don't forget why we gathered here. How could I forget? Clark let loose a deep howl, blue veins popping out on his hands as his entire person stirred up. Seeing his distorted face, Leyland was certain that he definitely had some painful past related to the blazing flame monarch that was unbearable to recall. However, this did not concern him at all. He was instead constantly calculating the probability of using him. No need to worry, brother. I will help you this time. Joanna placated Clark by patting the back of his hand, causing the berserk aura to fade. He then regained his rationality. Sorry, I was too agitated. Clark, who had sobered up, bowed deeply. There was an unwavering determination on his face, carrying the smell of blood. As for Sir Clark's previous encounter, I've also heard a little about it. Melinda nodded but did not continue. Everyone present here has hatred for the blazing flame monarch. And today, we've gathered to act on it. Melinda's voice suddenly grew dignified. Stop spouting rubbish. I'm only concerned with your promises. When can you fulfill them? The spirit magus in the mirror said with initiative. I agree as well. We're all ready at this point. You should explain clearly about your plan and the blazing flame monarch's weakness. And what about the benefits that come afterwards? Leyland parroted Jin's viewpoint. Joanna and Clark shot a glance at each other and both nodded. We agree as well. I only waited for everyone to arrive before I said it. Melinda glanced at Leyland with a slight look of grievance. As everyone knows, there are only two large bottlenecks as a magus. One from rank 3 to 4 and another from 6 to 7. The challenges at both these times are extremely huge, but a breakthrough also has abundant benefits. It is to the extent that those who do can steamroll over those who haven't. Melinda began to speak with fervor and assurance. We already know all this. There's a limit to my patience. Clark yelled deeply. Relax, I'm almost there. Melinda rolled her eyes at Clark. The gap between Breaking Dawn and Radiant Moon, although not as obvious as that between rank 3 and rank 4, it is still an insurmountable gap. But at that time, a problem occurred during the Flame Monarch's advancement. There was even a period of time where his strength was at the lowest point. This is why I absolutely had to gather all of you here at this time. Melinda's mouth curved in a smile, but it carried an intense hatred. The Breaking Dawn monarchs in the central continent are all very terrifying. They've even begun to touch upon laws and the origin of the world. The Blazing Flame Monarch is the same, in the process of familiarizing himself with the laws of fire. Melinda's voice seemed to carry a strange attraction. The Blazing Flame Monarch is at his weakest, almost falling below rank 6. I know the layout of his lair like the back of my hand. If we can kill the opponent at this time, we may even be able to obtain his law comprehension crystals. Law comprehension crystals? Clark exclaimed, and a sparkle appeared in Leyland's eyes. Yes. The law comprehension crystal that contains all of a former Magus' understanding of the power of laws, and even some of his previous experiences, memories and such. It will be very helpful for our promotion to rank 6. Melinda looked at the few magi present. Even if it's a breaking dawn, one's ability to comprehend laws is a huge threshold that divides strength. If we can obtain the Blazing Flame Monarch's Law Comprehension Crystal, we'll be able to attain rank 6 the moment we advance there, and even be at the boundary of rank 7. Indeed, among the rank 6 magi, the only discernible intra-ranking is whether they can access the laws or not. There was a clear understanding look in Leyland's gaze. Breaking Dawns were very knowledgeable in the True Soul and Soul Force. After reaching rank 6, they would soon near the limit of their spirit, and the only difference would be how much they could comprehend laws. A Breaking Dawn who didn't have contact with laws and one that was beginning to comprehend its power were on completely different levels. Once a Magus gained complete control over a certain law or power, they would also enter the rank 7 realm. Leyland was faintly excited in his heart. He was beginning to vaguely discover the path after rank 5. Magi practice spiritual force before rank 4, soul force before rank 7. Rank 7 is when one has gained control of a certain law? He stroked his chin. In that case, what does Dreamforce represent? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.